Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Dunkeswell Raceway. It is day 2 of round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC Championship. The 2024 season reaches the halfway point and the final round for the Summer Cup part of the 2024 season. We've got cloudy skies and a little bit of mist and drizzle this morning. That is forecast to clear, and the sun is about to come out about 11 o'clock, according to my satellite. My name is Joe Bradley. Alongside me is Nick Damon. Nick, we mentioned this yesterday, but Dunkeswell has had a facelift. Yeah. And all credit to the takeover and the new ownership and the new staff, or the members of staff here, doing a fantastic job. It's like a new venue.
It's certainly very much a spruced up and given a big old spring clean. Yeah, so down to simple things like you can see the new logoing here, Dunkeswell Raceway. There's a lot of logoing. There's been some cleaning out. They've done some painting. They've done some decorating. They've done some vacuuming, which is quite important. They've removed 4,500 mouldy Nigel Mansell Le Mans caps from 2011.
You know what's even more important?
What's that?
They've named their corners.
They have named their corners. To me, I thought it was about the toilets. That's the most important thing at any track, isn't it? The toilets.
It is for you at your age, yeah. No,
you're older than me.
They've named. It doesn't matter. They've named the corners, and we'll go into that later on.
Are the corner names as good as ones we gave them last year? You and Johnny gave them last year.
We can't use them because they were related to Nigel Mansell.
I've heard it about him.
We say day 2, right? We've got 1 hour of racing, and then we have to go for a church break, which will take us to a 1 hour break at 11.
But hang on, though. During that break, what do we get to see?
Well, we get to see the paddock show twice.
Probably, yes. Unfortunately, with an hour, we didn't realise it was an hour's break because we had a different version of the timetable. So it's a little bit shorter than an hour. Just a little bit shorter than an hour.
Slightly
by 70%.
So we get an hour's break at 11, and we'll be bringing you the paddock show in all of its full glory. Might even show it twice if you really like it.
No, that's not fair on anybody.
Request it if you want to see it twice. We have got
so good they named it twice.
All of our heats to get through and then into the all-important finals. Yesterday, though, we kicked off round 3 with a round of 4 heats. Mm-hmm. We had 2 heats for Junior Rotax. Sonny Morgan took a heat win. Lucas Howell for TH Corsa, not get that wrong this day, took the second of the Junior Rotax heats. The Rotax 177 first heat was won by Archie Elliott, and the Senior Rotax 162 was won by Jensen Watts. Now then, about Jensen Watts,
yes.
You know how last Sunday, Nick, there was a very low-key birthday celebration.
It was a very, very, very important birthday, which was kept from me until your wife told me.
Well, there's a man out there who's trying to keep his birthday
Really?
low-key.
Who would that be?
And that's birthday boy Jensen Watts.
Birthday boy Jensen Watts.
No longer birthday boy, but birthday man, because he turns 20 today, no longer a teenager. Mrs. Watts having to give up a little boy, her boy becomes a man.
21.
Not quite got the key of the door.
21.
Yeah. Is that still the key of the door, 21?
I don't think there's anything you need to be 21 for. It might be like an HGV Class 3 or something, but everything else you can do at 18.
Certainly insurance on your car.
Yeah, but no, you can still be insured, just £1 million and then less.
Now, this is not a cue for you to sing happy birthday.
No,
right,
I'm not doing that again because no one joined in.
But a big happy
depressing.
birthday to Jensen Watts, who will be referred to as birthday boy pretty much all day, because all day, Jensen,
he will be birthday boy.
It is your birthday. I know you did want to keep lucky. The good news is there is cake in that Jensen Watts awning, the Burrell awning, the Burrell Art awning.
That's not good news.
Why?
Until it comes here.
It is on its way.
Oh, yes, cake.
Afternoon tea and cake.
Marvellous.
So we're going to kick things off with a heat. It's the second of our Senior Rotax heats. Jensen Watts, birthday boy, is starting in this heat. He's starting down in 25th. But at the front of the row, it is the turn of Elliot Barrell to take pole position. Harry Wright will start alongside him. Row 2 has Braden Hill and Liam Deedman. And then we've got Ollie Varney and Tommy Lee Davis. Matthew Lambert and Aidan Pomeroy start on row 4. Row 5 is current Senior Rotax champion, of course, Bobby Rosier, carrying the number 1. He starts alongside Simon Spagnuolo. Kieran Thompson and Nathan Jensen start on row 6. And then we've got Archie Carter and Henry Stratton starting on row 7. James Wood, who had a great run yesterday, the number 12. James, a long way from home. He comes from Workington in Cumbria. He's alongside Ethan Wyatt, the first of the Wyatts on this grid. Row 9, George Hulman, Billy Edgecombe. And then we've got Josh Della Carter and Ethan Lomax on row 10. Row 11 is Jack Maidman and Michael Thompson. Samuel Christensen and Ben Ballou start on row 12. Birthday Boy and Martin Bramwell start on row 13. Billy Vogt and Ollie Hughes on row 14. Now we've got Zach Fletcher, Ryan Shepherd, Samuel Hawthorne, Gregory Ackers, And then the two novice plate drivers, James Cutting and Rhys Knight, they round off a 34-cart field.
Who was the guy from Workington?
James Wood.
So he can tell us where to eat apart from that pub for
Yes,
the other plates.
he can. Yes, he can. We have got the sound of carts being let loose from the collecting area. No, stop singing, Nick.
I'm allowed to sing.
You may be allowed to sing, but it's probably not best if you did.
Apparently, if I'd done that on a proper BBC show or something, we'd have had to pay royalties to Simon and Garfunkel.
I don't even know what you sang there.
The sound of carting.
Like
did you?
The
sound
right.
of silence.
All right. I tend
to
to
listen to me slightly more, please.
I tend to blank you off.
Fair enough. Most people do.
Especially when you start
How do you think I stayed married so long?
Especially when you start singing. Now then, the sun's beginning to shine through those horrible clouds. Low clouds, that's what's caused the mist this morning. That's going to clear, and the forecast is to get bright and sunny by about 11 o'clock. Carter's weaving around on the straight. We may even get another run through. We're going to miss out the dogleg chicane. That's the name of the right, left, right chicane. That they're just on the driver's right there. And they come through onto the tram line. It's a bit messy at the back. They may get another run round. And I think, they have been given the go-ahead to go around again. So the number 97, Elliot.
They've sorted the timing out from yesterday.
They have, yes. Yeah. Or have they? I've still got one lap. The time stays the same, but they're showing one lap of racing, which is very confusing for my small brain. No comments, please. If you have got comments, keep them coming on the YouTube channel, the Karting Live TV YouTube channel. I'll be with you all day long. Even in the breaks, we will have something running.
Yes.
Not just a test card.
Well, it might be a sort of a solid piece of picture going,
yes.
Marvellous.
Flags blowing in the wind. It's a very interesting track, this. It's a very much a compromise. You need a lot of bottom end. There's a lot of very tight hairpin switchbacks. Some very sweeping, fast, where you need a lot of grip through the Rapids Bends, for instance, and even through the dogleg. It's a chicane, but it's very, very quick entry. And all very important to get you out onto that main straight and across the line. Here they come now onto the main straight, missing out that dogleg for the start. And we should get things underway. We do indeed, and we are racing. Into turn one has gone the 35, though. That's Braden Hill from the second row. He didn't take too much of coaxing through and into the first time for this morning through the left-hander at Summit, and then immediately the Valley right-hand hairpin along that short stretch there, the Hanger Straight that's called, into a right-hand hairpin named after Frank Allway, the founder member of the Dunkeswell Kart Club here. We call that Always. And then this left-hand hairpin there, that's called Pennant, which is a part of a wing of an aeroplane.
It's part of a wing. I'll turn myself up.
Showing respect and homage to the
sub-direction there. Coming down the Woodland Straight for the second time. They're going to go into the dogleg, which really is just a chicane. I don't know what the dogleg is. It's a full-on chicane.
Well, it's the shape of a dogleg, isn't it?
You've got a very weird dog. Second and third, 2 and 7, which is Varney and Lambert.
The timing has sorted itself out. One lap of racing completed then. Braden Hill, Elliot Barrell, Ollie Varney, Matthew Lambert, Bobby Rosier, Harry Wright, Tommy Lee Davis 7th, James Wood up to 8th, Archie Carter, George Hulme, Simon Spagnuolo just outside the top 10 in 11th. We've got the number 27 spearing off at a tangent there on the outside of the final turn, of the first turn actually, just in front of us. And that Zach Fletcher finds himself at the back of the grid. Now he's on a recovery drive. They're already at the top end of the track there and into the Hanger hairpin, Nick, and out of there and onto the Woodland Straight.
Yeah, and again, I think we've seen this quite a bit in the four heats yesterday, is that it seems to be you can make a break at the front in this particular layout. It's a very different layout, Dunkeswell, from many of the other tracks we go to. It's a very thin, long circuit. You've got, I think probably it's the longest circuit from A to B, but also the narrowest circuit from left to right. I mean, it must be fantastic when on a KZ here and you skip out the dogleg. You've been at 200 miles an hour at the first corner.
That is very, very fast into turn one, into the pit bend. We had a change for fifth place there as James Wood went down the inside of current champion Bobby Rosier. James really is having a great weekend here on the number 12. He's up into fifth place now. The leader, though, Braden Hill, controlling the pace slightly. Elliot Barrell on number 97, who started on the front row of the grid on pole position, following him round, got a bit of a cushion to third place, Ollie Varney. But whether or not they'll concertina together, it looks like they may do, Nick. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts there about to come together into turn one.
And they're certainly clobbering that first corner.
James Wood's on a flyer here. James Wood, he's picking them off into turn 1.
He's in fifth now.
He's in fourth. He's just just gone past Matthew Lambert, the number 7.
Along the hanger straight. And that's here, so he must be the guy with the gold helmet.
Is that Matthew Lambert in third?
Fourth's got the gold helmet.
Out the numbers there. Yeah, I think that might be Ollie Varney still in third on the number 2. Yes, it is. It does say number 2, doesn't it? Yeah. Then the number 12. Now, James Wood, he's coming together. He's on the rear bumper now. That's the 4th cart in that train there.
Oh, it's not gold. It's yellow and red from this distance.
It's kind of a yellow helmet, isn't it?
Yeah, yellow with a bit of red. It looked gold in the other shot from a long distance away.
Let's see if he can pick off the number 2. He's picked off a place each time through this one. Not this time for James Wood, though. Slots in behind Ollie Varney. Now, Ollie Varney's carrying the number 2. He's the 2023 vice champion in this class at the NKC. So we'll see just what James Wood has. He's certainly having a cracking weekend with a good finish yesterday. And Braden Hill into the left-hander at Pennant and then out through the sweeps of the Rapids Bends. And look at that, James Wood, the number 12, glued to the rear bumper of that number 2. Ollie Varney, he's aware. James Wood pulling out.
Yeah.
Oh, no, slots back in.
I'll think about it, but perhaps not. But now he's got the chance to do it at this pit bend. He's lining up Varney. We pop out there, he's out on the inside, and no. Chopped across the nose, didn't get it. Come on the exit now, so still in with 4th again. It's the green helmet of Varney fighting against the orange and because they are very similarly liveried. Now, I think they both are, after our conversation yesterday, both are in the same team, aren't they? They have the same stickers. We never say it again. Let's not. But it's they're coming together with barrels. So 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are coming right together. So they go for the back end of the circuit through Rapids Bend.
So number 2, Ollie Varney's with Cartal Motorsport, and James Wood is with DJSW Motorsport. So
someone needs to get a different sticker kit then.
They're
because
very
there's 3 similar. Well, actually, 2nd and 4th must be the same. Oh, no, they're not. That's subtly different. Obviously, blue and the red is now the top sticker combination. There's 3 of them go around the bottom bend now together, and the 12 has snuck up. Wood has got inside. Varney.
Ollie Varney
got past Burrell, so Burrell's gone down 2. Yeah, the 97's now in 4th, and it's now Varney in 2nd and Wood in 3rd. And then you can see him on the camera right now, going down the hang straight and up the inside. He's going to go Wood, and he's out braking him through always, and he's got it. Wow. Look at that, straight through. So 12 now. So Wood's made 2 places this one, Joe.
Yeah, Ollie Varney went down the inside of Barrel and James Wood went with him. And that James Wood, he's got momentum from everywhere. Pretty much anywhere on this track is where he can pass. And now he's got by Ollie Varney. So it's
down up the inside. He's going to go Wood. He's out braking him
down the inside.
Always, and he's got it.
Varney.
Didn't see much there yesterday. So it's one of the earlier changes. They come past us now. Our commentary booth is right above this corner. We're about 2 stories up, looking down on this first corner pit bend, and we can see him as they sprint away from us. But it's now a case for James Wood to try and make up the 3/4 second. He was behind Braden Hill the last time.
I think he's already doing that, Nick. He's pulled a gap. He's pulled a gap from Ollie Varney and broke away from any kind of advances that Ollie Varney might have. And Ollie Varney not exactly dropping back towards Elliot Barrow as they go through the Rapids Bends towards the hairpin there, hugging the curb on the right side. And you can see James Wood now right on the rear bumper of Braden Hill. Braden Hill's gap to the lead, or in the lead, has gone from 0.7 of a second. Let's see where it is as they cross the line now. It's gone down to just under 0.2. So James Wood now right on the rear bumper with 1.5 minutes or so to go. James Wood looking very good indeed and very strong here at Dunkeswell.
Yeah, he's looking left and right, but I think he himself is trying to weigh up where Braden is a little bit weaker than him as he feels, because he was taking slightly different lines, just seeing what Braden's doing. Give himself a lap to work out where he might be able to make a lunge. You can see now, Joe, he's helping him along, actually. He's pushing, he's giving him a couple of miles an hour down the straight, I think.
He's not want to give him any sort of inch. He stays on his bumper through the hairpin here. Need to stay there, keep the momentum right under his rear wing, if it was a wing. It's a rear bumper, of course.
Yeah, it's
and then into the chicane, the dog leg there. This is where James has had momentum out of there, and it's carried him down the inside of many, many drivers, but defensive.
Yeah.
Defensive
worked,
from Braden Hill.
That really worked, because as he came out, he actually managed to make Wood lose some momentum, and suddenly he's lost 3 or 4 cart lengths. He's got it back again now, but he was definitely lost 3 or 4 cart lengths. He accelerated out of pit bend, and he's brought the other 3rd and 4th back into them.
Yeah, and that's because Braden Hill has slowed down the pace of the leaders by having to defend. That's allowing Billy Vogt in the 19, who's gotten ahead of Olivani. Bobby Rosier has come through, and look who that is in 6th spot there. Jensen Watts, birthday boy, up to 6th from down in 25th. So that's a great points haul for Jensen Watts.
And they're going to get the last lap board this time round. If they're just going to miss getting an extra lap, 2 seconds ago, 1 second dead. Yep, they haven't got a pass. The start finish is coming up in a couple of corners' time. And they're going to have this onto the last lap. And there's all happening in the middle of the top 5.
Oh, a problem for Watts there.
You had a look around the back
93, yeah. He looked. That's not the side that his engine's on, though. That's the other side.
Well, he heard something.
Yeah, maybe he did. Let's see if the number 12 then can get ahead of our leader, Braden Hill. They're on the final lap, so time running out for James Wood to get through.
Yeah, Wood's fiddling with something on the right-hand side.
That may be his vent. In fact, there's been a move there, Nick. I think that's James Wood through and into the lead. So the number 12 will be able to check this. Yes, he has.
Yes, he's
leading. Made the move on those infield switchbacks.
Whilst we were worrying about what was going wrong with Watts. So actually, it was on camera. You just weren't looking at a bit of the camera.
Here he comes then, James Wood. What a drive this is for James Wood, the number 12, down from Cumbria. And will take a heat win. Maximises, right, but look at that behind. That was a cracking finish from all of those drivers. So Braden Hill behind James Wood for 2nd, Billy Vogt 3rd, Olivani 4th, Bobby Rosier, the current champion, 5th, Birthday Boy was 6th, Elliot Barrell 7th, Samuel Hawthorne 8th, 9th was George Hume, Tommy Lee Davis 10th, and the rest of the field there on the timing board there on the side of the screen. As we complete that heat and go forward immediately into our next round of heats, which will be Junior Rotax. It will be their 3rd heat for this class, and I've got to say that was an outstanding drive from quite a few drivers in that field. Of note, Billy Vogt in the 19 coming through, Bobby Rosier, Jensen Watts. But James Wood is absolutely on fire here this weekend. Gives us a little bit of a chance to tell you about the calendar. Here we are at round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC. It's the 3rd round of the overall 2024 season. It is the 3rd and final round of the Southern Cup. We've split the NKC into 2 sections this year. The first 3 rounds, Southern-based tracks, will form a Southern Cup championship, a 3-round championship. The 4th, 5th and 6th rounds, they're north of here for sure, Wilton Mill, and then we go to Three Sisters in the northwest, and then the northeast of England, just outside of Sunderland for Warnlaw. They will be the final 3 rounds of the 2024 overall Junction 6 season, but they will form 3 rounds for a 3-round Northern Cup championship. So after today, Nick, we get to crown our Southern Cup winners. Yep,
it's the Southern Championship. The Northern Championship, of course, begins at Wilton Mill, but let's not talk about that, which actually is south of Watford Gap.
Well, it's north of here.
But it's south of Watford Gap.
And you're from Gillingham, so that's well north, isn't it?
Exactly. It's like a completely different country as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
But yeah, so the Southern Cup, which of course is comprised of round 1 at Clay Pigeon, round 2 a few weeks ago at the Marvel. I can't remember where we were now. I've forgotten to tell you where we were. Forest Edge. And then we were at Dunkeswell. I was sitting there in my mind going, yeah, it was raining. We were in the middle of the track. What's the track called? What's going on?
It's a lovely place.
The thing I remember most about Forest Edge, I can't talk about on here.
I have no idea.
It was waiting 20 minutes for you at the start of the entire meeting.
All right, you can't really talk about that.
No.
Beautiful place, though. Beautiful place.
Beautiful place.
Great addition to the NKC.
Yeah, I'm sure. I hope we'll come back.
Right, we've got a grid. Tom Holden. I think I've run out of time, Nick, because you were rattling on about...
Tom Holden from Jaden Shearing, Will Swell, Sam Mott, Barnaby Grubb, Theo Bush, Melissa Adrian, Freddie Theobald, Charlie Elmgrove, Matt Gestrix, Alexander Terenoff, Algie Hardeman, Kassari Veserek, Lucy Lovell.
Right.
There you are.
The grid is there on the timing board. We're going to get things underway because that
start,
looks like a good start.
Job.
Yes,
good
and
job.
Thanks to Sam Mott's dad for coming in and telling us.
Thanks, Sam.
You had us, us live earlier.
Yeah, but whatever you may have not heard didn't happen. Clean start. They've gone round really nicely around the pit bend for the first time there.
It's a nice wide bend this to start off the lap here at Dunkeswell, and it allows for 3, sometimes 4 wide racing here, and it really does allow the field to settle down and get themselves sorted out, especially for mixed grid type of karting, which has got fast drivers at the back, the middle, and the front, and not so fast drivers throughout the grid as well. We're going to let them settle in because we've got so many changes going on these first few quarters.
No, yes, no, who's winning? I don't know. Could be anybody. But it's nice break there. Is that Jaden Shearing has made the break? I wasn't quite sure whether he got away on the lead. He's ducking down to improve the aerodynamics. He immediately got up again. He's like, I think he ducked down, realised he couldn't see anything, and then got his head back up again. So as the time is going to tell us, it's going to be who's in the lead.
Sam Mott.
Sam Mott has gone right in the 33 car.
I was singing this morning, spurred him on. He sat in the car, listening in on the car radio.
Just so you know that Sam and his dad managed to hear our warm-up and our chats, and for some reason Joe and I decided to do Karting the Musical for ourselves because we're both old and weird. But they have heard that, so what can we say? One of our microphones is open, but it's fine. Right, coming down round the infield for the second time, and there's a battle there, and I think that's the battle for third, fourth and fifth. I think the first two may have got away. I'm craning my neck. It's a very hard track to see. Right at the far end, it's so far. It's about 400 and something metres from where we are, the far end of the track.
It's a long way, isn't it? Almost half a kilometre.
And once again, a little nod there from Sam. He kind of almost headbutts the steering wheel and kind of attempt to get a slight aerodynamic advantage. But it's third and fourth we're looking at the moment, which is the number 10 car of Will Swells, has made up third place in the last circle of the track. And it's Melissa Adrian now is in fourth on the 100 kart. And they are certainly, the first two have broken away in order, Mott and Holden, and now it's these two, Adrian and Swales, battling over the bottom of the podium if you had podiums for heats.
Sonny Morgan up at the 7th ahead of Barnaby Grubb into turn 1 there, and he will come through in 7th place next time by if he doesn't take any more places, that is. Sonny Morgan, a driver on a charge. He's on the multicoloured liveried cart just down the order from there. But Sam Mott, a gap of 1.1 seconds as he came through. And Tom Holden not being able to hold on to Sam Mott. See what I did there?
Yeah, very good.
He's keeping Will Swales behind him, though.
You're a linguistic master.
Here they come then. Let's see what Sam Mott's gap is this time. 1.2, so he's gone out to 10th. Tom Holden, Will Swales, Melissa Adrian, Jaden Shearing, Sonny Morgan up to 6th,
yeah,
actually.
I think Morgan in the rainbow-coloured car appears to be the guy who's really on the move at the moment. He's actually made a place just then, going up the inside of Summit, so I think he's up to 6th. So we find the rainbow-coloured cart.
Up to 5th.
Yeah, so the rainbow, which is a couple of carts back, I think, Matt. It's quite easy to see. It's rainbow-coloured.
That's him
there. He is.
There he is, Sonny Morgan. He's got a bit of a gap now to the cart in front of him. Sonny Morgan should have Melissa Adrian on the number 100. That is the next cart on his list to tick off. He is the driver on a move. The fastest cart on the track at the moment is Jasmine Taylor, and she was posting fastest laps yesterday in the couple of heats we saw from the juniors. Got down to 47. She's down to a 48-1 here, down in 20th and building up. Current championship leader, Jaden Sherwood, is not in this one, is he?
No, because they're rotating around.
Sorry, I got mixed up there. Jaden Shearing is the Jaden that we've got in the field.
Yeah, he's got down to 6th from starting in pole.
Sonny
we're going past the sad guy every single time. He's got his cart on the. He's standing in front of our camera because he's in the middle of the track where he broke down. And every time we go past, he's standing there like, it's not working. My cart's broken down.
I know what that feels like.
We all do. It's like, I'm very, very sad about my cart. Yes, we know.
Here they come back towards us then, out of the dog leg. Sam Mott has absolutely been outstanding here. He pulled a gap at the beginning, and that gap has gone out or stayed steady. Tom Holden, though, fastest lap for a moment there before Lucas Howell took it off him, the number 19. The TH Corsa driver took a heat win yesterday, and he's up to 6th there. He's following Sonny Morgan through, and a 47.8 is, I think, the first lap we've seen in the 47s as a best lap. So, man on a move, Lucas Howell, he goes very well at Dunkeswell, doesn't he?
So Morgan, absolutely now, from being the man pressurising others, he's now under pressure. That was the move.
That's the move.
As a best lap.
Come out
so, man on a move, Lucas Howell.
This replay comes off, and there we are. It's hanger hairpin.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, top of the corner. I was the wrong.
You got a hanger straight and a hanger hairpin.
Yeah, I know. That's why I got confused.
Do you know what? You instantly confused me, and I just read it.
Got two hangers. That's the hanger hairpin right there. And this is turn 1.
The weather doesn't look that bad, by the way.
No, it's not. It's sun shining here.
That particular camera has decided to be a depressed camera, making things look way worse.
Sonny Morgan moving out the way kind of moving out the way and letting Lucas Howell through, it looked like.
That's weird. Why would he do that?
He went very wide indeed. Now, I'm not sure if he was taking the optimum line through the Summit hairpin, but that has allowed Lucas Howell, the TH Corsa driver now, pulling away from Sonny Morgan and chasing after Will Swills. Now, Will Swills, he's on the Coles racing cart, and we had this battle yesterday, didn't we, between TH Corsa and Coles, and there it is. This one's for third place there. That's Sonny Morgan. And the battle is just ahead of there, the number 19. Let's follow the number 19 if we can, boys.
So that's position 4, isn't it? 3 and 4 going around the bottom corner right now. Pit bend, bottom corner, the same thing as far as I'm concerned. And now sweep into Summit, which is a very fast sweep. And the positions change, I think. No, it's the switch back. Will Swell's lost it, got it back again. This is a 4-corner fight, but it's going to be Howell get it by going into Always. Oh, he tried to stop him, but it was just... Oh, no, he's got it back again. That's 4 times it's changed. That's 5. So they managed to change it. And there's the 20 of Morgan catching up. That position for third changed 5 times during those 4 corners.
It's those switchback hairpins, isn't it? Summit, Valley, Always and Pennon. It's the nature of the track here at Dunkeswell. Makes for great racing. And as long as you have drivers that are willing to compromise and give a bit of space, then we will be able to get fair and great racing here. Sonny Morgan now onto the back end of the number 10. Will Swills has got the company of Sonny Morgan. Lucas Howell, the number 19, has moved slightly ahead now, and the cushion is comfortable, I'd say, Nick. He's pulled away from Swills, hasn't he?
But it's Morgan now against Swales, isn't it? So Sonny Morgan urges the cart forward, leans forward, that obviously makes it way quicker.
Yes, here we go. In towards and through the Rapids bends there, sweeping right and then left. And then immediately into the braking area for the hanger hairpin. This is them coming out of that hairpin there. The leaders are already gone through. The leader, in fact, Sam Mott, already crossing the line. 44 seconds on the clock there. They're lapping in the 48, so it's going to be touch and go. They should get the 1 lap to go board next time by, but there's only going to be literally seconds in it. That's a great shot. It's a very fast first corner here, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they really are flowing around there without a great desire to lose speed. They're putting power back on again on the exit as quickly as possible. Coming into Always for the possibly the penultimate time. I don't think they're going to get... They might get 2 laps, actually. The leader's a little bit further ahead. They've got 15 seconds to go. Where's the leader now? He's going through that section of Rapids Bend. Now they're through Rapids Bend, the hanger, so 7, 6, 5. It's going to be really close. I think they're just going to miss it, I think. There's the leader. 2 to go. Yep, just going to miss it. So this is going to be on to the last lap, and that's the battle there. As Morgan's right up the backside of Swales. Oh, and Swales took, I think, too much curb there, but Morgan wants to make the most of it. Then Swales blocks him coming into pit bend. Yeah. But they're trying to go right round. The Buffalo Girls round the outside, but they're actually letting the 30 of Maxim Smith in with a chance of picking up some positions as they go into Summit.
So Sonny Morgan was right on the outside of Pitts Bend, and this has allowed Maxim Smith the speed to get inside Sonny Morgan, but this is what we've seen so many times here. Sonny Morgan coming back and taking that position back at Always, and then through into Pennant almost immediately. Sonny Morgan hangs on to that, and he will hang on to 5th place around to the checkered flag there. Just a few corners to go for everybody, and Sam Mott already into the dogleg chicane. He will take the checkered flag to take the first heat for the junior Rotax class today. In 2nd place was Tom Holden. Lucas Howell with a fine drive through the field and up to 3rd. Will Swills was 4th, just keeping Sonny Morgan back. Maxim Smith tried. He did have a go, didn't he? But he will finish 6th. Melissa Adrian 7th. Reece Green 8th. 9th was Jaden Shearing. And then rounding off the top 10 was Charlie Fgrave. And there is the remaining 29 runners in the junior Rotax class.
Obviously, we put Sam Mott in such a good mood because he was listening to our tapes earlier.
Yeah, carting the musical.
He's just run up the lead. Thanks to all you who are commenting on the YouTube stream. Hello to Ella Haynes, who says, good luck, Nathan. Gift shop. I know you got that title. Says, good luck, Nathan Jensen. Sarah Wright says, good luck, Has. Go, go, go. Simon Keyboard, James Wood is a missile.
He really is. Yeah.
Sarah Wright, hold your nerve, Harry, you got this. It's probably a previous race.
You know who Simon Keeble is, don't you?
No. Should I?
Yeah.
Oh, go on, tell me.
Simon is the 2022 Senior Rotax champion.
Oh, okay. Right. Sorry about that.
And then he went into retirement.
Well, come back.
Retired at the top.
Oh, well. Paul Sims says, cheering on Billy Edgecombe from Portimao. I was in Portimao a few weeks ago. And I'll be in Portimao again in the last, actually the very first week of November.
Okay, Nick, enough of you.
What is this show all about?
Portimao, by the sound of
It's
it.
all about me. I've got 3 days on the track. I've got a 3-day track day in there.
So, Paul Sims, what are you doing at Portimao?
I think he lives there, doesn't he?
No, well, no.
Victoria Bevan, supporting Lincoln all the way from the Isle of Man. Proud of my boy.
Yeah, Victoria, great to have you along.
It's another country, you see, Isle of Man. We'll count that.
We have got, Nick.
What have we got?
We've got the senior Rotax 177s out. Next, their first heat, so Archie Elliott take the win from David Simpson. Daniel Hammett was third, and then just outside that top 3 was Nathan Chafford, Joshua Pickford and Jake Davis. We've got a grid in front of us now, Nick. We've got Ben Hitch, first of the Masters, starting on the pole position with Zach Fontenue alongside. We've got Lewis Crocker and Marty Gilfillan on row 2. Rhys Llewellyn, who is now with TH Corsa. I mentioned yesterday that he was with Howarth Racing. That's not the case. Rhys moving teams and now with TH Corsa. He's on row 3 with Josh Howard. Harrison Crook, another TH Corsa driver. Harrison alongside Matthew Lear on row 4. Richard Evans and Jake Davis are on row 5. Paul Morant, hello Helen. I'm sure she's watching while she's cooking the Sunday dinner.
Well, she's going to the pub.
Shh. Joshua Golin is alongside Paul on row 6. Row 7 is Alex Thomas and Will Milner. Then we've got David Simpson and Cole Edwards. Tyler Fossey and Gary Cox are on row 9. Row 10 is Scott Smith and Sean Rudge. Cameron Marston and Joshua Pickford are on row 11. Nathan Chafffer, Max Williamson are on row 12. Chris Abram and George Willis are next. Then Archie Elliott and Ollie Bailey, row 14. Row 15 is current championship leader Ryan Taylor-Truman and Daniel Hammett. Now, Ryan Taylor-Truman is winner of round 1 and winner of round 2, going for a full quarter of wins here this weekend, but he's not thinking about that. He's thinking about the overall championship.
Southern Cup would come to him as well, of course. Southern Comfort would come to him, which probably would as well. And they're we're going to
go around again.
They're not away. I don't know why that never looked like it was going to start, that one.
No, of course not.
I've got another comment here. It's from a Matt Guppy. He tells us, great coverage, guys. Who's the pro on camera 2? So awesome.
He's a bit of a diva, actually.
Yeah,
he's a good friend of ours.
He's a bit of a diva. I'd like to point out that no one watching knows which camera's which, Matt. So camera 2 could be any of them.
Yeah, camera 2 is a real diva.
Yeah.
He's a good-looking guy, but
is he?
His attitude's all wrong.
Well, that's true, actually, yeah. The good news is that
he doesn't realise how good-looking he is.
Nah. What he's told me is he's going to do all the packing up on his own today.
Is he really?
Yeah, it's on
just as a gesture.
It's going to happen now because it's on the show. It's on
for
the
missing dinner.
Yeah, missing dinner. And then going on about the other thing he did, the unforgivable thing he did earlier. Do you know what it was? Going on about how good Coldplay were.
Sorry?
But Coldplay were marvellous.
He doesn't strike me as a depressive.
on Glastonbury. I love Coldplay. Thinking, dear, oh dear. Gravinelli won 1977. Good luck, Jake.
I hope you're going to be hurry up because we're about to go racing here, Nick. As
I've hurried up.
Come across into the tram lines to take the start. Now, that looks... To be honest, that looks a little bit messy, lads. That looks very, I'm not surprised. Yeah, that looks very messy indeed. I'm not sure. Now, this is Senior Rotax.
Going really slowly.
Senior Rotax 177s here.
Should know better, lads, shouldn't they, really, honestly?
Yeah, lads and lasses, because Marty Gilfillan is up there as well. But cool. Marty is on the second row, so she is just being stifled by the 2 front runners.
What is going on? They lost a cart. They rescued a cart because someone's already running into the middle of the track with a cart stand. Oh, yeah, someone's broken up the infield in front of Matt again.
See, number 14.
Number 14. See, this is why he's the best camera 2 we've got.
He's the only camera 2 we've got. Gary Cox, one of the masters. Is
the dance lady, who would have enjoyed our musical earlier, says, go Zach. Go Zach. Is there a Zach in this?
How do you know the dance lady enjoyed our musical?
No, she would enjoy our musical.
Oh, she would have.
Because she's the dance lady.
I see, yes.
All good musicals need a dance number, don't they?
Well, Zach Fontenue is starting on the front row.
Oh, blimey, go Zach indeed.
Yeah, here he comes then.
Well, hopefully he's starting. They can't get this one going, can they, at the moment?
Yeah, Ben Hitch.
Now, because it's 2 starts, they've kept the clock going. So they've kept the clock going for the second full start.
Ah, right, okay. So
they have done this before, where you lose a minute if you double full start.
He wants them in the tram lines. That's what he's asking for. The starters want them in the tram lines. Now we break ranks.
They broke early, didn't they?
And now we go racing.
Okay, fair enough.
And down into turn 1 has gone the lead. The pole position driver, Ben Hitch. He leads into and out of turn 1.
And they reset the clock again back to 8 minutes, so they are getting the full run this time through I must learn the name of the corners. Keep looking up the whole time. So they start and they're going to the hanger straight. You take over because I've lost you to
totally
talk.
Lost, haven't you? That's Frank Allway. That's why it's called Allway's Corner. Into the left-hander now is Pennant, and then off through the Rapids Bends here on lap 1. 8 minutes and 1 lap are heats here in the Junction 6 NKC as they go through the hanger hairpin for the first time.
Break.
And then back towards Ash on the gantry there, our cameraman Ash, who will take us through the dogleg
by far
chicane.
our best gantry cameraman.
And then across the line to complete lap 1. It's Ben Hitch from pole position. Zach Fontenue following him through. The number 34 is Josh Howard in third. Then Lewis Crocker, Harrison Crook, Rhys Llewellyn, Jake Davis, Richard Evans, Ryan Taylor Truman from 29th to 9th.
That's a few points, isn't it?
Ryan Taylor Truman has taken 20 positions in 1 lap of racing. Cole Edwards, the number 10, rounds off the top 10. Where is Marty Gilfillan? Marty Gilfillan finds herself at the back of the field.
What's happened?
So off camera, there has been some
kerfuffle.
sort of kerfuffle incident, and Marty Gilfillan, Tyler Fossey is at the back of the field, but Tyler Fossey, where did Tyler start? Tyler started 17th, so Tyler down in 27th as well, and Daniel Hammett, Daniel started at the back, so Daniel's made up
There's
two
been
positions.
some moving around. So Zach Fontenue is the centre of attention here. There's 3 other carts trying to get past him, which is Howard, Crook and Llewellyn. Fontenue, I must admit, a bit. Oh, and he's lost it, so second place has changed, and it's got. I think that might be Harrison Crook actually managed to pick up
it is.
into
It's
second
number
place.
6, I was going to tell you. Up to third place now, just behind Zach Fontenue, has gone Harrison Crook.
No, he's in second now. He's gone past Fontenue.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, Fontenue. I'm going to say first about Fontenue. Fantastic to see someone using different colours. That green and red makes him instantly recognisable. I take it it's a privateer, is he? Fontenue, because he's running a colour scheme I've not seen before on the front of the car. But he's now in third as Harrison Crook has taken over second. Nice lead for Ben Hitch there. It's going to be about 1.5 seconds as they come around the dog leg for the third racing time. Crossing the line now. Heads down as they sweep into the pit bend. And a little bit of action there for 4th and 5th between Howard and Llewellyn, but it was kind of backed out of. And the lead extends ever more for Ben Hitch.
Well, Harrison Crook, remember, second at round 1, second at round 2, so 2 podium finishes at Clay Pigeon and Forest Edge, and he'll be wanting to increase that points haul back towards Ryan Taylor Truman, who has actually only got a 1-point lead at the top of the table, so it's very, very tight between Taylor Truman and Harrison Crook. These two battling it out with the first and second. 3 heat wins for Harrison Crook over the 2 rounds, 2 heat wins for Ryan Taylor Truman. That's why they've stayed so close. And now Harrison Crook tries as much as he can to close that gap to Ben Hitch. Behind them, the 74, Jake Davis, ahead of Josh Howard into turn 1. That's pit bend. So up into 5th place has gone the 74. Ryan Taylor Truman through in 7th there that time.
There's a little gap between 6th and 7th. Yeah, it's about 1.5 seconds between 6th and 7th at the moment. But yeah, Ben Hitch is pulling away. So Harrison Crook is not gaining on Ben. He gained another 0.3 of a second in the last lap. And there you can see Zach Fontenue getting into a little bit of a scrap hit there with the blue 74 of Jake Davis. I think it's been a bad lap for Fontenue, because that means he's dropped down to 6th, or perhaps Davis has moved forward too. But certainly Fontenue not finding the rarefied atmosphere at the front of the grid to his liking at the moment. But he'll settle his natural position by the end of these 8 minutes.
So the number 6, Harrison Crook, another TH Corsa driver. Ben Hitch on the number 41. Ben is a privateer and currently leading this heat. We've got coming up to 3.5 minutes remaining. Fastest lap of the race last time by Ryan Taylor Truman. 48.4 now, and he's right on the tail of Josh Howard. And if we don't see a move there, I'd be very surprised. That's the, I think that's what that one there, Nick. I might be wrong. We're looking for the
Taylor
number.
Truman is 3.
Number 3.
There he is, going into the Rapids Bends and into Hangar. This is Rapid Bends, sorry, now into Hangar. It's very similar, two very similar looks at some point. So we've been Hangar now, and he's coming up the trying to look the inside of Fontenot. I'm sure he'll wait for pit bend, because it's just single line through dog leg, really.
I see what you mean about the green and red stripes on
Right,
Zach.
yeah.
I mean, he
Brilliant.
is a privateer. Yeah,
brilliant. Well done. Oh, look at that.
And
Bats it in.
Yeah, there's the move there. Completely on the brakes in the braking area. Locking up the rear axle there. Harrison Crook.
No.
Sorry, Ryan Taylor Truman, the number 3. You know what?
Yeah.
Never speak when you're looking at a timing screen.
No.
I was looking at Harrison Crook, and I meant Ryan Taylor-Truman.
It's not like I've done the same thing 3 times already anyway.
Now then, the question is, we've got Harrison Crook, who's got a gap to 2.3 seconds to Ben Hitch. Ben, the first of the Masters here, remember. And what do I mean by Masters? Well, they're really old. Yes, you've got to be over 35 to qualify as a Master.
Can old be?
So it's a championship within a championship, a race within a race. We've got Masters trophies and a Masters championship within the 177 class. And down the inside is a challenge there from the 22 of Rhys Llewellyn on Harrison Crook. Rhys, you may remember, if you are familiar with the Junction 6 NKC for the past couple of years, Rhys Llewellyn was the Black Knight, wasn't he? He was all in black card, black suit. Now with TH Corsa, he has to run the bright colours of the blue and red.
It's awful.
So he's still trying to be the Black Knight with his black overalls and his black helmet though, and he's looking very challenging, isn't he? He's having a good drive here, is Rhys.
He's about to take over the man who's been one of the 2 leaders of the 177 class. A couple of laps to go, so he's got plenty of time to think about it, and the move will initially be attempted going round through the pit bend at the end of this race. He's up in the slipstream, trying to stay close through the dogleg, and now it's all about the power. I'm not sure about that, Matt. Obviously, the proper cars know what they're doing, but I can't help thinking I'm not sure about that much curve.
Well, the thing is, Rhys has got to be careful here because he's now with TH Corsa and Harrison Crook is his teammate.
Does that matter much?
Well, I'm not. Well, kind of does. You've got some
stare, bit of a stare over the awning, but you know, if you got through, you go. I don't care.
That's Nib Sports. Jake Davis there in fourth with Ryan Taylor-Truman right on the
bit of a
place swapping in that switchback here. That switchback sequence of hairpins there on the infield there, on the outfield here. It's not exactly on the inside of the track here. Here they come then. We've got less than a minute on the clock as Ben Hitch comes through the dogleg and will cross the line with 40 seconds or so on the clock. They're lapping in the 40th, so it's 2 more laps.
It's a nice lead for Hitch. It's at 3 seconds. He's slowly eked it out about a couple of tenths a lap. So the master is going to master this first heat of 177 for a Sunday morning here at Dunkeswell Raceway. But behind him, could be anyone's race for second.
It's 4 karts now, Nick, for second, third, fourth and fifth. Zach Fontenay just dropping off the back of them, but that's Harrison Crook on the number 6, Rhys Llewellyn, Ryan Taylor-Truman and Jake Davis. And they will battle all the way to the flag with 1 more lap to go when they cross the line. They've got a couple of corners. This one here, the hairpin at Hanger, and then into the chicane at the dogleg.
Oh, thinking about it.
There's a challenge there from Rhys Llewellyn. Bit of defensive driving from Harrison Crook. Just moved across on him, didn't he? Didn't allow him through. And if Rhys is not careful, he's going to lose third place.
Oh, they're all over the shop. I think Taylor-Truman there took a difficult line and nearly lost his position to 74. Basically, everyone nearly overtook everyone. Everyone nearly lost position. They stayed in the same place. Ryan Taylor-Truman trying to going around the outside of the summit. Is that going to work? Yes, he's got the inside. But look at the opportunities there from Jake Davis.
Jake Davis there taking the opportunity there with Ryan Taylor-Truman opening the door on Rhys Llewellyn, and then Jake Davis following him through, the Nib Sport driver right on the tail of the number 3. So Jake Davis, whether or not Jake Davis can continue and challenge Ryan Taylor-Truman, I don't think so, because we've got Harrison Crook now with Ryan Taylor-Truman on his bumper. Meanwhile, Ben Hitch is going to come out of the chicane and take the checkered flag and take a heat win. Meanwhile, behind him, we've got 2 wide across the line. Who's it going to be? It's Harrison Crook who takes second. The 2 championship protagonists side by side there with 45,000 of a second in. And Harrison Crook, the number 6, takes second. The number 3 of Ryan Taylor-Truman takes third. Jake Davis for Nib Llewellyn, who was kind of mugged down to 5th place there on that last lap. And then we've got Zach Fontenay in 6th, Cole Edwards 7th, Joshua Gollin 8th, 9th was Josh Howard, and then rounding off the top 10, Richard Evans. There's your 28 finishes there on the timing block on the side of the screen there. Interesting racing that, Nick. We saw a lot of people using the outside line through the hairpins at Summit Valley and then Always and then Pennon. It kind of opens things up, doesn't it, because of the way that you have to drive through that section.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more overtaking today in different places than we did yesterday. So whether people have learnt and watched and seen what could be done or it's just the different conditions, I'm not sure. Hello to Dan Haynes, 22, who earlier in the race commented, "Stay in the tram lines." That's why you can't start. And hello to Timothy Ball. How are you doing, mate? So we are now in our 4th of the 5 races prior to the church break. Yes, church breaks. It's weird, isn't it? How it has Thruxton has a church break.
Yeah, South of England thing, isn't it?
Silverstone used to have it, even on Grand Prix Sunday, but they managed to get rid of it.
For the Grand Prix?
No, for everything now.
Oh, really?
There used to be a church break at Silverstone. Well, the idea is that it's not actually, oddly, because it's noisy and you're going to upset the church. It's just the idea is that people would stop racing, wander off the local church, do a bit of worshipping and come back.
Nick, we have got for the first time this weekend, for the first time in round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC, we have got senior TKMs on the grid.
Smoky Joe.
Yeah, these are the 110cc air-cooled TKM engine karts. Slightly narrower track, slightly narrower wheelbase. So this does enable some very, very close racing. They're a little bit smaller in dimension to the Rotax classes, and you'll see a different type of racing, albeit very similar. The question on everybody's lips, though, is who is going to beat Mitchell Ball?
Yeah.
Round 1 at Clay Pigeon. Heat 1, win. Heat 2, win. Heat 3, 4th.
Oh, dear.
Final, the winner, top step of the podium. Round 2 at Forest Edge. 7th in Heat 1. 1st in Heat 2. 2nd in Heat 1. And then again, top step of the podium at Forest Edge. Jake Humphrey, he's trying. He's had a 3rd place in the final at round 1 and a 3rd place at the final at round 2. And then in 3rd place in the championship, Jamie Mead. He's had 2 2nd place heat finishes and he took a heat win in Heat 3 at Forest Edge. He finished 13th in the final of round 1. However, he finished 2nd in the final at Forest Edge. Behind the top 3 in the championship, Leo Crabtree, Ben Watson and Alexander Lehman. They are familiar names with senior TKMs here in the NKC. The grid looks like this. Row 1, Molly Nicholas Biles alongside championship leader Mitchell Ball. Ryan Layton and Harrison Morrow are on row 2. Joseph Phillips and Alexander Lehman are on row 3. We've got the first of the Masters, James King, who had the usual sort of technical issues in TKMs. James starts alongside James Hull on row 4. Leo Crabtree and Jack Crisp are on row 5. Matthew Temple-Purcell and Will Cregeen are next. Samuel King and Chris Whiteside are on row 7. Ben Watson and Joseph Booth are on row 8. And then we've got Mike Slate and Jake Humphrey with the last of the 19 kart field on the 10th row of the grid in 19th is James Workman.
I'm talking about Jake. Gavinelli, 1977. Good luck, Jake, in TKM Seniors. Fastest lap yesterday in practice. First time here and race against guys 5 or 6 years older. Here we go. We're going to get underway. And they are they underway?
I think so.
Oh, wow, that was a very...
I think we are racing. And Molly Nicholas Biles leads into and out of the pit bend and on towards Summit. That's the left-hand hairpin now. It's immediate switch back to the Valley hairpin. Out of that one and onto the Hanger Straight. It's a very short burst of straight there. Mitchell Ball just slotting in behind her. And then down the inside has gone Ball. Ball takes the lead on the number 1, the current champion.
Has he changed helmets? Didn't he used to have a Sunderland helmet?
He did used to have a Sunderland helmet, and it was mentioned, and he did mention it at Forest Edge to me, and I told him I was not very happy. And he just laughed.
Yes,
because he's from nowhere near.
Where's he from?
Where I'm from. He's from the Midlands.
Oh, yes, of course, yes, because he's Junction 6.
Junction 6 of the M6 is where his business is.
That's it, commercials, and he's oh dear, the second place man there was that Molly in second.
That's Molly, second place woman.
Second place person took way too much curb and bounced her off position, but the battle at the moment is between 4th and 5th. There's been a real nudger out there. They came together, and whoever was in 4th, I think it was Ryan Layton, it may have been Alexander Lehman, it's difficult to tell who was where, got absolutely... I think they sight themselves. I don't think there was any contact. They went so wide, and once you go to a certain point, Joe, there's no grip out there.
Well, he was well on the grass, and I think he's dropped about 10 places. We'll check that next time by. Meanwhile, behind Mitchell Ball, everybody queuing up. I think that's Harrison Morrow now into second spot.
In the black.
Yeah, on the black cart. And then the number 61 of Ryan Layton. So it wasn't right. It might be the 91 of Alexander Lehman, who's up into third.
Yeah.
They are both with the same team as well. Mitchell Ball with Flex.
So 91's definitely in 91. Yes, I think Lehman's in third, definitely. So someone's going to drop massively down the field.
Down into second, down the inside has gone Alexander Lehman. Down the inside of Harrison Morrow, the number 75 with Klassen. That's the black and white liveried cart of Klassen Motorsport. And here we are, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th now.
I think there's a four-car shuffle out there. I'm not sure where Molly Nicholas Biles held on to 4th there. There was certainly some Yeah, she has held on to fourth. Joseph Phillips was coming and thinking about it, and they kind of in and out, but the net result was still fourth place for Molly. But they are being quite comprehensively left by Mitchell Ball, who is on his way to another 50 points. Of course, the difference between TKM and all the other classes we have here is the same people race against each other every single heat.
Yes.
Whilst you do have a mixed grid, front, middle and back, your front, middle and back is against the same drivers. Of course, in the other classes, your front, middle and back is a different selection of the drivers.
Can be, yeah, because we have to split them into groups because there are so many. Mitchell Ball leads with a 2-second gap now to Alexander Lehman, his teammate. And third place, Harrison Morrow, Molly Nicholas Biles, Joseph Phillips. That's you second, third, fourth and fifth. And then behind them, Joseph Booth, Leo Crabtree, Will Cregeen, Ben Watson and James King. First of the Masters in 10th place overall.
Morrow was waving away at that point. I'm not sure he was upset with something. You see, it wasn't in the follow me, we'll try and catch up thing. But he was waving his hand as though he was upset with something from... Perhaps he got a little bit of a nudge from behind by Molly. I don't know.
Well, Molly has gotten through. Molly is through onto the back end now of... Isn't she?
No, she's same position. No,
she's still on the back of Harrison Morrow.
I think she may have given a little bit of a shovette, as you do when occasionally just lean people out the corner slightly.
It's not necessarily deliberate, Nick. It's just momentum, isn't it? Exactly. That carries you onto the rear bumper.
So certainly that's where it's at. Oh, and up the inside. No, it's not going to work. I think for Moyo, she's wide. And once again, I think this is what may have happened last time, and it's not in. Morrow's not really enjoying it, but the loser there is Molly Nicholas Biles, because through has gone in that kerfuffle with the 66 Joseph Phillips.
Lost another
place for the momentum there. And that's going to be Leo Booth or Crabtree. I'm not quite sure. But and she lost another one. I think both the 44 and the 45 went through. It's been a terrible couple of corners for Biles, who was actually challenging for second. For third. And I think may come across the line here in 6th or 7th.
Joseph Phillips on the 66. Tripping over Harrison Morrow there as they came through. We've got the two Flex Motorsport drivers, Mitchell Ball and Alexander Lehman, pulling a gap now to Harrison Morrow. He's on the Classen Motorsport black and white livery cart there, but look at that. Absolutely together. Harrison Morrow, Joseph Phillips, Joseph Booth, Leo Crabtree, Molly Nicholas Biles ending up down in 7th. Ben Watson through in 8th. But look at these. Absolutely swapping positions.
Oh, someone's got nudged right off out the corner there. That's the 44, so that is Crabtree. Crabtree, I think, and Molly, I think, nudged him, and she's given herself a technical issue. I don't know, it's gone yellow. It's gone yellow, nothing else.
Absolutely.
Got the replay. What happened here? Biles comes in.
Someone's got
at that point, it happened to her car as well, which she pulled off to the far of the left side. So Nicholas Biles isn't moving anymore.
Did she continue?
No, she didn't. She pulled off. So I think she pulled off. Some of the very similar paint scheme pulled off anyway, so we'll find out.
I think she may have damaged her steering there, Nick, because she went in with the front wheel.
The big problem is that people are not using enough variety of sticker kits. So there's other orange kits. There she is. That's it. Oh, look at that. You're absolutely 100. Hey, look at that. Camera 2 giving us the shot. And is it camera 2? Yes. And 2, you can see the broken steering.
Yeah, I saw the way she went in there. It was right on the front wheels. Mitchell Ball leads by 2.4 seconds. Alexander Lehman's got 2.7 seconds to Joseph Phillips, who is nose to tail with Joseph Booth, Harrison Morrow, Will Cregeen, Matthew Temple Purcell, Samuel King now up to 8th. 9th is James Hull and Jake Humphreys, the driver. That rounds off the top 10. Behind the two Flex Motorsport leaders, we've got the number 66, which is Joseph Phillips. He's down as a privateer. I think he's got a yellow and blue livery as well,
obviously,
hasn't he? That's a Flex Motorsport livery, is it? Oh, no, it's not.
35. It's got T something with the back of it. Might be just TK. No, TWM it seems we've got rid on the side of it.
Meanwhile,
through.
Behind, we've got a few place changes there. James Hull, I think, trying to get down the inside of Matthew Temple Purcell. We'll see how that one pans out. But we are getting towards checkered flag time. We're inside the final 2 minutes. And this is the first heat for TKMs. We've got another retirement coming in underneath our position here. That might be James King that has pulled in. James King has pulled off the track, and he will be a retirement there. James, character building karting is.
So our second place man in the championship, Jake Humphrey, has crawled up to 10th place from I think a 18th or 19th start. We don't appear to have James Mead, and I'm just not seeing his name. I think James Mead isn't here this weekend, who's currently scored in
good
third.
Point. Yeah.
So Mitchell Ball really is looking like a pretty good chance of getting the Southern Cup, but of course there's all the other rounds to go for the overall trophy in the Northern Cup.
Yeah, there's a lot of drivers thinking about the overall championship, and it's just a nice sort of prize to aim at for the first 3 rounds. I think it's a great idea, first 3 rounds. And remember the tyre regulation in the Junction 6 NKC, 1 set of tyres for the first 3 rounds, 1 set of tyres for the last 3 rounds, and that is completely different to any other series in the country that you can compete in. Things like the British Championships, obviously, the UKC. Super 1, I think, is 1 set of tyres per weekend, and that's 2 rounds over the course of the weekend, but still not quite as much durability out of the tyres, which is all about reducing the costs. This is a National Series kart championship, but with at the forefront of everybody's mind, and the organisers, Chris Cox and Ollie Nick Smith, it's about keeping those costs down. And there's no such thing as cheap motorsport. It's all relative, isn't it? If you're a billionaire, then this is a very cheap form of motorsport, but it's not necessarily cheap. It's an expensive pastime in any way, shape or form. But it's a way of reducing those costs.
Position change there, 84. That's Wilker Green. Has got Harrison Morrow there nicely on the inside turn there through Pennant. And I think another one I've not seen very often, that position there.
That's right. I think it's about, well, he's surprised, isn't he? And again, it's a very late Pennant. That hairpin's called Pennant now.
Another way we're having to pause, look up, get the track name and look down again.
We'll stop looking up.
By 5 o'clock tomorrow we'll be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Final lap then, Nick, for Mitchell Ball and everyone else in this first heat for senior TKMs. And he's got a gap of 3.9 seconds. That question of who can beat Mitchell Ball has certainly not been answered in this heat.
Well, it has been answered. Nobody.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yes, there's nobody up for it.
Completely answered.
All right, he started on the front row of the grid, and then he's just basically consolidated that front end of the grid position he had.
His next 2 rounds, he'll have to actually start somewhere. He's looking back going, where's everyone else? Where's everyone else? Battle for second and third right at the end there between Lehman and Booth. Lehman's got it. Lehman's got him on the last lap.
Lehman always did have it. It was Booth who was challenging Lehman. Right,
Lehman still got it.
Yeah, he did have it. He held on to it, but they came out of the hanger hairpin and with a little bit of wheel banging there. So the top 10 is this: Mitchell Ball, Alexander Lehman, Joseph Booth, Joseph Phillips, Will Cregeen. Harrison Morrow finished 6th, Jake Humphrey 7th, Samuel King 8th, 9th was Matthew Temple Purcell, Matt Slate was 10th. Might as well go down the field. James Hill was 11th, Chris Whiteside. We then had Ben Watson in 13th, Leo Crabtree. Ryan Layton finished 15th, Jack Crisp 16th, and James Workman was the last runner on the track. We lost James King on lap 7, and then we lost Molly Nicholas-Biles with that incident on track. After a great run, I've got to say, from her front row grid position, great run for Molly up until that incident, and I think that took place between Summit and Valley. Again, I had to look up for the corner names, Nick, because I couldn't quite remember what that sequence was.
Yeah. And well done to Jake from 19th to 7th. Is from Gravanelli again, 1977. Pointing out that he is currently running second in the championship, so his back of the grid start has given him several position improvements. There's Molly Nicholas-Biles with her rather bent front end.
Yeah, that'll. That should be a relatively easy repair. New stub, new steering rod.
Yeah, it depends.
Might have bent the steering column.
Yeah, it depends.
I'm trying to see that.
Or column,
or
really. The. Just watching the carts down below. There's kind of a really large collecting area for them. Of course, they have to all be weighed as they come in beneath us.
Yeah, all part of the scrutineering process to see that everyone complies. The Junction 6 NKC organisers have been all over the regulations, haven't they, I suppose, Nick? We've got heavily regulated tyre usage, heavily regulated fuel usage.
You have to go to
nominated fuel service station.
You have to go to a certain fuel station and a certain pump at the fuel station, and you have to get your E10, not your E5, so it's a standard 95 RON.
Yeah.
And they'll dip it and make sure it's okay.
Senior Rotax out for the third time. Ryan Shepherd and Billy Edgecombe share the front row with Rufus Flan and John Hobbs on row 2. We've got Zach Fletcher and Josh Stella Carter on row 3. Michael Thompson and Jack Maidment are on row 4. Michael Goodburn and Archie Carter, row 5. Row 6, Aidan Pomeroy and Bobby Rosier. James Becker and Liam Deedman are on row 7. Then we've got O-plate holder Kieran Gifford and Samuel Christiansen on row 8. Row 9 is Tommy Lee Davis and Harry Wright. Then we've got Braden Hill and Arthur Thacker. Rafi Salentano and Finlay Underwood. Tristan Sharp and Levi Goodyear. Ethan Lomax and Ashton French are next on row 13. Row 14 is Henry Stratton and George Hulme. Theo Federick and Louis Rees are on row 15, and then Reese Knight and James Cutting on the novice plate, starting and rounding off the 32-cart field.
So this is the last one before the church break?
Theo Federick, I think so. I think it is indeed. Yes, Nick. Theo Federick, remember, he had a win. He was the winner of round 1 at Clare, and then he had a 7th place finish in the final at Forest Edge. He's had 3 second-place heat finishes, and that's given him the championship lead going forward in this third round. He starts at the back, so keep an eye on the back of the field. We are heading towards the tram lines. They're a bit narrower than they need to be. They'll spread out. Whether or not they'll get the go-ahead, I think they have. Go. We are racing.
And keep an eye on Kieran Gifford, the O-plate holder. He won his heat yesterday, which is going to help him immensely in the overall points tally. The Senior Rotax, one of the closest classes of all of the championships within the NKC, both for the Southern Cup and for the overall. The overall, we're only a third of the way through with results. This is our halfway point, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be this afternoon. We'll be halfway to the overall championship, but we will be crowning our Southern Cup winners. The trophy presentation, which
will be presented by J. Bradley Esquire.
Won't be part of the live stream, though.
No, we'll be packing up.
We have to wait quite a while for the official, for the results to become official. Here they come then for the first time into the dogleg chicane. It's a right, left, right. It's a real deviation from the straight there and across the line for the first time. Ryan Shepherd leads.
Move for the lead. There we go. The 52 just hops into the lead there. So Rufus Flan takes the lead.
Rufus Flan from that second place into first. Behind these two, though, heading towards the first of the Summit hairpins. Billy Edgecombe, John Hobbs, Zach Fletcher, Josh Delacarter, Kieran Gifford up to 7th there on that first lap.
Yeah, so Flynn there making a really good move up the inside. It wasn't really defended particularly heavily by Shepherd. And it's like Flynn, and there's Edgecombe going. It looks like Shepherd's going to end this first lap 4th. Certainly 3rd, because I think Edgecombe's gone into 2nd place in the blue car. Edgecombe's always in the blue colours. It's quite useful. You can tell him from a mile off. And they come back now to complete the second racing lap. It all calms down temporarily before they come buzzing underneath us, and you hear the noise rising as we get 31 Senior Rotax.
Rufus Flan has extended the lead out to about half a second there. That's going to come back to him as Ryan Shepherd sits there in second. John Hobbs and Billy Edgecombe behind him. Zach Fletcher, Kieran Gifford up one position to 6th now, ahead of Jack Maidment as they are on the hanger straight heading towards the always hairpin. From there they'll go left at Pennant. This is the left-hand hairpin, and there's a move for the lead. The number 54 Ryan Shepherd down the inside at Pennant, and that was quite textbook. It's all about how you come out the right-hand hairpin, though.
This is the left-hand
and that
hairpin.
Position on track.
And there's a
the
move
inside
for
line.
the lead.
It's more than a 180-degree turn, that one. So you take a very late apex, but that leaves the door open, and the door has been slammed shut on everyone else as Ryan Shepherd back into the lead of this one. And there's a change for second place as both John Hobbs and Billy Edgecombe down the inside of Rufus Flan. So Rufus Flan from first place to 4th. If that might even be 5th, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it's one moment you're a hero, the next minute you're a zero. Certainly in the closeness of the Rotax classes, they just go whizzing through.
Kieran Gifford went through as well.
Yeah, but Gifford's got a win already from yesterday, so this is a huge point. So obviously he's enjoying Dunkeswell. And as we're seeing from the points in the heats are really important, Joe. It's at the end of the day,
you're out to the championship.
You can get 150 points in the heats. You only get 100 points in the final.
And it's a points haul that goes towards your championship. So it's all very important. And if you are starting on the back, it's basically a bit of a damage limitation. He's a change for 3rd as Kieran Gifford continues moving forward, and this time inside of Billy Edgecombe. And that was textbook move there on the brakes into what is a very, very fast sweeping 180-degree sweeping turn here at Dunkeswell. It's a great first turn. Love that first turn. The G-force are from these Rotax carts.
190 carts. There's been an accident over the far side.
Yeah, we've got an incident involving, I think, 3 drivers there.
Hasn't been red. It has been red flagged. We have a red flag. So we have a red flag, and there was an incident at the far end. Looks like always, I think there was an exit.
I'll tell you who that involves. Michael Thompson, James Becker, Samuel Christiansen and Reese Knight.
We've got the 236 stopped in
That's
front
Reese.
of
That's
us.
Reese Knight, who's just pulled up there.
I'm not sure whether he might have hurt himself because he's not getting out of the car. And I'm not sure whether he's stopped or what. Right, so the car up against the barrier. But I think the carters are all out. One looks a bit winded, and a couple others around. I think 3 carts involved in that accident up at Always, which has resulted in a cart up against the barriers, not in a launched up against the barriers effectively. I'm not sure what.
So we've got Reese Knight in front of us. I'm not sure if he was holding his wrist oddly or he's just come to a halt.
No, I think he's okay.
Yeah, I think he's okay. He's stepping out of the cart. He's just in front of us, Ash. I don't know if you can't actually.
No, he's not in front of us. He's not in front of us. Actually got the shot there.
Can we go to that camera, please, Paul?
No, to the four.
Over turn 1. That's the cart there. Just that has been not abandoned because the driver's with it. But we were concerned whether he's all right. I think he's been involved in that kerfuffle. Let's call it.
Gosh, he has. Look at the nose of the cart. Unfortunately, you can't zoom that camera, but the nose is squished.
He's dropped the nose.
He's squished the nose.
Frontal impact. I think we're checking the steering as well. I can't see that right hand wheel and where it's pointing, but the rest of the field further back towards the chicane on the Woodland Straight, aren't they?
They've got the ambulance out for the drivers who came out at that corner, but they were all walking about, so as often it's a bit of shock, it's a bit of winding and that sort of stuff. I don't think anyone's got anything particularly wrong with them.
Now, what this stoppage has done is allowed Molly Nicholas-Biles to retrieve her cart
from the previous race.
From the previous TKM race. She's been stuck there wanting to get on with it and get on with the repair. She didn't have a chance to retrieve that, so we are going to go to a break now because we are inside the church break, Nick.
Are we going? Do you know?
So no, we will be bringing these carts in because we can't run now between 11 and 12.
Okay, well that's very that you are actually correct on that front, but let's just see what happens. So I'm not.
Yeah, we'll chat.
We'll chat and we'll find out whether they rerun this or they call it because it's halfway through. I don't know.
Well, we were about 4 minutes. Just over 4 minutes remaining, weren't we?
Yeah.
So we will see, but whether I think they'll call it. I think they'll call it with a red flag. That means the result will be from lap 4, which may mean Kieran Gifford will be behind Rufus Flan. But I'm not going to call that, Nick, because
no. But. There's the who's that? The 227 there on camera. That's Samuel Christensen.
So we have got a bit of a halt to the proceedings here. We've got our carts out on track.
Got buzzed by light aircraft
under red flag conditions with an incident involving, we think, 3, potentially 4 carts that occurred at Always. Always is the hairpin that's been given that name in respect and homage to the founder member of the Dunkeswell Kart Club, Frank Allway, and his memory lives on. Would you believe he died a decade ago on this very day?
Really?
Yeah. How spooky is that? I found that out this morning.
Ah.
And it just came back to me there.
Bringing in the carts,
nice tribute,
which were damaged. The question is everyone now coming in, or are they going to try and get this heat rolled off again?
No, you can't. It's 11 o'clock.
Well, it depends how strict they are, isn't it?
Well, they're very strict.
Okay. This is
this
is Bradley of the local parish council.
Well,
he's actually put a flowery hat on. He's got full hyacinth bouquet.
What's the point of having a church break at 11, between 11 and 12, if you're just going to go, oh, well, let's just run it a bit. Just a bit more.
Give it a go.
It's just a bit more.
Let's give it a go. Let's edge it through a couple of minutes. They were going to finish after 11 anyway by about 2 minutes.
I will tell you about the programme today. So we're going to see no more track activity other than bringing these carts in, and we will go quiet on track. We will go here on Karting Live TV with our round Junction 6 NKC. We will go to our paddock show, and then we will be back promptly for 11:55 to give you the intro to getting on with our heats. We've got a sequence of heats taking us forward.
I think they're going to run it. they're lining them up in the order they should be, and I think they're going to run it.
Is just not in line with the church brick rules.
I know, or perhaps I don't know why why they had the opportunity. If they were cancelling it, they could just turn them right.
Have they missed the pit?
No, they can make that easy. I think it's quite unclear what's happening.
Take off headset and mingle with crowd.
No, they're changing the order. They are going back and changing the order. So perhaps what they're going to do is run them over the start-finish to get the order. I don't know.
Well, it's easy to get the order
because they haven't reset the clock.
No, clock's continued to tick.
But they are shuffling people around slightly. It's exciting, isn't it?
Well, no, not at all. While they do that,
honestly, where's your joy in life?
Well, while they do that, the next time we will be out with the Junction 6 NKC runners will be at Rowrah in Cumbria.
All Saturday, all Sunday.
2 days of live action.
KZs and special events.
KZs.
And isn't it? Aren't they? I thought what you told me they were.
Check the entry list.
Is it not anymore? Oh, okay. Not KZs and special events.
I'll be amazed if the KZs come forward. At the moment, it's not looking very healthy.
Well,
it was a guest category. It was a guest class.
I'd do that. The KZ.
They tried to get entries for. That will be on the weekend.
Junior Primo for the first time.
Junior Primo. What's Junior Primo, Nick?
Basically...
You forgot, haven't you?
No, I know exactly what it is. So Junior Rotax goes from 12 to 16. But obviously a 12-year-old and a 16-year-old are very different. So Junior Primo is from 12 to 14. They've just rejoined the grid from 12 to 14. So it gives you this kind of chance for the younger junior Rotaxers to race against themselves, not against those nasty 15 and 16-year-old bullies. It's quite a good class, actually. In fact, I would be very, very surprised if we don't get Junior Primo permanently in this championship next year.
Junior Primo is a good idea,
I think we'll get it next year.
We're familiar with that on Karting Live TV because it is part of the car championship. And it gives the younger drivers a chance to find their footing in the junior Rotax class. I'm just looking at the entries for the O-Plate. We've got 82 entries so far, 30 juniors, 31 juniors, including the Primos. We've got 19 177s, 27 seniors, and we've got a very small grid of TKMs.
Yeah, that happened last year. The TKMs were quite small.
I mean, there's time yet. The way that people go about their planning.
4 weeks.
Yeah. So we're still waiting for to find out and any information coming forward as to whether or not we've got the carts that have been put into.
What's happened is they want to run it, and then they've had the problem you've got. You've said the problem.
What do you want to just let me finish my sentence?
Why would I want to do that?
Without talking over
me?
What would I want to do that then for? Talk?
What? Why? It's just talking. It's just words. I had something to say.
Nerds. They're just nerds, Paul. They're just nerds. That's a new word.
Easy.
I'm going to give you another point for nerds.
You can't give me. I'm not giving you a point for nerds.
Okay. Well, that deserves a point.
Anyway,
right. So
I was. You were talking about the can't go about the O-Plate again.
Well, you've interrupted me now, and I don't know what I was going to say.
I was going to say, I was going to be pleasant to you and your parish council work. I was going to say, I think they want to run this, and they just realise they can't.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Look,
because they've just been reminded.
And they're now putting them all into the pull-off area.
Yes, nice thoughts, guys. But I did say that it was the church brick. Yes. And you can't go against church bricks.
That's right.
Because you know why?
Because you get in trouble.
They'll close you down.
Yes. So they've parish councilled that all down again. So the good news is that the meeting of the council, Councillor Jay Bradley from the television board.
I don't make the rules, but I
don't make the rules. You're a policeman.
I know, but I do. Well, actually, yes. I enforce the rules. I don't make the rules. I enforce the rules.
Oh dear.
Yes, law enforcement. That's me. Yes. So everybody, we've gone to a red flag. We'll wait and see what they do about the heat, the Senior Rotax third heat, which was red flagged at about half distance. We'll wait and see whether they call that or whether they'll rerun it. We wait and see. That's out of our hands. For now, though, we are going to go to our church break, lunch break, call it what you will. It's a 1 hour break. We'll definitely be back for a very prompt Carts on Track midday start.
It might not be an hour anymore, therefore.
Yeah, exactly. We've ate into the clock.
49 minutes.
So we are going to be going to a break where we're going to show now. We're going to screen our paddock show, but we will be back with you live on track action with carts firing up and going out on track dead on midday. So we'll be back about 5 to that hour for a little bit more of Nick's inane banter and more chuntering on from ourselves. So for now, we'll go quiet as the law says we have to do here.
Hello and welcome to Karting Live TV from Dunkeswell Raceway. No longer associated with any former 1990s world champions of F1, but the one and only Dunkeswell Raceway, and a huge amount of improvements he made to the track. But more importantly, NKC and the final round of the Southern Championship. What's up for stake, Joe?
Well, I mean, all right, we're going to be halfway through the overall 2024 championship, but right now, the people in the paddock are already talking about this Southern Cup. We've split the championship into two. The first 3 rounds are in Southern area track, so we're going to call that the Southern Cup. From here, we move north. I'm not going to mention the calendar, more of that coming later, but then we're going to be competing for the Northern Cup. So right now, I think there's 2 elements to this weekend. There's the final round of the Southern Cup, but also it's round 3 of the overall championship. And also, Nick, more importantly, it's the final round on that very tired, worn-out set of Max's tyres. And I think that might come to the fore towards the end of Sunday afternoon, because the weather forecast is for bright and sunny weather.
Hooray! Well, starting with that good news, more good news, Joe's going to walk around the paddock and find out about all those tyre worries. Joe, talk about tyres.
All right. The last time the NKC was at this track, it was known as the Mansell Raceway. However, it's gone through a bit of a transformation. One of them is that it's reverted back to its old name, Dunkeswell, a name that I was familiar with back in the 90s. And this man next to me, Christian Tanner. Christian, I suppose you're the man behind the reformation that's taking place here at the Dunkeswell Raceway.
Very new to the circuit. I know the owner, Sergey, has done a lot of the work previous to me coming on board, but I hold similar visions, let's just put it that way, yeah.
Well, we are very impressed so far. I mean, you know, the place was looking a bit tired, wasn't it? And you guys have certainly spruced it up, and I think everywhere's been painted, hasn't it?
Yeah, there's been a fresh lick of paint pretty much everywhere. You'll notice the new logo underneath the gantry as well, all last minute, just to make sure that when the NKC come down, you know, big event, big deal for us, that it looked the best it could look, really.
I would imagine, being in your position, you are also looking at the major championship in the UK, of course, the British. Yeah. The British not unfamiliar with Dunkeswell, or Mansell as it was. Mm-hmm. Is that another aspiration of yours here?
So my first event here, actually, because I don't come from around here, was at a British round for a previous role. I don't want to give too much away, but I think it would be really good to sort of plan for that maybe in the future. Yeah. At the minute, I think we're just going to concentrate on making the circuit and its facilities the best. And hopefully we get offers from the British and more to want to come back, really.
Well, you've got the best series in the country here this weekend. You really have. The NKC, ever popular, maximum grids. The track is looking fantastic, but the track has not changed in nature, has it?
No, it hasn't changed in nature. We just wanted to make sure the facilities look the best they could look. It's the little things, you know, the finer details around the track that we've really tried to hone in on. And to be fair, I've had a lot of good feedback from the drivers and their parents, etc. So, you know, it's worth it when you get a big series like this here and you get the good feedback. It makes all the hard work in the background worth it, definitely.
Well done to you and your team, because you've certainly made a massive difference in the short space of time that you've been in charge. Now then, what we need Christian to do is go and have a word with Ollie and Chris and start working on next year's round of the NKC here. Yeah. Can we have it in July again?
July, we are talking about it. I'll leave it there.
The weather in Devon is nice.
It is nice, yeah, it is nice.
Thanks, Christian. No worries, thank you. Carrying the number 3 in the Rotax 177s, see the number 3 there? That means the driver of this kart came 3rd in the championship in 2023. Ryan Taylor-Truman here is this very man. Ryan, at the moment you are leading the 177 championship with 2 wins. Rounds 1 and 2 went your way. Yeah. Are you looking at number 3?
Well, we're only 1 point ahead at the minute, so it's a big ask. but we're in it for the long run as well. Obviously, we'd like to win the Southern Cup as well, but we are attending all the Northern Cups or Northern tracks, so it's a long season, isn't it? So we'll see. But I'd love to have number 3 win this year, but anything can happen.
I suppose at this stage of any weekend, you can't really think that far forward. You can't think, I'm definitely going to win, because that's not karting, is it?
Yeah, exactly. Like, the pace is good, but obviously when you go into a race situation, it's going to be different. So all we can do now is hope that the pace is going to be just as good in the race, and then we go from there.
What do you like at Dunkeswell? Is it a track you like?
Yeah, it's a great track. I've been racing there for many years, through like cadets to junior Rotax. So it's not a local, but it is sort of a local. It's 2 hours away, and it's one of the good tracks. Yeah.
I've noticed as well, you're on a Saudi kart. All right, the majority of people you see out on OTK, but the Saudi suits you, does it?
Yeah, the Saudi's a great kart. They've done a lot of development over the years. This is the 23, and it's a great kart. I jumped on it last year for the O-Plate, and it was probably one of the best karts I've driven. Right. And I've done some experience in racing, and yeah, it was a great kart.
That little chunk of aluminium there, you're running the Venator racing engine from Reese and Kai Hunter's place. How important and what is important about the motor here at Dunkeswell?
Yeah, so the motor, obviously, it's a range of different corners. You've got tight corners, you've got a long straight as well. You want to be looking for the revs, and I just feel this Venator, the way it's set at the minute, is just pulling down the straight and through the tight bits. It's great. Yeah,
punching out the corner as well. It looks like those little nudgy bits, as I call them.
Especially through the top complex. It's a great engine. The way it's set up as well it's perfect.
So Southern Cup at the end of Sunday afternoon, you're on target for that, but I think Ryan Taylor-Truman has his eyes set on an overall championship and turning that number 3 into a number 1. I think I'm right there, eh?
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed last year because I had a lot of problems along the way. Some my fault, some racing incidents, but the way it's going this year, I'd like to change that into a 1.
Yeah, I knew you'd say that. Thanks, Ryan. Good luck, mate. So I might have mentioned once or twice that I've raced the odd kart going back to, the 80s. I don't really want to talk about that, and the 90s. And one of the biggest features of any kart paddock is this kind of place. The IKD Kart Spares Kart Store. The IKD Kart Store for all of your spares. James Lovell here. Now, he's got 2 hats on. He's running his daughter Lucy's in juniors, isn't she?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she's in juniors now, yeah.
Right. Now, James and I, let's talk about that great battle we had at Wilton in the mechanics race. No, we haven't got time, actually. It was great. I followed him home. He was 4th, I was 5th. Look how fat we are. What's that all about? Anyway, so less of that. So, IKD Kart Store, you've been a feature of the NKC for about a year now, haven't you, this season? Am I right in thinking that?
No, so we're a new kart store. So we started this year. And we've over the course of the last few years, we've done quite a lot in terms of second-hand karts, pet spares, and etc. And also we've got quite a lot of experience running kart teams and being around in the paddock. I've raced since 1995. Obviously, got the better review at Wilton last year.
All right.
But we won't mention that. And what we were going to do, so there's a little bit behind the name really. So it's called IKD Kart Store. What we were going to do a couple of years ago, we were going to create a kart school actually, and it was going to be Bambino karts. We bought a number of Bambino karts, and we were going to try and get people into the sport. We just didn't find time to be able to do it, so we had a company set up. We've rebranded it. We were asked at Forest Edge to go and start trading there, and which has been really great. And also now we're at Dunkeswell trading here, and ultimately what we'd really like to do is support the NKC moving forward, working with Dartford Karting, who are excellent people, and we're working in partnership with them this weekend. And really, what the aim of us and IKD Kart Store is to have stock for everything. So we're quite fortunate. We don't need
big ask, James, isn't it? Yeah,
I know. So you can challenge me on that if you turn up and we haven't got anything.
You've got an 81 sprocket.
How many do you need? And we want to be able to provide everything for our customers here. We love racing. This is more about probably our hobby than a business.
Yeah.
but it will do well. We're just continuing investing into it. We're not taking any money out at the moment, and we absolutely what we want to be able to do is provide everything for everybody. So if anybody turns up this weekend and we don't have it on the van, I'm going to be pretty disappointed.
Well, it's the daft little things, isn't it? I noticed that massive roll of gaffer tape there. It's the silly things like where's the chain lube, where's the two-stroke oil. You know that. Oh, hang on, there's a kart shop there, which is really benefits everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we try. This weekend, obviously, it's mostly Rotax carts, but TKM here as well. And we try and provide as many spares as possible. And yeah, if you look in here, there is a huge amount of stock within all of those drawers.
You have got a lot of 81 sprockets there as well, I say.
We absolutely do, Joe. Everything's there. And yeah, we've been really well supported this weekend. I think one of the big things for us is that our brand's great. Hopefully you'll think, our brand is pretty good. You probably need a better model for the T-shirt. And the other thing is that all the prices are they're high street prices. We don't inflate anything at the track. And ultimately, we want to be, we want to make sure that we're doing the best by all of our customers.
Yeah. What's your biggest seller?
It's probably those 81 sprockets, Joe.
Thank you, James. Great to have you guys around.
Great to see you. Thank you.
IKD Kart Store, everybody. So the dynamic sport of karting and sunbathing, of course. It's all part of the scene, certainly here at Dunkeswell. This gentleman here is Charles Cheesy Green. I've got to ask you, Charles, why do they call you Cheesy?
Well, I love cheese since I was really young.
He loves cheese, who doesn't? Now then, Cheesy Green, last round, Forest Edge, you were outstanding, if I say so myself. I know there was a little bit of local knowledge came in, and you obviously knew where the grip was at Forest Edge when it was wet.
Yeah, well, I think I think we were expected to get a good result out of it, and that's exactly what we came out with. A mistake in heat 3 by just a joint decision caused us to lose some points here and there. But I think overall it was a great weekend. We got the winners. That's all we wanted for.
So you're from the south of England. I know your dad just told me you're from Cornwall. Yeah. I said that Forest Edge was your local track. I just think I meant that you knew it well. So this is obviously another track that you know well, I would think.
Yeah, obviously we haven't been here in 2 years in the dry, so obviously we did a lot of this track at Honda Cadet, but we haven't really done a lot of Rotax, so we've just been finding our feet this weekend, and I think a lot of people are on better tyres so far this weekend, but I think as we build into the weekend, we should hopefully be on the pace.
Is there a key to a good lap here at Dunkeswell? It looks tricky, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of tight corner. I think you just got to be smooth and just obviously get lap and obviously be fast.
Yeah, that's the case. It sounds easy that way, doesn't it? What are you hoping to get out of this weekend then? Are you looking for a point haul or are you going for a win?
Obviously, I think we want to go for the win, but we obviously need to gain. Sherwood obviously leading the standings. We've got to try and close that gap at the top of the standings, but hopefully we can get the win and hopefully we gain some points. That's the best outcome we can get.
Any thoughts about the Southern Cup because you're in contention?
Yeah, I think if I had to win, but the Southern Cup will win the whole thing, I'd rather win the whole thing. So I think I'm focusing across the whole thing rather than the Southern Cup, but the Southern Cup would be also nice to win.
Yeah, I think so. Well, you're en route to doing that and doing well. I suppose it's now for me to say good luck, Cheesy. Yeah. Keep eating the cheese.
Yeah, thank you.
What's your favourite cheese, by the way?
Cheddar.
Cheddar, how boring. The sport of karting is not necessarily about the win, it's about the competition. And yes, I actually mean that. Because, some of the best races I ever had were for like 19th and 20th. And a midfield runner in junior Rotax is Ryan Sayers here. Ryan, you're carrying the number 23. Firstly, are you having a good time and enjoying it?
When the cart works, it's good. Cause it's been bouncing most of the day. So
right. Bouncing, is that you mean sort of lifting off the track?
Yeah, so we've got a setup that finally works in that session. So we've got 5th fastest.
So 5th fastest, that's the proper end of the grid, isn't it? That's sort of going for potential podium positions if you can hang on to that.
Yeah, hopefully. It's just see what I can do tomorrow, I suppose.
Yeah. Only your second year in karting and you came in into junior Rotax. I mean, these karts are very fast and a lot of kids come through the cadet classes and build up to this speed. But the first kart you drove was a junior Rotax kart, was it?
Yeah, so it was very different because I did like a couple of days of rental and straight into a junior. It's like my neck couldn't hang on. So it was like falling off. I was like the first corner.
So tell me, the first time you drove a Rotax Max kart and you pushed that throttle down, what did you think?
I didn't know what was happening. It's just, yeah.
Just so quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Is that where you get the enjoyment from karting? The actual driving of the kart?
Yeah, it's fun racing people and just overtaking just the speed of it, really.
Yeah, and sort of wheel-to-wheel dicing and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
that's what it's all about. Now, I notice you with Tyro. That's a team that runs several drivers. What's the benefits from a driver like yourself being with a team like Tyro?
It's just cheaper to run, and everyone's always on the same kit, like sprockets, jets, engines are all the same, so you can't just buy stuff to be quicker.
So there's more of you to learn quicker?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what have you done to stop that bouncing around on the track?
We put full cast on the front, a harder axle, and drop the right tyre at the back.
Right, he's giving this all away, by the way. Everybody's going to... Yeah.
What am I supposed to do?
So, Ryan, what are you going to be happy with on Sunday at tea time? At the end of it all, what will Ryan Sayers be happy with?
Top 15 in the final.
Top 15, that's quite realistic, isn't it?
So, yeah, hope you get a final, top 15.
And enjoy it.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Because that's the important bit. You've got to enjoy it. Thanks, Ryan. One of the teams that have been, well, an integral part of the NKC over the years is Nathan Chafer Racing. And this man here is the man with his name above the door, Nathan Chafer. Nathan, currently 5th in 177s. All right, it's only after 2 rounds, but this round you could win the Southern Cup.
No, I think we're a bit behind to win, right. But a third's on the cards, and that's what we're going to go for.
Yeah.
And then when it's the Northern Cup, we're stronger there because we're from the north. So,
right.
Yeah, looking forward to the Northern. Just want to get this round out of the way and hopefully come back third.
Where are you guys based?
We're based near Kingston up on Hull.
All right. Okay.
So our local track's full back. It's not on the calendar, but the local one to us will be Wigan and Warden Law.
Right. Well, you know where I love Warden Law. Now, you guys run the CRG. NCR is Nathan Chafer Racing is the distributor for CRG. What does that mean exactly? Tell everybody.
So basically, we took on the importers with Peter Rayner, who's CRG England as well, and we've been doing it for a good couple of years now, and it's going really well. Like, we've got an awning full of CRGs here, and we keep selling them. So, and they're a very good car, doing really well at the minute.
So a customer could come along and not just buy a card, but actually be part of the team by you running him as a customer driver.
Yeah, they can come in and use our services, and we can help them get up to speed, help them get set up, data, video camera footage. We've got everything.
And a bit of driver coaching from yourself, because you're quite an experienced driver, aren't you?
Yeah, I've been doing it 18 years, so a long time.
He doesn't look old enough, I know. How many carts are you actually overseeing the prep for?
So normally I have 7 in here, but this weekend we've got 6. We're missing Tony, but it's nice and small, and it's good. It's enough.
How do you keep your head around everyone? Because everyone will have a different problem, a different perception. How do you keep your head around that?
It's hard, yeah. I go through everyone, and pretty much like Harry over there is quite a smooth driver like me, so me and him got good data together, and then Will's come back from a long time out and he's getting back into it.
And you've got 18 years of data that you can call upon, Nith.
Oh, yes.
So what are you expecting out of this one here at Dunkeswell? We're all from the north here, so this one is a track that I haven't really done much running on at all. I think I raced here once back in the 90s.
I did the British here and we did really well. We was pushing for the win, and then we had instants, and then we pushed for the win. And this week I just want to come third in the Southern Cup. That's what I'm aiming for. Right.
And is that mathematically what you can? Is that the best you can do, you mean?
That's the best I can do, yeah.
All right, okay. Well, we wish you very best of luck, and best of luck keeping everybody happy, because that's a job in that. Nathan Chafer Racing, everybody. Welcome back to Dunkeswell. We are still in the midst of round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC Championship for 2024. Round 3, the final round of the Southern Cup part of the season and halfway stage of the overall season. And we are about to go for a restart. If you remember, just before we went for church break, we had a red flag for our third heat for senior Rotax. And Nick, we've got our runners already lined up, and the restart process, I think you're fully appraised.
Well, no, you have kept it from me because you said you've been speaking over me the whole time, and thanks to Richard Price for that. And but also thanks even more to Nathan Jensen Racing. So you wanted to have a moment in the sun for yourself to explain the restart process. So hang on a second. Joe Bradley, please tell us the restart process for Senior Rotax Heat 3, stopped by red flag prior to church break.
That's pretty straightforward, Nick. We take the running order from the lap preceding the red flag, and then we line the carts up, and we will set them off in line astern order. This is what I'm receiving from the officials. Whether they line up 2 abreast, we'll wait and see. But I've been told it'll be single file order for a pace lap, maybe even get 2, and then we'll be restarting. There's 4 minutes and 16 seconds on the clock on the official timing screen. That will amend on your TV screens. Give you a little bit of a weather update. As you can see, the clouds are breaking, the sunshine's coming through. We're going to see high temperatures of 22 to 23 degrees, which will give us a track temperature of about 32 to 36 degrees on the tarmac. So that's a very sticky rubber day, and it really will take the energy out of these tired Maxxis tyres. It's a 3-round start to the NKC Championship, and you were allowed 1 set of dry tyres for those all 3 rounds. All right, we had a bit of wet lapperage at Forest Edge for round 2, and some of the classes didn't get to use their slick tyres for quite a chunk of that event, Nick, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, I think just about everybody got 2 heats.
On wets, yeah.
Some of the finals on wets. I think you probably got 2 races on wets, I think, wherever you were in the field.
Yeah, I think so. So that would have helped with the life of the Maxxis tyre. The Maxxis tyre have been chosen, however, because of the robustness and the fact that they will last for 3 rounds of a championship weekend, which of course takes in Saturday practice and 3 heats and a final. And if you're unlucky, a B final at that as well. We will go ahead with B finals for our Rotax classes. The only class here this afternoon that will not need a B final is our senior TKMs. We've already had a heat for TKMs. We've already had several heats for the seniors and juniors and the Rotax 177s, which is the heavier Rotax adult class. We've got quite a chunk of heats. In fact, we've got the remainder of Heat 3 for Senior Rotax. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 heats to finalise things, to form the grid for our all-important final sequence going through till the end of the afternoon. As you can hear in the background, we've got engines fired up. The clock has ticked past midday.
Again, the race clock started, but whether that means it's going to reset over the line to 4 minutes, or it is literally they're going to run out this 4 minute and 16 seconds. No, it's gone back to 4 minutes 17. They have reset it, so it's going to go. Yeah. They're going to get 4:17 from when they cross the line. Now, are they going to be able to get themselves in line astern in 1 lap, or are they going to have to do 2? I'd hope they do it in 1, but there's a lot of pace at the front there.
Yeah, and you know why, don't you, Nick?
Keep warm tyres up.
Yes. They'll try and squeeze out an untidy restart and give themselves another lap to get some heat into the tyres. It will be a first call. If they do start immediately after this 1 rolling lap, then we will have a very, very cold-tired field of karts going into turn 1 here, Pitts Bend. Yeah. Or Pit Bend.
Well, the first thing, they have listened as far as the single file thing's concerned.
Yes, that's good. That was the information that my information source was accurate. And it's a pretty standard restart procedure. However, that was truncated by the need for the 11 o'clock church break. Well, we are racing now through till the end of the afternoon, and we've got the grid formed from front to back. All 31 karts still in this race. I think we've even got a few people who had slight damage have managed to rejoin. Here we go.
There we go.
Are they taking turn 1?
They are taking it.
Yeah, it's the number 54, Ryan Shepherd, leading the field through. We'll have less of a chaotic turn 1 because of the single file start, and the race is back on. The clock is ticking already, just on the 4-minute mark to go.
Yep, and it's been interesting how single file really stretches them out. So one of the carts have got a problem going around, has had a spin, I think, going round Summit for the first time, but they are now out and away. The top 2, which I assume is Shepherd and Flang. I didn't see many movements with this single file restart. It is actually, it's 54 and 52. As they go around the bottom bend, they are away.
Remember, Nick, that we've got to get these tyres up to temperature. So right now, everybody not with the carts the way they would perhaps like them, certainly under braking, steering. The temperature will be coming into the tyre in this next lap or so. But right now, into turn 1 to complete 6 race laps. Remember, Ryan Shepherd, Rufus Flan, the O-plate holder Kieran Gifford there in 3rd. And Kieran Gifford, you'll see people begin to think about planning moves when the tyres are up to optimum temperature, and I think we're going to see that. That's called tyres. That's just putting the throttle on a little bit early, and the tyre grip just not quite being where he wanted it.
Yeah, and of course they've already just come out for a couple of minutes.
When the tyres are up to optimum temperature, and I think we're beginning.
It will come back.
See that? Now that's cool.
Super hot at the moment, but they come through to compete what will be lap 3 of this particular reheat, and Kieran Gifford, the O-plate, up the inside of the 52. So Gifford into 2nd now, and Flan to 3rd. And
a fastest lap of the race from Kieran Gifford, so he's got his tyre pressure right in through, down the inside and into the lead. So Gifford in 2 corners, and going with him is Rufus Flan. Rufus Flan ahead of Ryan Shepherd, so in 2 corners, Ryan Shepherd, whose tyres have just not quite come on as quickly as the 2 carts now ahead of him.
Yeah, in 4th place, John Hobbs is looking quite predatory as well around the back of those as well. Helped, of course, they've all slowed each other up by overtaking, but he's now caught up and we've now got a quartet at the front, though I get the feeling that Gifford's going to break away quite quickly from these. As he encourages his cart along like he would a horse, doesn't he? Come on, there. He got spurs on his boots. He's just kicking in. Come on, Carty, let's go.
Little quick look over his right shoulder there to see where Rufus Flan was. He's not quite there, so he has got a little bit of a cushion there, maybe 2 or 3 carts lengths as they go towards Summit, into the left-hander at Summit, and then quickly into the right-hander at Valley, onto the Hanger Straight. It's a short blast, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the Hanger Straight, because we used to call this the long straight. Silverstone we called the Hanger Straight, but they called it for the same reason. Silverstone was called because there was a hanger there, and it's called here because there's a hanger still there. Yeah. Silverstone, of course, is a disused World War II airfield. We all know that, as is many other tracks.
And Dunkeswell is still a very active airfield. We've seen people parachuting down, still are, in fact, as I speak.
Very fast yesterday.
Yeah, they are. It's a very, very active airfield.
Leisure
just next
airfield.
door.
It's a leisure airfield.
Kind
light
of
aircraft.
like.
I'm surprised we haven't seen any gliders going up, but you know.
The first 4 carts have gone through, and Kieran Gifford's already pulled out almost 7/10 of a second. Rufus Flan, Ryan Shepherd, and John Hobbs.
Change. It's changed back. So the 54 of Shepherd was in 2nd place there for almost 12 metres.
And that's the switchback effect of Summit and Valley there. The left-hand hairpin followed immediately by a right-hand hairpin. That's we've seen that quite a lot here at Dunkeswell.
They'll get this one and 2 more, aren't they? Because they're going to get across the line with about 12 seconds to go, I think.
Thought so.
So there's going to be 2 more after this, and that will complete the Senior Road Tax Heat 3. Stop for the red flag. By the way, everyone in the red flag is fine. And one of the Sam on the chat did say he was in the red flag. Everyone's fine, winded. And I think it looked like they'd gone off. They got a shock and they get a bit winded. And being winded, I've been winded a couple of times in my life. It's really unpleasant, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very.
You have to cough to breathe. Those that have been winded, what winded means, you get a bang and your body forgets to breathe automatically, and you have to actually force yourself to breathe till it gets back in the rhythm again.
Well, it's actually, I'm not a medic, so I'm not really technically qualified to tell you what happens there. What I can tell you is I'm qualified to tell you that Kieran Gifford is in the lead by 1.4 seconds. And Kieran Gifford, remember, he was the winner at Forest Edge. And he's currently 3rd in the championship. Ahead of him in the championship is Bobby Rosie and Theo Frederick. We've got a yellow flag flying.
Yeah, there's a cart off, yeah.
I'm not sure if that's
cart off on the left-hand side.
Flag's been flying for a long time.
It's been there for at least the last lap.
Right, it's 1 lap to go board. As behind him, Ryan Shepherd now ahead of Rufus Flan, John Hobbs and Braden Hill, Bobby Rosie are coming into play in 6th place, Michael Goodburn, Zach Fletcher, Aidan Pomeroy, Archie Carter, that's your top 10. But second and third places are beginning to pull away from 4th, 5th and 6th there. And two-cart battle, Ryan Shepherd has not lost Rufus Flan, and Rufus on the yellow and blue cart there. Ryan Shepherd on the blue and white one, just going through the left-hander at Pennant and then out towards the bends at Rapids.
Picking up and going now as they go back down the bottom of the track again through the Hanger hairpin. Look at that lead.
Yeah,
Gifford's just pulled away. Kind of tactical look there from the 4th place man, John Hobbs. Second and third right together, start the last lap.
It's a checkered flag, you mean? Checkered flag for Kieran Gifford. Yep, you missed that one, Nick. Ryan Shepherd takes second, Rufus Flan third, John Hobbs fourth, Braden Hill fifth, Bobby Rosier sixth, Michael Goodburn in seventh. There is Zach Fletcher across the line in eighth. Ninth was Aidan Pomeroy, and Archie Carter is the driver that will round off the top 10 for the third of the senior Rotax heat. This is the 162 kilogram category that are out at the moment and are just slowing down to take their slow down lap.
And was that the longest race of Kieran Gifford's life? 72 minutes.
72 minutes. Yeah, probably. Probably. With a big long pit stop in the middle.
Yes.
So that...
Talk about yourself, by the way.
Yeah, while Nick coughs, we can talk about our next heat, Nick, which is Junior Rotax, the 4th heat that we've seen out for Junior Rotax. And with the seniors who have been lodged in Parc Fermé for the church break. They weren't able to change anything on the cart other than for safety reasons. So if you had something hanging off, apart from a nose, of course, you weren't allowed to replace your nose as Parc Fermé. Doesn't allow that. And here they are finally getting the checkered flag for that third heat for seniors. Kieran Gifford with a fine win at the front of that field. Had to come through the field and then eventually did take the win. That's going to put him in good stead for a good grid position for the all-important final coming up. We've got Junior Rotax heat number 4 for them coming out next. Front row of the grid, it's George Kay and Connor Tubby's turn to lead the field round. The number 78 of Alfie McBain here with Hunter Motorsport. Let me just get that in front of me. Alfie McBain is here with Andy Powell looking after him. And Andy Powell, who's one of the main chief mechanics at Hunter Motorsport, all the way down from the northeast. Alfie having a good run. Andy Powell will be back in the seat for the All Plate at Rowra. The NKC All Plate at Rowra in the middle of July, 19th to the 21st of July for that. We'll have both of those days live and with all the action from that one on Karting Live TV. So Alfie McBain from Hunter Motorsport, he's on the red coloured cart, the Carlos Sainz CS55. Jack Dimbleby alongside. Sam Green Gomez and Jaden Sherwood are on row 3. Alex Dole and Amy Peacock are on row 4. And then on row 5, Nathan Traverse and Joshua Whitcomb. Roden Moore and Caden Welsh are on row 6. Alexander Colantano, Alex Colentiano and Jamie Salter, row 7. Row 8 is Charlie F. Grave and Jarek Metters. Leo Basterfield, look out for Leo coming through from row 9 with Ethan Barrow alongside. Harris Roberts and Jensen Hookey are next up. Row 11 is Oliver Gusman and Jay Leverton. Luigi Perlini and Jason Duchis. Dylan Morton and Charles Green are next. Ryan Sayers, Freddie Worlock and Daniel Clancy and George Theobald. Now Charles Cheesy Green, who I hope you did enjoy the paddock show that we filmed yesterday. But Charles Cheesy Green, whose favourite cheese is?
Cheddar, which is...
How boring. Look out for him. Now, he was the winner at Forest Edge as we get things underway, do we?
Yeah,
yes,
we do. Look at that. Wow, straight through.
Pole position.
Swept across 81 of Connor Tubby there, kept the lead, and they power back up the straight.
Connor Tubby started second, Nick, and it was from the outside and around. Much more momentum around the outside of Pit Bend, I see. And being on pole, you've got that tighter line that you have to slow the car down a little bit more for. There's Alfie McBain. Alfie already up into second place and going really well on the number 78. There's the Carlos Sainz colours there, the Carlos Sainz TK chassis along the same lines as the Lando Norris, but with Carlos Sainz branding. And Alfie McBain is chasing now after Connor Tubby.
Sweeping round the bottom of the Hanger hairpin and down the straight with a Tony Kart front plate with a white nose. Obviously, he has to replace the nose and doesn't be able to afford the Tony Kart stickers for the second part of it.
It's not nothing to do with that, Nick. It's all about weight. Shaving a few grams from the front end of the cart.
Well, certainly Alfie McBain doesn't need to do it because he's tiny.
Alfie McBain absolutely now on the bumper and down the inside at Summit. Can he hang on to it? He's on the outside and now the inside for Valley. That's the problem with the switchback. And Alfie McBain looks over his shoulder. He can't believe the lead he's got into that always hairpin. And then from there, quick switch back to the left-hander and on towards the very fast Rapids bends.
Battens for third and fourth as well. The 79 of George Kay has just been usurped by
Absolutely now on the bumper and down the inside at Summit. Can he hang on to it?
He flung it in, didn't he? And again, that wide late apex, that late turn in allows that door to be left open. McBain leads for the first time across the line. He's got half a second already.
Sherwood takes second through pit bend, so that's the triple one there. Sweeping up the inside of Connor Tubby.
I was about to say Jaden Sherwood, Nick. He put in a fastest lap there, so he really is a man on a move. And Jaden Sherwood coming into this round after a win in the final at round 1 and a third place podium position at Forest Edge in round 2. Jaden Sherwood, the number 111, he is with Coles Racing, of course, that red, white and blue.
Let's hope he is.
Pretty certain he is. I'm pretty certain he is. Hunter Motorsport first, Coles Racing second.
Is that Carlos Sainz, is it? The front?
That is a Carlos Sainz, yeah.
55.
Here he comes. Alfie McBain had about 5/10. Let's see who it is. It's still 5/10. But as they break for the pit bend, Jaden Sherwood comes back towards Alfie McBain.
Did you see that great clip with Carlos Sainz just before the race? The Grand Prix this week. You know, he had an argument with Charles Leclerc in the last Grand Prix. And someone used the word, he had a bit of a ding-dong with your teammate. Obviously, it's his second language, so ding-dong got stuck in his head. And he gave this really long answer where he said ding-dong 11 times. And you're thinking, that only happened when you got a second language. Where was it? Yeah, it's a bit of a ding-dong, and then we had a dong.
Dong-a-ding.
It's great.
Well, at the moment, we're about to see a ding-dong at the front of this field, Nick.
But ding-a-dong, of course, won the Eurovision Song Contest in 1975. Off you go.
There we go, then. It's going to be...
Netherlands.
Right, are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. More Eurovision Song Contest references.
I apologise to Richard Price for that.
We've got a change for fourth as the number 17 of Amy Peacock goes down the inside of George Kay. Behind these two. This is the battle for the lead, though. Can't take our eyes off this one. As Alfie McBain has got Jaden Sherwood, championship leader, right on his bumper down the hanger straight. And we're not even at half distance, Nick. Alfie McBain's got a lot to do.
Yeah, McBain, who just looking physically, I'm sure, will be in the primo class in other championships. He's a slight lad, but he's driving with the tenacity of an experienced pro. But he has got our championship leader right behind him as they go now up through the Woodland Straight. And they'll turn sharply right and through the dogleg, which is actually a chicane. Call it the chicane, boys.
It's the dogleg chicane.
Not according to the site. It doesn't say chicane up there. So you can't start rewriting stuff now, Joe.
Oh, here we go then. Sherwood having a look down the inside of McBain, but McBain using all of the track and more towards Summit there. It's a right kink before that switchback hairpin, and then immediately turning right through the valley hairpin onto the hanger straight. McBain concerned of the presence of Sherwood behind him. The Carlos Sainz livery, one of my favourites, certainly. I like bold colours, Nick. I don't like these messy liveries that seem to be the trend in karting, but then I'm really old.
Well, it's interesting, actually, because karting follows the kind of the RC trends, and RC everyone started doing the same colours, and then they moved on to different colours. And it's happening. What happened is everyone's currently got this kind of blue and red motif, it seems. And what happened is somebody will turn up and they'll come up with purple and green, and then everyone will move to purple and green because it become trendy for a couple of years. Bit of movement in the middle of the field there, the 87 or 67. I think Nathan Travers just got past George Key for fifth.
And also, Nick, Jarek Metters inside the top 10 with a move down the inside of Alex Stoll. Jarek Metters now up to 10th, Alex Stoll down to 11th and just outside. Meanwhile, at the front, Alfie McBain it is holding off the Coles Racing Jaden Sherwood in fine style, the championship leader. I think, you know what, I think Sherwood is just, he's not coasting round, but he's just planning this. And there's no hurry yet because it's 2.5 minutes on the clock. So it's pointless making a silly move yet and making it, like sending it, as Daniel Ricciardo would say. We're just going to wait and see. But you know what? McBain is absolutely flying.
Yeah, they've got Amy Peacock in third, but they've got a good gap to her, 2.2 seconds. So they've done that part. They've broken away. They've done the helmet tapping part, where they just, let's work together and move away. And now Sherwood needs to think about how he's going to dispatch Alfie. Alfie already concerned, looks over his left shoulder, looks over his right shoulder, then he turns to the right, and he's through the switchback. He's going to come up the inside now, and he just went a bit too wide there. I mean, I'm not sure whether it was almost like, oh, go on then.
I don't know, Nick, because it's a wide turn-in for that hairpin to get you onto the into Rapids Bend, isn't it?
Not giving up, though, is he?
No, he's not. No. So change of lead then. Jaden Sherwood for Coles Racing now leads the number 111, using all of the curb and more there on the exit of the dogleg. And as they cross the line, Sherwood, McBain staying with him though. He's on the bumper, Amy Peacock. Now Amy is 2 seconds behind this lead battle. And behind Amy Peacock, we've got Connor Tubby, Nathan Traverse, George Kerr, Harris Roberts, Jack Dimbleby, Dylan Morton, Jarek Metters and Charlie F. just outside the top 10 and 11th. Alex Dole dropping to 12th. Leo Basterfield coming through to 13th at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested about this. This is a good performance by Alfie because I thought I'll get past and he'll go. But Alfie's sticking onto the back of Jaden Sherwood.
I'm pretty sure as well, Nick, Alfie McBain is only in his first real full season of karting.
Well, he's learning fast. Was
He
enjoying that chance to be at the front. Took one person to get into the front on the first corner, and therefore he gets a chance of a bit of clear air. You get to learn. You learn a huge amount in the pack, but you also learn a huge amount in free air as well. And that chance to just have nothing in front of you, take the lines you want to take, not worry. And now he's following one of the renowned experts in the class.
Look at the size of the drivers as well. Jaden Sherwood, really tall, a tall kid. Alfie McBain, only small. His shoulders barely above the back of the seat there. But both, and this is why the Junior Primo class is such a great idea, because you get the younger drivers able to find their feet in this. However, I think Alfie McBain's found his feet, hasn't he?
His feet are found.
His feet are found,
no problem at all there.
It's a great drive.
Those of you just watching karting for the first time, the bigger drivers not at a disadvantage in any way, because they will ballast up the smaller drivers' kart the same weight. Now, there are aero advantage and centre of gravity advantage, but the actual basic weight, which is one of the key deciders of any racing vehicle, is the same. They'll be running at what's the junior weight limit?
148, I think.
148 kilograms. That's kart and driver. So if I was to enter the junior Rotax, I could have a 48 kilo kart.
Yeah, you're really on the back foot, aren't you?
Yeah.
Lots of racing going on down the field as Sherwood goes through with a fastest lap, a 47.7. He's got clear air, and now he really has come into it. He's with 1 lap to go.
He's last few corners.
He's only half a lap away. He's already heading towards that checkered flag, Nick.
Yep.
As he comes through the dogleg for the final time, he will be greeted by that massive checkered flag here at Dunkeswell. That's a proper checkered flag.
Yes.
It's just underneath that.
On their flag budget, are they?
If you can see that flag, Ash, give us a glimpse of it, will you? Because it's just off to your left there.
Oh, there we go. Oh,
that's a huge checkered flag, isn't it? That's a proper checkered flag. That.
He's got some high action there. He's giving it. He's giving it quite. He's not giving it the full way. He's not using the bottom of the stick.
No.
He's going to come up the inside now.
There's the move for the lead. There's Jaden Sherwood's move for the lead there, and it was a bit of a textbook move, as we've seen here, out of always an independent there. Just had the line, didn't he? Just kept that momentum going. So Sherwood takes the win. Alfie McBain second, Amy Peacock third, Nathan Traverse fourth, Connor Tubby in fifth, Harris Roberts sixth, Dylan Morton 7th, George Kerr was 8th, 9th was Jack Dimbleby, and Jarek Metters after that move into 10th stayed there. The rest of the 29 kart field there on the screen. That's how they finished. And that, I've got to say, was a very, very good run from both our two leading drivers, Jaden Sherwood, who I kind of thought he was just waiting his time, and then he made the move, and he certainly made that stick. But great drive from Alfie McBain. His mechanic, Andy Powell, I don't know if you heard that, Nick, because you were sorting out transceivers. Andy Powell out back in the seat for the O-plate. Andy Powell was part of this championship in 2022. He's making a return to the driving seat.
177?
At the no. He's still a slight lad.
Oh, he's still
he's still a skinny lad. Yeah. He's in the 162.
I don't like people who make a return in the 162 class. If you're going to make a return, you need to make a return in the I'll let myself go slightly class.
Can you remember the Autumn Cup at Warden Law back in the autumn?
Yes, which we of course looking forward for this year's Autumn
Andy
Cup
won
as well.
That.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing him
again. Yeah, looking forward. And Rowra is a track that he knows well. So looking forward to. We're already thinking about the O-plate. We have still got round 3 to get through, of course.
It's karting for you. You're always looking at the next event, seeing what you can do.
We have got, I've just put that on the bottom of that sheet there, and I need it, Nick.
Well,
I'm ahead of myself. Because it is Senior Rotax 177s. Now, these are the heavier Rotax class. 177 minimum weight for these drivers.
This is my tribe. I'm looking out the window. I can see I can see them.
These are your people.
I can see them sitting in the car, and I'm thinking, slimmer, no, slimmer, yes, that's me, yes, a bit slimmer. Thinking, yeah, I could do this. I couldn't drive the things for more than 2 laps with my neck snapping off.
Here they go then.
Or my shoulder giving way, but I at least sit in the car down the straight at a similar speed.
It's Scott Smith and Tony Kelsey on the front row of the grid with Steve Gilly and Steve Thompson, the two masters sharing row 2. Row 3 is Adrian Smith and Nathan Wells. Neil Hemming and Max Williamson are on row 4. Row 5 is Cole Edwards and Gary Cox. They've got Alex Thomas, Billy Clark. Row 7 is Scott Clee and Daniel Hammett. Ryan Taylor-Truman, he's the winner of rounds 1 and 2 and leading the championship into this round 3. He will share with Dan Millward on row 8. Row 9 is George Walker and Oliver Moss. Stephen Mottram, good to see Stephen back here on row 10 with Nicholas Walker, who's not here, of course. Nicholas is in hospital with broken ribs after a massive accident on Friday. We wish Nicholas well. If you're watching, Nick, get well soon. We saw your pictures on Facebook, and we do wish you well. Behind these two on row 10 is Zach Fontenue and Marcin Kaminski. Are we going to go round again? Because we've got a straggler, and we may send them around because of that.
Straggler?
Yeah, it's a
not
good-looking grid. It's a good-looking grid. Yeah, we've set them away. And into the first turn has gone the number 38 of Scott Smith, who will lead out of Pit Bend and heading to the summit already.
Yep, and they're up and away. And it's a good, clean start for these lads. I'd say thank you to Max Gas for the info you've just given me. Hopefully we fix that now. If you haven't fixed it, tell me next time. It was a bit of sound on the replays. Anyway, so here we go. The all-white cart. Obviously, he's struggling to make these 177. Oh, the straggler was our early leader last time round, Zach Fontenot. So,
distinctive red and green livery on Zach. Zach had a problem getting away, oiled up probably. Here are the leaders, though, to complete what will be the first of our racing laps. We've gone back to that anomaly on the timing screens, Nick, of giving themselves one racing lap at the start. Scott Smith, then Tony Kelsey, Steve Thompson, Steve Gilly, Nathan Wells, Max Williamson, Cole Edwards, Adrian Smith, Gary Cox and Neil Hemming. Leading the Masters is Steve Thompson, though, in that third place spot. Yeah,
and it's really interesting. They're really trying to give it some through Summit. It's obviously a place where, as the carts concertina up in the early laps, people are seeing a real chance of making an odd place here and there. When the carts are in front of them are trying to go for it, then they leave open a gap. So it's already been identified as a decent overtaking position as they streak round again. Smith from Kelsey from Thompson, Steve Gilly in 4th, Wells in 5th.
That's a good train of carts, isn't it? The leader, though, Scott Smith, he's pulled a bit of a...
He's broken, second are broken as well.
Yeah,
3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, they're all kind of running together. I think I'm looking at this. Steve Gilly picked up 3rd. Steve Thompson had a bad lap and everyone else got past him. I think that's what I saw at the Summit last time, of him coming eased out by the entire field. Round they come again. 3rd place man, Steve Gilly in the 20. And then ahead of him, behind him, Wells and Edwards.
So Edwards, the number 10, on that very distinct kind of pink and yellow. He's with Howarth Racing, Phil Howarth and his dad's team, Darren. That's the cart there, the number 10. He's carrying the bright yellow with, I think that's pink.
I'm sure
sort
it
of
is.
purpley pink. That's a
purple
very
pink.
bright livery there. A very plain white livery is for our leader, Scott Smith, who was already into the dogleg. The first and second, as you said, Nick, Scott Smith and Tony Kelsey pulling a bit of a gap.
He's pointed them past.
Yeah, that's a great battle there.
Wow.
Nathan Wells, Cole Edwards, Max Williamson involved as well.
Steve Gilly pointed them past.
So Steve Gilly allowed Cole Edwards through.
And Wells, he pointed them. Oh, no. Oh, is he all right?
Yeah, I think
he's
so.
Out.
He's out of the cart.
Ouch.
That is the 90 watt.
And he's bent the axle by the look of it.
Yeah, probably. That's a very nasty accident. And I think Steve Gilly has got a problem. Steve Gilly slows up here.
Right.
See how Steve Gilly, I don't know what was going on there. Spinning off there is the 52 of Nathan Wells. And I think that was unrelated at all, completely with that incident.
Yeah.
That's the 91, is it? That's Max Williamson. And Max on his feet looking okay. He's got his radiator mount bent there, and the kart will be slightly damaged. Meanwhile, the race continues. 4 laps completed with Scott Smith, Tony Kelsey, Cole Edwards now into third. He's got a second to make up as Cole Edwards. Yellow flags flying while we clear that Carter out of the way and put him into safety. And there's a move down the inside there. Was that the number?
It's a 50. So it's
14,
another move.
Gary Cox.
Another move again, actually. Oh, switch back, double move left and right. So those 2 karts in this field. It's the 14. It's Gary Cox. He lost the place at Harrison Crook and then got it back again, going through the Always and Pennon complex as they come round again.
So there's first, second, third, fourth. We're looking at the 5th place battle here. Steve Thompson. Steagalley's gone again. It's the number 14 behind Steve Thompson. And that's Gary Cox as they cross the line. It's Gary Cox, Harrison Crook,
Gilly's got
Neil Hemming.
He's dropping out
He's
now.
dropping down the order, isn't he? He's dropped right down
14th,
the order.
Yeah, that's bad luck. It's his good grip position of the race. There's a yellow now into Summit because of that kart went over. They consider the driver just walking away. He's fine. I think he's probably, again, a little bit of shock, but he's absolutely fine.
Yeah, be worried about how much it's going to cost.
I think he might have got away with it. The axle did lightly bent.
We've got to pick up Cole Edwards and Ryan Taylor-Truman, who's going through the bends there, off towards Hanger. Next 2 karts up. These 2 going through Hanger now. These 3 karts here, that's a battle involving Tony Kelsey, who Cole Edwards in that purple and yellow kart, but that's the championship leader behind Cole Edwards, the number 3, Ryan Taylor-Truman, has gone from 15th and now up to 4th place. We saw him go from 29th to 9th in the previous heat. He came 4th in the end, but in one lap he went from 29th to 9th in one lap. So the race is on. Meanwhile, Scott Smith has gone off into the lead by about a second. That's him in the white kart. And there's Cole Edwards down the inside.
And both of them.
Scott.
Is it 2? No, he got 1.
Taylor Truman went with him.
Get both of them then.
I did think he was going to do that. I did think Taylor Truman was going to be very cheeky indeed and take Cole Edwards as well. So a change for that second place. Edwards, it is in second, but the leader, Scott Smith, across the line. We've got still over 2 minutes of this heat, so we've got plenty of time for Ryan Taylor-Truman to improve and get ahead of Cole Edwards.
Yeah, I think he's got to get to second first, and then he's got the issue that Smith's broken away by over a second at this point.
So we've got Howarth Racing there with Cole Edwards. TT Motorsport is Ryan Taylor-Truman's team, and then behind Taylor-Truman, Tony Kelsey, who's wondering what happened there.
Yes.
I lost 2 places.
It was all looking so good, and then it wasn't.
Absolutely. Yeah, he got mugged a bit, didn't he? Now then, Taylor-Truman, I think maybe, is he playing a waiting game? He's right on the rear bumper there of Cole Edwards.
If he wants to win, he needs to get past and then get up after Scott Smith. Perhaps if you already decided he's not going to be able to get past Smith.
I don't think he's got the pace to catch Smith. He might have the pace to have a go here as they go underneath that gantry. No, he stays behind.
I bet he tries into Summit. So actually, they've gained a little bit, actually. They gained 4/10 on the lead that time round. Scott Smith lost 4/10. So pace is ebbing and flowing. Often that's down to tyre pressures and tyre wear levels. Down the short hanger straight before the right-hander Always. And then that's the chance there for Ryan Taylor-Truman to go up the inside. Can he hold it? Yes, he can. He avoided the switchback there with some good kart placement. And now he's going to have 2 laps to get in and after Smith in the lead. So Taylor-Truman looking to take a win from 15th. That's first, second and third, and there's the rest of the field going round as well. But can he? Nods down for a picosecond, nods back up again.
I tell you what, Nick, they've reduced the gap from 8/10 and involved an overtake. The gap's down to 5, just under 6/10 of a second now. And very soon we're not going to need a stopwatch to tell us what that gap is, because they're almost together. A little bit of a... definitely. As they come out of Valley onto the hanger straight, he's going to be in a position to challenge, I think, going into the final lap.
Yeah, the visible difference obviously condenses during slow parts of the track, because obviously 4 kart lengths at a slow speed is much more time than 4 kart lengths at a fast speed. But whatever you say, it's now not even 4 kart lengths at whatever speed they're doing. Taylor-Truman, championship leader, looking to make it 3 in a row of wins of the event. He is right behind Scott Smith now. He's made up that half a second, which means he's got a big pace advantage on Smith. He's just lost pace in the last 3 or 4 laps, and now I would think we're probably going to see him move in the first corner. Very defensive.
Defensive driving from the leader, Scott Smith, And Taylor Truman, can he do the switch back? He tries it, heading towards the braking area for Summit. It's a very tight hairpin, and Smith has the inside line. He tries the switch back once again. And he just slid too wide. And Taylor Truman had the ideal line into the second part of that, which is the Valley hairpin. Here's Cole Edwards about to snatch that second place from Scott Smith as well. But it's Ryan Taylor Truman who's on his way to pole position for the final.
Your favourite, one of your favourite idioms is it's a high-speed game of chess. Well, they are thinking 4 corners ahead.
I know,
about how to get past.
Yeah, especially here at Dunkeswell. It's the nature of the track there, and the bit that since I raced here in the 90s, that bit where you go hairpin left, hairpin right, hairpin right, hairpin left. That's an addition, and it's really added a massive character as the checkered flag flies.
Well done.
Ryan Taylor Truman takes a win. That goes. He's never won a heat though, Nick. That's the first heat. That's the first heat he's won. I think he didn't win a heat yesterday, did he?
No.
I'm going to have to check.
No,
that.
he didn't. No,
do you want to take us through the top 10 while I check that out?
So it's Ryan Taylor Truman from Scott Smith. Cole Edwards is third. It's Tony Kelton. It's Harrison Crook, of course, is in the run for the championship. He's got a good position for 5th. Gary Cox is in 6th. Jake Davis is 7th. Steve Thompson's 8th. Scott Clee is 9th. In 10th place is Ben Hitch. 11th, Neil Hemming. 12th, George Walker. 13th, Daniel Hammett. And it's Alex Thomas. Steve Mottram and Nathan Wells in 16th. Bad luck to Steve Gilly, who ended up the last of the people who made the trip. So obviously a small technical fault there. Took Steve out for a good run into a unfortunate back-of-the-pack finish.
Yeah, confirmed. That's the first heat that Ryan Taylor Truman has won this season. Here it comes. And it was his second heat, I think, that he's taken part in. So very, very good result for him. He won, like I say, and he won round 1 at Clay Pigeon. He won round 2 in the final, that is, at Forest Edge. He's certainly en route to take the Summer Cup. I think he's going to be a hard act to beat, isn't he? He's going to be a hard act to beat if he's going to maximise his points haul when we get to the final this afternoon. It's going to be very, very good for his overall championship to have done so well in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, great performance. Southern Cup, you'll be giving him it looks like, barring a disaster in the main final, you'll be giving him the Southern Cup later.
Oh, Nick, you've said it.
I said barring a disaster. I said
yes.
barring a disaster. I caveated myself.
Yes.
I did not award anything in advance of it being awarded. It's Smokey Joe's next, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. What Nick means by that is it's our air-cooled TKM engines, 110cc TKM engines out next. It's slightly smaller dimensions of the karts as well. They are about to go ahead with their second heat of the weekend. And once again, we're going to ask ourselves, who on earth is out there that can beat Mitchell Ball?
Where's he starting this time? Is he giving a bit of a head start this time? He started off in the second row last time, didn't he?
Here we go. Where is he? He is... He's
12th.
He's 12th. Right then, Matthew Temple Purcell and Jack Crisp are the drivers that share row 1. Row 2 is Samuel King and Will Cregeen. James Hull and Ben Watson are on row 3. Joseph Booth and Matt Slate are on row 4. James Workman, the first of the Masters, on row 5 with Jake Humphrey. Chris Whiteside and Mitchell Ball, championship leader, share row 6. Alexander Lehman and Harris Morrow are shot on row 7. Joseph Phillips and James King, who had a mechanical problem in the first heat, they're on row 8. Row 9 is Molly Nicholas Biles and Leo Crabtree. She had a great run in that first heat until that incident that damaged her steering. She will start 17th, and again it's a damage limitation run for Molly to get her up the order for the all-important final. 19th and final kart on this grid is Ryan Layton.
And the James King in the 20, the Masters kart, had a problem getting away, so he's right at he's a long way off the back of the field, and these guys love a second lap, so they'd be happy for him to catch up to get that second lap, just to clear these engine out, to get a bit more warmth. And there's a pall of smoke as they go, and they're being waved. Oh! What happened there? They were waved round, and the 22 kart put the power on and just lost everything. Spun round, clipped one the other. I don't think any damage was done. 72 kart, sorry. So there's an issue for Chris Whiteside where he just put the power on it after they give him the wave round, and then spun across the front.
He spun through 180, Nick. He was pointing in the complete opposite direction and had the rest of the grid booling down on him. What he must have thought, I do not know.
I guess he thought, how did that happen? Why am I not pointing
in
the right
he probably
direction?
did think, how did that happen?
A second ago,
yeah.
I was going... Gravinelli 1977 says, time for round 2. Good luck, Jake. And Max Gass, who gave us the little tip about the replays, has gone, he's Mr. Walker, he says, he's here and watching.
Oh, is he? Good on you, Nick. Hopefully you're not feeling too bashed up.
This is the guy with the accident, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that's who he means, Nick Walker. Yeah.
Oh, bad luck,
he
mate.
should have been on the 177 grid, but he had a big nasty accident. Punctured lung and broken ribs. That's going to be sore. Try not to laugh, mate. We'll not make you laugh. Nick's very unfunny.
We haven't all season. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go then. Tiki M's about to get underway, and we have got to start. And down the inside and into the lead has gone the 65 of Matthew Temple Purcell. He will lead out of turn 1 and heading towards the Summit hairpin for the first time.
Jack Crisp is that man in black in second, but he's already moved out to third as the orange helmet, I think, of Sam King has moved into second. So the black is Crisp and there's an H. And you've got King there as they go into Always. Now it's just waiting to settle down. And the sun, you can see the sun's just come out a little bit, so it's glistening off some of the cars and the carts and the numbers. And they now run for the first time, into the hangar hairpin, and we get our first chance to see them coming to us. More importantly, we get a first chance to see what the gaps are as they begin to complete their first lap.
Yeah, not much of a gap between first and second, that's for sure. Into the dogleg chicane, and we've got Matthew Temple Purcell, who has Jack Crisp. We think it's Jack Crisp, but it is the 69, is it? Oh, it's Samuel King, the 16.
King, he got him, yeah.
Yeah, the 16. And now they're joined by the number 5 of Ben Watson, the Class and Motorsport driver, right there onto the tail of the two leaders. Meanwhile, Mitchell Ball up to 11th from that
only,
start. Yeah, he hasn't made much of ground. Round the outside, is it?
Watson,
down the inside.
If Watson can make it stink, because he's having like a drag race down the hangar. But he does, of course, have the inside line now. He needs to tighten in try and hold it through. And that's been really helped there, because Sam King was then found on the outside, the 45 of Joseph Booth. He actually gave him a bit of a nudge. He wasn't happy about him being there. Gave him a little bit of a kind of a sideways slap. But it hasn't helped either of them. And Watson now, in the black machine, is second place to Matthew Temple Purcell, who's just sitting there going, what's going on, lads? It's fine.
Well, he's got his head down and he needs to keep his focus, because Ben Watson, we know how quick he is. And already pulling out the momentum out of the back chicane, or the dogleg chicane, I should say, carries him into the lead, into pit bend and out of pit bend. It's the number 5 now of Ben Watson leading. And down the inside, Joseph Booth. And they're coming together. Well, Booth slid wide and into the 65. The 60, was it the 65 or the 45? Let's have a look and see who's involved. The blue and yellow cart there just slid wide, or took the wide line. The number 65. That did say 65 on that card, didn't it?
Is there a 65?
There isn't. I can't see one on the timing screen. So that was not confusing at all. Let's see how they sort themselves out. What this has done, it's allowed Ben Watson a massive lead into and out the chicane. We'll tell you exactly what that is when they come across the line now. Ben Watson, Jake Humphreys in second. 1.2 seconds is the gap. James Hull third. Matt Slate. Mitchell Ball up to 5th. You know who benefited from that incident? Mitchell Ball. And there's down the inside for second. Has gone the number 11 of Matt Slate.
It's a second. He was in 4th over the line.
Incredible move there. Mitchell Ball, that's the 3rd cart in that train there.
Yeah,
that's in 5th place. The yellow cart there with the yellow helmet is Mitchell Ball.
Yeah, Matt Slate, that was a move for 3rd. And he's now got behind him the white helmet of James Hull, and then Mitchell Ball in the orange and yellow. And then here they go. Accelerating up, away, and then through into the dogleg chicane. First 2 away, so 3rd, 4th and 5th is where the action's at. The 11, which is another one, which is a completely unstickered entirely.
No, Matt Slate, the number 11 is with flex.
He's all black. He's obviously with flex and he's overweight.
He needs the weight, yes. We have got a Class and Motorsport 1-2. That's the number 5 and the number 11, is it? Or the number 51, I should say, of Jake Humphrey. Class and Motorsport 1-2. And in 3rd place, have we got Mitchell Ball yet ahead of that cart in front of him of James Hull? As they come through the left-hander at Pennant, through the pit rapids bends towards the hangar hairpin.
Another set of changes, and now round the hairpin again.
Just hug that curb on the inside. You've got to hug it all the way around and then let the cart breathe out of that curb on the outside.
Quite all line and stern. We've had a lot of movement, all line and stern, but now Mitchell Ball right on the tail of Matt Slight. Into 4th now, Mitchell, from a 12th place start.
Yeah.
3 of them obviously grenaded themselves, didn't they, in that accident at... it's to give the place up, or it seems to give the place up as the ball goes up the inside. No, switch back. This is part 3. This is pawn to Rook Knight 7.
Pulls alongside the number 11, Matt Slate. It's the Klassen 1-2. The Klassen 1-2 is about to be spoilt as Mitchell Ball goes ahead of the number 51, Jake Humphrey. And now then, with 3 minutes remaining, can Mitchell Ball catch Ben Watson?
No.
Mitchell Ball has been unbeatable this season. He's got everything working. I've got that completely wrong because that's Mitchell Ball ahead of Matt Slate, not Jake Humphrey. Jake Humphrey is still there ahead of him.
Yeah.
So it's still a Klassen 1-2. The number 11 of Matt Slate, he's with Flex, so it's a Flex 3-4 now. Just very...
Flex 3-4. Sounds like you're kind of counting out a dance routine.
Oh, there's another... cart ahead of him, the 45 of Joseph Booth.
Just getting a bit beaten up at the moment, isn't he, the 11 of Matt Slate?
But he's just lost. You know what? He lost the place, and he's kind of lost his flow, and he's finding it very difficult to get back into the flow of things.
Yeah. So doesn't like Mitchell Ball's made particular gain on Humphrey or Watson this time around, which is interesting. Because his first entire lap in clear air, the gap was 1.8 seconds. Let's see what it is this time round between second and third. It's quite a long way to make up. You need to make up, it's 4 laps, so you make up half a second a lap. So what is it this time around? First 2 are gone, and Mitchell Ball is 1.7. Yeah,
he's made up a 10th. Now then, Ben Watson 49.825, 49.820 for Mitchell Ball, only 0.05 of a second quicker. So that's what he closed the gap to the leader. He's closing the gap to Jake Humphrey to 1.6, but he's got 2.8 to Ben Watson, so he might just start getting onto the rear bumper of Jake Humphrey in second place. However, with just on 90 seconds remaining, I doubt that's going to be...
Yeah, but he's not breaking the 45 of Joseph Booth. Booth's following him the whole way.
That's right, yeah. So I'm not sure whether Mitchell has enough time on the clock to actually get in touch with the 2 Klassen Motorsport drivers ahead of him now.
Not looking likely, but a 12th to a third is a great gain. He's got a win and a third already from the 2 heats so far today. If he finishes in this position, going around the pit bend for the penultimate. No, they'll have 3 more laps, so this and 2 more. Oh, he's lost his place. He's lost the place.
Wow,
Mitchell Ball overtaken the shock.
Yeah, Joseph Booth. He's down as a privateer. He's on a very similar livery. It's not the same as Flex, but it's very similar in the fact that it's yellow and blue. Not at all confusing. More blue than yellow on the front end. That's how we can distinguish that. But the number 45, you did mention, Nick, how Mitchell Ball had not lost the 45, and now Joseph Booth
he's not
has
losing the 11
got ahead of him.
Matt
Yeah,
Slate. I don't know whether Ball's slightly gone off out of tune or something. And these carts are, of course, a little bit more pernickety than the road taxis, aren't they, as far as tune is concerned?
Yes, they can be. Yeah, the air-cooled 2-strokes have always been... I'm not going to use the word fragile because they're not. They are very strong engines.
They used to be.
Yeah, they very much used to be. Attrition was always a massive part. It's going to be 1 lap to go board next time by for Ben Watson and Jake Humphrey. Joseph Booth, the 49.736, that posted him the fastest lap of this heat so far, and that was the lap that he overtook Mitchell Ball, so he's really on it. Now, whether Mitchell Ball can respond and get back on terms with Joseph Booth when, in fact, he's got to fend off Matt Slate, so that's not easy to do when you're defending.
Yeah, initially we've been talking about, of course, Mitchell Booth coming from 12th up to now 3rd or 4th. Well, Jake Humphrey's apparently gone from 11th to 2nd. So...
yeah, cracking drive.
He's gone from 10th second, actually. 10th second. So he's also moving up the field. But Ball obviously has been the class of the field so far. But things change. There's 3 more rounds of the championship to go. And things can change and tracks can change. And we've just seen Ball overtaken. Now he's now trying to get it back at the 45 of Joseph Booth.
Yeah, and what helped Jake Humphrey was that incident involving a few drivers ahead of him. This is the last lap, though. And Booth has to defend into always... out of there. He's fully aware of where those other drivers are, and Mitchell Booth slots in just ahead of these 2 as the Klassen Motorsport drivers. Jake Humphrey and Ben Watson are leader. They're already through the final hairpin here and heading towards the chicane, but it's not over for 3rd, is it?
No.
We've got Joseph Booth and Mitchell Ball glued to his rear bumper. Whether or not they can have a drag race from the chicane down to the start-finish line. No, they're going to stay line astern almost. As Ben Watson takes the win, Jake Humphrey 2nd, Joseph Booth hung on to that third very well indeed. Mitchell Ball fourth, Matt Slade fifth, Leo Crabtree, James Hull, Will Cregeen, Alexander Lehman, Joseph Phillips rounds off that top 10, and then just outside the top 10, Harrison Morrow. Grid driver Molly Nicholas Biles off the back of the grid to get that 12th spot. Jack Crisp dropped to 13th, Ryan Layton 14th, and then we had James King first in the Masters category in 15th overall, Chris Whiteside 16th, James Workman was the second of our Masters drivers, Samuel King and Matthew Temple Purcell, with everybody present and correct from the start to the finish. Very un-TKM-like.
Once again, they're doing an awful lot of grid shuffling beneath us.
Grid shuffling.
Yeah, the people are lining up on the wrong side. I think it's almost like there's been someone's not. So the left is the right, and the right is the left, basically.
Well, that's Sarah Darlow who's causing consternation down there, putting everybody right. Sarah, our regular.
Some of them doing it quite a showy way, to be honest. There's kind of a little bit of Scandinavian flicks going on.
Quality. So the grid just being sorted out, and the grid looks like this while they're being lined up in the collecting area. Ashton French and George Hulme's turn to share the front row of the grid for this one. James Becker and Ollie Hughes, Billy Vogt and Theo Fedrick. Theo, remember, is in fact our championship leader for senior Rotax, the 162 category. He had a first place win in the first round at Clay Pigeon, so watch out for Theo starting on the third row. Harry Pearson and Oliver Atkinson on row 4, Kieran Thompson and Martin Bramwell on row 5. Then we've got Finlay Underwood and Samuel Hawthorne, Louis Rees and John Hobbs. Rufus Flan and Luke Evans start on row 8. Row 9 is Levi Goodyear and Matthew Lambert. Gregory Akers and Michael Thompson are on row 10. Mason Perrin, our current junior champion, starting alongside Ollie Varney, our 2023 vice champion in this class. 12th row is Paolo Nunes Aranda and Samuel Wyatt. Then we've got Samuel Spagnuolo and Henry Swanson. Arthur Thacker and Michael Goodburn are on row 14. And then we've got Aidan Pomeroy and Elliot Barrell with Liam Deedman and Nathan Jensen.
Good luck, Nathan. Just Ella Haynes.
Yes, well done, Ella. Nathan's got a very healthy social media profile.
What, more than me?
Very active. Yes.
I've got several thousand people I don't know who follow me. That's not that follow me, really.
It's not a contest.
I think you find it is, actually. I think you find that's the whole thing about the whole social media follow. It is actually just a contest.
Now, Nathan...
But it's all about engagement, by the way. It's not about numbers.
It is, absolutely. Now, he's in he's in Jib-Tech Racing, remember, Nathan Jensen, starting in the back. So we expect to see Nathan, who has got his fan club out there. Ella Haynes is Nathan's biggest fan out there. It's gone chilly again.
You're having a lot of temperature issues today,
I am, yes. It's gone chilly.
There is a bit of a breeze, and the breeze is sometimes pleasant and sometimes not. It's a bit greenhousey where we're based as they roll down over the cut-through. And will they get away first time for the Senior Rotax Heat 4? Looking good so far. They're in the tram lines. Everything looks like it's going to go. Well, they'll pop out early there, but that's... who was that who took an early bit of advantage? It was the 1-2-1 cart of Kieran Thompson, who just decided he didn't want to be in the line with everyone else. Not saying he gained any advantage, but he just showed up on the cameras.
Well, Ashton French has been pushed out of the lead there by, I think that was George Hume, might have been Ollie Hughes. We'll check that out. It's the 2:11 of George Hume. That had a bit of contact there going into Summit, the left-hander, already down the Hanger Straight and into Always. And now we're out of Pennant and heading through the Rapids Bends and towards the Hanger Hairpin. It will be George Hume on the 2:11 that will come out of the Hanger Hairpin and head towards us. Here they go into the chicane for the first time then. It'll be one racing lap completed as we cross the line then. Hume, Ashton French, Billy Vogt, Ollie Hughes, Theo Fedrick, Samuel Hawthorne, John Hobbs, Matthew Lambert, Kieran Thompson, Luke Evans rounding off the top 10 as the field already through Pitts Bend and on towards Summit.
Yeah, good clean start for the field there, but we have ourselves a little bit of a breakaway leader. And he has gained himself that all-important half second. So George Horn, but behind him, they're having a bit of a shuffle around, trying to sort out who's going to be the challenger. And currently it is the blue machine of, who's that? Just lost the number in that one.
It's hard to tell in the sunshine, isn't it? The way that the sun's glinting. We'll get the check on them as they come back towards us, Nick.
53, I can't believe it is. I think he's
in
third now.
We'll wait. 53's in third. That's Ashton French.
I'm guessing.
I think you're right. It is there, the purple and red.
So who's picked
cart.
up second then?
So
Billy
second
Vogt,
is the second is Billy Vogt in the number 19.
Okay.
So he is now gotten by Ashton French, and he's off after George Hulme, who leads this race by a half a second.
Oh, they've changed their second and third and fourth have changed, and in doing so they've forced both of each other out, and the nipping through is the 71 of Ollie Hughes. Ollie Hughes is a big winner there to pick up third place, leading this cart conundrum of five. What's the word I'm looking for? Parade, a cart parade there, that's what I was looking for. I'm going to go and retire myself.
Yeah, just go and have a lie.
Shall I sit down in a darkened room? Yes,
go on.
It's too exciting.
We've got a battle developing then as Billy Vogt now coming towards the rear bumper of our leader George Hulme into the chicane. The two Coles drivers are Ashton French, the number 53, who's down as a privateer. Samuel Hawthorne, the number 15, he's with Coles. It's Ollie Hughes, the 71, in third now. Where did he come from? So I was right, it's two Coles drivers, Ollie Hughes and Samuel Hawthorne, now chasing after Billy Vogt, who's right on the bumper of George Hulme. If anything, we're going to see, let's keep with the carts ahead of them, because we're about to see the leader change, because I think Billy Vogt, Nick, is about to mount a challenge, probably going to come at the pit bend here.
Yeah, I think he's going to weigh him up. There's one place no one's tried to go past so far as here, the dogleg chicane. It is single route only.
It's very fast into it, that's why.
And now he's just holding back, coming to the pit bend, looking at the inside. No, he's gone a bit wider, so he's going to try and get the slingshot back out again. And then right behind, he was no distance of nothing behind. He's still nothing behind. And he's got the inside there. Beautiful move there. Going through, unsurprisingly, Summit. But can he hold on? Because don't forget, this is where the multiple corners begin to come into play. And there's a chance now for Hulme to get back in again as they go round always. Now he's got another chance. They come back through Pennon. And they're going to go through the Rapids Bends. And right behind him. But at this point, that's a clean and overtaken and a solid move there by the number 19 cart of Billy Vogt.
Yeah, we knew it was coming. And I think we're going to see Vogt now pull away from George Hulme. We're already seeing that happen. Now then, Hulme is going to become very vulnerable to those two Coles drivers behind him. Samuel Hawthorne and Ollie Hughes are drawing up behind him. Behind Ollie Hughes is Theo Frederick, who's not that far away. John Hobbs is next, then Matthew Lambert. Ollie Varney up to 8th, Sam Wyatt into 9th, Luke Evans 10th.
Yeah, it's a more processional race than we've had from the others. It's interesting. They get the situation, I think, with Dunkeswell, it appears to be you do get these long trains of carts, and they're not always in a position where they can make a move. Certainly, I think if I was talking to as a team manager, I would make sure that my driver was as aggressive as possible in the first few laps. I think that's when you got the real chance of making some big moves, and then it strings out really quickly.
Yeah, I think it's the nature of the track that creates that with those little switchback hairpins at Summit and Valley and Always and Pennon. With that very short straight. Here they are, though, through out and out of Pit Bend. That's the leader, Billy Vogt. He hasn't pulled away as massively as I thought he might. If anything, Nick, they're coming back towards him. Yeah. George Hulme, Samuel Hawthorne and Ollie Hughes. That first cart, the lead cart, about to be joined by the second, third and fourth place. Here they come. Not that far behind. In fifth is Theo Frederick, current championship leader as well. By the way, Ashton French has dropped a lap for some reason at the back of the field. He's gone a lap down. I thought he was out, but he's continued. He started from pole, so I'm not sure what problems Ashton French has had. If whatever it is, he's rejoined and he's currently a lap down.
Yeah, just glance over the shoulder there from Voigt. He's going to tell him he's got just under half a second's lead over a very, very aggressive chasing pack, which is headed up by George Hulme and Samuel Hawthorne.
Now Matthew Lambert.
That's a change there for second. As the 15 of Hawthorne gets inside. I think changed for third as well, actually. No, that's not quite come off. Quite. Ollie Hughes now, we're looking to try and get up the inside into Always, but not quite happening. But there was a very definite move, aggressive move there through by Hawthorne. As we can see it again now, going through Summit. Just got in there. Is it the 211 going too wide, or is it the 115 just taking a better route through?
No, it's all about the late turn in for Summit. You've got to turn in very late to keep the cart across to the left. For Valley, the immediate right-hander coming. So that opens the door on the inside, and if you're not careful, somebody can drive through the door, and that's exactly what happened there with Samuel Hawthorne deciding to go down the inside. It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because you can you keep the cart positioned in the middle of the track. If you go too far out to the right, you open the door for the cart behind you. You've got to keep that cart to the middle of the track or towards, which is a little bit alien because you want to then get through the left-hand hairpin at Summit in kind of an optimum way, and you can't do that if you take that a little defensive line through there.
Hawthorne and Harm are nailed together at the moment, and they've allowed Voigt to get an extra tenth of a second away last lap round. I think he's probably kept that lead at about 7 tenths, but it might even gone up slightly on this lap. They come through the dogleg chicane, and now these two, it just looks so painful.
I'll tell you something,
Snap and
Nick,
land every time.
They went across the line on, I think, about 47, 48 seconds.
Oh, Billy really close, isn't it?
Billy Vogt has just put in a 47.5 to give him the fastest lap of the race.
If he does it again, they'll go across at 58.8. So I think they're going to just get 2 more after this one.
Yeah, they might just. Well, 1 more. 2 more after this one. Here they go. There's Vogt in the blue cart. This is the battle for second. Samuel Hawthorne. He's still got George Hulme there. His teammate, Ollie Hughes, Samuel Hawthorne's teammate, Ollie Hughes, right on the bumper of George Hulme, and he just can't seem to find a way by like his teammate Sam did. Here they come into the chicane then. 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Is it going to be the last lap board?
Yes, it is.
That was right on the cusp, wasn't it?
Holding out the last lap board as far as I can see. And he's scored 0.8 of a second is absolutely correct. Billy Vogt is a 0.8 of a second over 8 minutes. This is the last lap, and another attempted move. Was actually that move that came off it? No, it wasn't. It was just 3 carts occupying a very similar part of the track through Summit, but no change. Heavy defence by Hulme. Now, is he going to be vulnerable on the switchback to Ollie Hughes? No, he's got a nice positioning there, middle of the track, making sure the cart was preventing that 71 of Hughes doing anything at all. That's let Hawthorne get away, so he'll be safe in second now. That's his Vogt is safe in first, and I think they're going to come across in order, Joe. Yeah,
Vogt has got this in the bag if he can get through the chicane. Behind him, though, that's where the action is. And certainly Samuel Hawthorne is in a solid second place as the checkered flag flies for Billy Vogt. Second place was certainly Samuel Hawthorne, but George Hulme finishes third with just 69 thousandths of a second separating him from Ollie Hughes. Championship leader Thea Frederick, he finishes in 5th. Ollie Varney finishes in 6th. John Hobbs 7th. Sam Wyatt had been swapping positions with Matthew Lambert for a couple of laps, and Sam Wyatt eventually getting back ahead of Matthew Lambert sometime before the checkered flag. He finishes 8th. 9th was Matthew Lambert, and then it was Luke Evans who rounded off the top 10, the rest of the 29 runners in this senior Rotax, the 4th heat for senior Rotax. They are there on the screen if you want to check down the numbers. We've got another junior heat coming next.
Yeah, good driving by all involved there. There's a little bit of a waiting game now before they have we got any stragglers? We haven't let them quite finish, that's why. I just wonder why they weren't engaging with the next heat, which I'm guessing is another junior Rotax, is it?
Were you not just listening there?
Yes, I wasn't. I wasn't. I was talking to Paul.
Ah, really?
Yes.
Was he?
We were discussing cameras.
Oh, right. So you didn't hear me say junior Rotax coming next?
No, I didn't hear you say that because we were talking about a certain situation which there's nothing we can do about.
Okay.
Which is quite fun in some ways, but also quite annoying in another.
It will always be annoying.
You've never ever played. If you ever want to play camera roulette, now's your day.
So, Junior Rotax next.
What's next?
Junior Rotax.
Okay, because I was looking out there.
Shut up.
It looked to me like Junior Rotax.
Stop. There's only you enjoying this.
Oh, I think you'll find that several other people are enjoying it. I know for a fact Paul enjoys it. It's one of the highlights of his day.
Guess who's on Paul?
Are we starting out by Costello?
Charles Cheesy Green.
Charles Cheesy Green. What's your favourite
cheese?
Cheddar.
How boring.
Hey.
Charles Green starts on pole position. Dylan Morton alongside. Harry Hadley and Charlie Hulme are on row 2. Then we've got Ryan Sayers and Freddie Whirlock. Jay Leverton, who's on the goal cart, being looked after by the legend. That is Paul Lozanne. He's on row 4 with Jason Duchess. Sorry.
Carry on.
We can't talk about that when I'm doing the grid rundown, Nick.
I was thinking in my brain.
Yeah, no, we'll stop. Lucas Howell for TH Corsa starts on row 5 with Jacob Hobbs alongside. Theo Bush and Sam Mott starts on row 6. Amy Peacock and Sam Greeno Gomez is next. are next. Harvey Williams and Melissa Adrian are on row 8. Row 9 is Alex Dole and Connor Tubby. George Kay and Alfie McBain, who had a great run in the previous 8, remember. They start on row 10. Max Greatrex and Jarek Metters start on row 11. Row 12 is Leo Basterfield and Reece Green. Then we've got Alex Colanciano and Ethan Barrow. Maxim Smith, Alexander Stefanoff, Ronan Moore, Caden Welsh, Charlie Thompson, and then George Theobald on the novice plate rounds off the 32-cart field, and they're already with us, Nick.
They certainly are. As they're about to just do the cut through, they're in 2 nice lines. Will they line up in the tramways properly? Yes, they will. And it's looking like slow, and they've got the go, and they're coming straight towards us. They barrel down the straight 4 wide into the pit bend, and the whole field, there's a bit of a kerfuffle, there's a few little touches and nudges, but no one's facing the wrong direction. A couple of carts were left behind by not picking up off the straight, but the boys at the front, they've all gone away.
Now, there was a cart, a red and white liveried cart, that I didn't see the number. It might have been Freddie Waylock, it might have been Charlie Hume, who went from down the inside and into second place. However, he then slid very wide in the first of the left-hand hairpins at Summit and then ended up coming out fourth. So we'll check that. I think it was the 53 Charlie Hume. We'll check that next time by. But they're already at Hanger.
It's Cheesy Green in the lead.
Cheesy's in the lead. He's on the Guy Cunnington Racing cart this weekend. So a little bit of a different livery than we saw him out on Forest Edge. And crosses the line to take the first lap in the lead. Dylan Morton, Freddie Waylock, Charlie Hume, Jason Duchess, Ryan Sayers, Lucas Howell, Jill Everton, Jacob Hobley of Basterfield.
And Morton right behind him and gets the lead there, straight up the inside. Classic Summit there, up the inside as Cheesy Green went a bit wide. And so now we have a swap for the lead. So Morton will lead them round. And looking like Waylock also is now looking quite interestedly at the rear end of Charles Cheesy Green's cart.
So Morton off and away on the number 193, already at the Hanger hairpin. Charles Green chasing after him, but if anything, that looks like a bit of a cushion there, about a cart's length as they come out of the dog leg and cross the line. Radiator flap being adjusted for Dylan Morton. Let some air into that radiator, a little bit of cooling effect needed. Fastest lap of the race from Lucas Howell, the TH Corsa driver, on a bit of a charge. He was a heat winner yesterday. Jill Everton still hanging on to 8th as well. Leo Basterfield up to 10th, as we said. But it's Dylan Morton now pulling away from Cheesy Green, isn't he?
Yeah,
and
sure.
Cheesy Green's got Freddie Waylock and Charlie Hume right on it. Oh, alongside him.
Then, yeah, might hold on to the note. I thought he was going to come to switch back through the start of the Rapids, but that's not happening. So that Green's going to go across the line almost certainly in 3rd with our new second place man, Freddie Waylock. Now, Green's gone well down. Green's gone to 5th, possibly 6th. So
yeah,
lost a huge amount of drive there coming out of the in hanger or round hanger.
A round hanger, wasn't it? He lost out massively. He's dropped down the order. He's gone down to 6th, actually. As Morton, Waylock, Hume, Ducis, Howell, Green now in 6th. Sears, Levitt, Basterfield and Jacob Hobbs now rounding off that top 10. Alfie McBain up to 13th, by the way.
Yeah,
he's up from 20th.
And is that Green losing more places? Has he got a problem? There's certainly somebody else is dropping back.
A lot of carts barrelling into that hairpin at Always.
Yeah, I think there's been some. I don't know if they've condensed behind a particular cart that has a slight problem. I'm wondering if it's Green who's got the problem. Just because obviously he dropped 4 places before. He's no longer in 6th or anything like that.
He's nowhere near.
He's dropping down. Someone slammed onto the outside there of the hanger hairpin.
Yeah, we've got a cart off. I'm not quite sure what happened there. With a car spearing off into the barrier. Meanwhile, Dylan Morton, Freddie Waylock, Jason Duchess, Charlie Hume, Leviton now up to 5th, Leo Basterfield, Lucas Howell in 7th, Cheesy Green down to 13th, so a problem for Charles Green.
Yep, technical issue. Someone out, there's a couple of carts were kind of left behind. Welch, Stanford, Turnoff and Hadley. One of those, I think, bumped into the barriers. In fact, there's a man with a rescue trolley going over that way, but I think it's obviously just kind of, it wasn't as bad as it looked, and it hasn't caused a red flag. Oh, it has caused a red flag. Has it?
Yeah, we've got a red flag.
Yeah,
we've got a red flag for that incident, and I think that was Caden Welsh.
Yeah,
the number 995.
Obviously, the driver is out of the cart.
Oh, it's not. It's the 77. Is it the 7?
That's a different problem, I think.
Oh, that's Cheesy Green's.
That's Cheesy Green on 2, so that's
So
that's a different issue. They've pulled them off with 3:50 to go. Now they're going to do the same thing again, or what?
Where is Charles Green's cart?
Charles Green's cart
couldn't
is
tell
on
where
camera
that
too,
was.
isn't it?
All right, so
it's in the
Charles
middle.
Green's cart is now just on the outside of Summit Corner.
Yeah.
Next to
But the person who went off, I think
Mark.
you were right, may well have been Caden Welsh.
Yeah, it's Caden Welsh up at
Who
the top
went
end.
off? He went off when I blew the speakers. So I saw him go from the background.
Now there was
the exit of the hangar hairpin.
Yeah, we would be repairing the speakers after Nick's ooh.
I think it's worth it.
We're pulling them in.
But is that it? They're going to call this one?
We're pulling them in. We might get a rerun at the end of the heats, but at the moment we're on about 4 minutes remaining, weren't we? Say again, Paul?
Just under 4 minutes.
Just under 4 minutes
Called, I'm not
remaining,
sure. Yeah, I don't know.
So we've got a red flag. We've got a few carts to clear up and a trial to see if they're all right at the top end of the circuit. We have pulled these in, so they won't be resuming immediately. The next carts out are the runners for the 177s. A few carts sounding very exhausty underneath as they come into the...
So the question is, what happened to Charles Green's cart?
Yeah, well, we saw him have a problem, didn't we? Because he became a cork in a bottle. And he was definitely holding people up and people struggling to get around him.
It should be a power loss, you think, wouldn't it, Joe? Really, that's the sort of thing if you've not got pickup or something.
Yeah, there was something definitely going on there. There's a lot of activity underneath us as we get the nose checks done.
Now, are they going to run? What is it? 177 next? Or is it senior next? It's 177. Isn't
177.
I'm looking at the drivers. It's 177. But or are they going to try and do what they just did previously, which is get the carts back in order and run them through the middle in single file?
Well, they can't because we've got a collecting area that's full of carts.
Yes, but you could run them in the middle. You could turn them round and run them through the middle.
No, what we usually do is we take them off the track, we'll run the next heat, and then filter in these juniors.
Matt Guppy, our reporter from Camera 2 position, tells us that Cheesy Green had a broken rear axle.
Oh, really?
So probably bent, but more like broken.
That's, well, Matt does know the difference between broken or bent. So can you clarify that, Matt, whether it's broken or bent? Because it's slightly different, isn't it? Broken implies that it was snapped off.
In half.
Yes.
Or just bent. Because bent would have done it, wouldn't it?
Well, bent means it's not usable. That would sort of answer the question of why he was slowing down.
I've bent my axle. No, it's bated breath.
He says bent.
There we are.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I didn't get that message for some reason.
That's all I'm seeing, though. You see the rest of it? You see, we're technical geeks, Matt. We need to know things. We need to know geeky details. Like broken means snapped.
Snapped in half.
Yeah. What whereabouts was
Hanging
it snapped? Was it snapped like at the bearing?
Yeah,
on
good
the
point.
outside
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
bearing, on the inside of the bearing? Has it snapped at the brake disc? Has it snapped on the opposite end of the drive?
Snapped on the
There's lots of
pinion
questions.
or on the
You can't
main
just give us
spur gear.
information like that. Lots of clarification needed there. Right, Nick. Shall we have a look at the calendar going forward? Because we've got a little bit of time, and it's we haven't. I'm not sure we've spoke about the calendar. So here we are at Dunkeswell, round
Hooray.
3. We are going to Cumbria.
Hello, Malcolm.
Malcolm and Marion's place. We're bringing you all the action. 2 days.
2 days.
NKC
all of
All-Plate.
Friday. All of Saturday.
All of Friday.
Sorry. All of Saturday. Honestly, I don't know
Do you
why I'm
wanna
here.
do this
Why am
again?
I here today?
Do you want to give Paul that headset?
Yeah.
You take over there.
Yeah.
It's like, gee. Right, so
I'm a professional as well, you know. I've got to do 12 hours of my own next week.
we're doing it
for something where we're not allowed to muck about.
I know. We're not going to muck about. We're not mucking about now. So 12 hours. What am I talking about? That's next week. Mazzano
do you
12
want to do it again?
I'm going to come in again.
Okay.
So the O-plate, right?
If you start from the whole thing, let's talk about the calendar. And I cut it out.
Right, let's talk about the calendar.
Oh, shall we? Yeah, okay. Oh, we've got plane shots now.
Yeah, now that plane is full of parachuters.
Yes.
That are going to be spilling from out of there. They've got lovely broken cloud now, so it's perfect for parachute weather. So we go to the O-plate, 19th to 21st of July, up to Rowra in Cumbria for 2 days of karting
all day Saturday and all day Sunday.
Live and direct from the driver's lounge at Rowrah.
Hopefully.
I would think it will be. Marion and Malcolm always make us very welcome up there.
Very much indeed.
I'm pretty sure they're watching now on Karting Live TV. And after Rowrah, of course, the Oplate, we then back on the championship trail. Middle of August is the Wilton Mill round, the first of the Northern Cup rounds, fourth round in the overall championship. From there, in September, we go to Three Sisters in the northwest of the country. It's near Wigan.
Yeah, it is.
And Warden Law, which is nowhere near Hull, as Nick thinks it is. It's actually on the outskirts in the south part of Sunderland, on the northeast coast of England, and we are there for the 11th and 11th to the 13th of October. So you'll need your big coat. You being from Gillingham.
I might be in Atlanta.
Whatever. And that'll be the third and final round of the Northern Cup part, but it'll also be the sixth and final round of the overall NKC Championship. And there's a lot of people, you may have spotted that on the paddock show if you were watching during the interval, that have got their mind set on that overall championship. Yes, the regional cups, the North and South Cups, are part of this season's NKC running, but very much everybody still focused on an overall championship win. They want to carry that number one into 2025. So let's have a look at the grid for the next heat, which just happens to be the 177 class. And if I can just get the championship up, Harry, that's 2023. What am I doing with that?
I thought there were a lot of results on that. I thought, wow.
Yeah. 177s. This has been the property, really, of Ryan Taylor-Truman. And Ryan Taylor-Truman, who we had another chat to, he's with the TT Motorsport team, with the Venator racing engine, giving him power. He won the first round at Clay, he won the second round at Forest Edge, and he's in line to be very, very well up the grid for the final there. He starts this one from the second row. It's I'm not sure what this grid's looking like, because the Nick Walker, who's there recuperating from his broken ribs. Nick, you would have started this one on pole. I'm not making any better for you, am I, mate?
No.
Oliver Moss would have been alongside. Second row, Ryan Taylor-Truman. I think Ryan Taylor-Truman, therefore, will start near the front. So we've got the 144 on pole, and then is that the number 3 alongside?
Number 3,
yeah. Will Milner is next. I'm just going to run these down in the order. Remember, Nick Walker's not here. Tyler Fossey, Sean Rudge, Marcin Kaminsky, Alfie Anderson, Dan Millward, Marcus Basley, Richard Evans, Adrian Smith, Nathan Schaefer, Steve Thompson, Steve Gilly and Rob Simpson, Joshua Pickford, Harrison Crook, Nathan Wells and Josh Constable, Jack Sweeting and George Walker, Alex Thompson, Matthew Lear, Stephen Mottram, Lawrence Hilton, Neil Hemming, Billy Clark, Marty Gilfillan and Rhys Llewellyn, who is now with TH Corsa rather than Harworth Racing. So Rhys starting at the back. Are we getting things underway? And it was almost 3 wide there, Nick, as they turned in. But it's the number 144 of Oliver Moss that leads into and out of Pit Bend.
Yeah, he just got through on that one. There was a kind of a little bit of a coming and going between the first two. And I think it's Ryan Taylor-Truman actually has picked up the lead, I think, or is he in the same team as Oliver Moss? But
what number? Give me numbers.
I think number 3, just as the colouring.
Oh, it's Ryan Taylor-Truman.
It looked like Ryan Taylor-Truman. I'm not sure it was Ryan Taylor-Truman. That's his kind of raison d'etre de colour. Yeah, he's in the lead. So he's leapt into the lead straight away.
Okay. Oliver Moss is a privateer, by the way, Nick, if that's the question.
Is he? Okay. Mm-hmm. But he's not in the lead. It's RTT who's taken the lead. Yeah,
he's kind of become hard to beat this season, hasn't he? Out he comes then, crosses the line, and look at the gap already. He's got a second. He's pulled a second to Oliver Moss. Will Milner's the third kart in that field. Sean Rudge, Marcus Basley, Tyler Fossey, Richard Evans, Harrison Crook. Harrison Crook, remember, he's in championship contention. He's had 2 podiums at rounds 1 and 2 with a second place at both of those events. And he's coming up the order there in 8th. Nathan Schaefer 9th and Josh Pickford. Nathan Schaefer we spoke to in the paddock show. And Nathan, he's kind of settling for 3rd. He's aiming for 3rd in the Southern Cup here this weekend.
But then pushing on for the overall championship.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah. We'll see how the Northern... He's looking forward to the Northern rounds. Nathan from Hull.
Excellent. So he's got a really short run to Warden Law, so that's okay. Here come the first 2 again. Sorry, the second and third there. Because absolutely gone as Ryan Taylor-Truman. He's at 2 seconds ahead. Moss, Milner, Rudge and Baisley.
On a little bit of forceful driving there had to happen out onto the Hanger Straight, and with still place changes coming on. This is what mixed grids do. We get people bunching up behind, and we're really still waiting for those tyres to perhaps come in, or are people really pushing through the corners, because those karts were not gripping very well indeed. Remember, we've got 3 race meetings. This is the 3rd race meeting potentially that these tyres are on. And as the back end not quite doing what Nathan Schaefer wants it to do.
There's a couple of going wide there was the 99, the 19 and the 144. So that's 6, 7, 8 and 8. They're really pushing hard.
Everybody is stacking up behind Will Milner. Will trying all he can in that orange liveried cart to keep everybody behind him. And he's struggling for grip. Now, whether his tyres were pressured to come in very late, he's broke a bit of a gap. And who's that coming through? Is that his teammate? Is that Schaefer through? If that is Schaefer through in the orange liveried cart, we'll maybe get a look, see what the
orange from orange.
Yeah, that's the CRG carts in that orange and black livery. Will Miller on the 49 now with another orange and black cart for NCR Racing. As they cross the line, it is indeed his teammate, and Harrison Crook dives down the inside of Schaefer. He breaks up the CRG family battle as we go into Summit, out of there into Valley. That's the right-hander out onto the Hanger Straight. And if anything, Harrison Crook now just easing onto the back of Will Milner. We thought we were going to see Nathan Schaefer making it a CRG 2 and 3, but very quickly Harrison Crook did not let that happen.
Yeah, good driving there. Just as a quick update, we are going to get the end of the previous heat run next. You're absolutely right. They are running them through from Parc Fermé. But at the front of this one, Ryan Taylor-Truman has already completed a lap some time ago. But the second place man coming underneath us now. It's now Nathan Schaefer from Harrison Crook from Will Milner. And there's a huge battle behind them, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's where the old action is at the moment, in that kind of slightly lower level here. Lower level, they're still doing very well. They come round the corner.
Out of our sight, Nick, Nathan Schaefer got ahead of Will Milner, so Harrison Crook was actually overtaking Will Milner, not Nathan Schaefer. Right. So it's Schaefer that's second. So Schaefer now second with Harrison Crook right on his rear bumper, as they both chase after Ryan Taylor-Truman, who again puts in a fastest lap again of the race. 48.175 is the target. He's gone, hasn't he? Yeah, 5.3 seconds, Nick.
It's amazing, really. It's just showing what the difference he's got in some ways. But second and third, whilst equally a long way behind our leader, are absolutely fighting for it now. And it's the orange against the blue. It's Schaefer against Harrison Crook. Of course, Crook is the guy who perhaps championship-wise can still do something about Ryan Taylor-Truman, perhaps not in the Southern in seconds. He gets second place there through Summit Bend, so that's a change already for second and third.
Yeah, he was just weighing that up, wasn't he? He was seeing where he was stronger than Schaefer. I mean, Schaefer's no slouch. He's a very, very quick driver, is Nathan. Running about, I think he said about 12 carts here this weekend.
Is that all?
For his customers, yes. Yeah. He said it's hard. Yeah, I know, mate. My heart goes out to you. Here we go then. Harrison Crook it is. So championship battle, Ryan Taylor-Truman leading the championship. Harrison Crook in second is exactly what we've got now.
Oof.
And the gap to Ryan Taylor-Truman from Harrison Crook is 6.3 seconds. So 6.3 seconds is the gap that has been pulled by Ryan Taylor-Truman. We'll see if Harrison Crook has anything in the toolbox as we continue on then. We are inside the final 2 minutes of this heat, and the two championship protagonists, they finished 1-2 on the podium at Clay Pigeon for round one. They finished 1-2 on the podium for round two at Forest Edge, and here they are 1-2 in the fourth heat for this class. However, Nathan Schaefer is thinking, I want to stop that synchronicity of the way that these two are finishing.
Yeah.
As Harrison Crook for TH Corsa continues on his way. TT Motorsport in the form of Ryan Taylor Truman is leading. And then we've got the Nathan Chafer Racing in third. So a three-team battle here at the front. That shows just how competitive the Junction 6 NKC is.
Yeah, especially in this more owner-driver environment here. No one here thinks they're going to become the next Lewis Hamilton. They're running in the 177 class. They're running for fun. They're running for a hobby. And they're also running for pure competition. But interestingly, this massive gap that Ryan Taylor Truman has pulled on this second place is must be quite crushing, mustn't it? For Harrison Crook, just seems disappearing off and nothing he can do about it.
The thing is, what Ryan did very, very quickly was go off into the front. And if he, as quick as he is, you really see the benefits of that while everybody else behind you squabbling over positions. And that just exacerbates that advantage you have because you've got clean laps. And he was able to be very clean at the start of this, which kind of gives you a sort of a false impression. It's going to be interesting to see where they start in the final with each other around, with all the fast drivers near the front, which is it invariably will. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing just how much Harrison Crook and indeed people like Nathan Chafer can have a go at Ryan Taylor Truman to spoil this kind of domination that he's got in this class.
Well, I mean, it seems almost certain that Taylor Truman's going to start from pole, and it's very likely Crook will start from the outside, which is probably slightly quicker, so he might be able to take the lead in the first corner.
He's got one lap to do it, and I don't think Nathan has got it in the toolkit to have a go at Harrison Crook.
Yeah, it's kind of settled down, and it's really spread out, because you look at down to fourth place is 10 seconds off the lead. That's in a heat.
The rest of the field in the top 10 for sure is Richard Evans fourth, Marcus Basley fifth, he's the first of the Masters, George Walker sixth, Rhys Llewellyn seventh, second in the Masters, Sean Rudge, Will Milner, Joshua Pickford, and just outside the top 10, Oliver Moss, Steve Thompson and Steve Gilly in 11th, 12th and 13th. Steve Gilly having that mechanical problem, didn't he, in the previous heat. He's got that sorted as the checkered flag flies then for Ryan Taylor Truman, and that will be him looking very much like on the pole position.
Yeah.
He's on the Saudi cart as well, which is very rare to see. We've got a very cracking mix, an eclectic mix of kart manufacturers and kart engines and engine tuners here in the NKC. Ryan Taylor Truman, he's got a Venator racing engine with a Saudi chassis, and he takes that very strong heat win from Harrison Crook, who's with TH Corsa. The Nathan Chafer Racing, the man with his name above the door, Nathan Chafer, on the CRG chassis in third. Then got Richard Evans, the number 7, Richard Evans. He's a privateer, and he finished fourth. Marcus Basley, the number 19, I should say. Marcus with KGR. He finished fifth. Sixth was George Walker. The number 139 is also a privateer. Then we had Rhys Llewellyn, who's now with TH Corsa. Eighth was Sean Rudge. He's the number 40, and he is with Team. I'm not sure if that's the name of the team. In ninth place is the number 56, and that is Joshua Pickford. He's with Obsy Motorsport. Top 10 finish for them. And then Will Milner, the number 49, and Will is with NCR, Nathan Chafer Racing, on the CRG. That's your 29 finishes, with Billy Clark dropping out at 5 laps. I think we heard you say, Nick, that we are going to rerun.
I think so,
the remaining minutes in that Junior Rotax Heat 5.
It's certainly Junior Rotax people there. Should they have been Junior Rotax people there?
Nope, should be Senior TKM.
Okay, well, that's not Senior TKM.
So
I know that. They've just lined them up slightly differently from last time when they were rerunning. I think that's because they rerun it straight from the church break. They were able to line them up differently because they weren't limited by the fact there were carts on the track. So theoretically, they're going to run about 4.5 minutes again of this one, from the order that they finished before that accident. Charles Cheesy Green, I'm not sure whether he's back in the back of the race or he's retired, because obviously he had a mechanical failure. His position would not be anything like as bad as it was, because going back a lap would have given him a few places, but they're all waiting to get rolling now as the last of the 177s come into position.
So we'll clarify exactly who finished where. At the moment we're showing Sam Green Gomez at the front of the field. I'm not sure if that's right.
There's been a couple of transponders ping across the timing line, which is slightly confuse people. It's showing Sam Green Gomez in second. It's showing Dylan Morton leading. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Sam Green Gomez, so that's been a misread, I think, of a bit of time. But they'll sort it out. Fired them up. Are they going for a complete restart? I don't know.
No, I think that's Linus Stern, Nick.
Is it?
Yeah, that's the procedure for a restart after a red flag. And I think I'm just going to clarify again. We've got 4 minutes and 16 on the clock. That's very reminiscent of the other restart, isn't it?
Almost exactly to the
second, yeah.
And here comes a big clean-up of the time. Sam Green Gomez now scored third, but I think we're just waiting to get a refire. We need to get a refire through from the official timekeepers to refire the timing. And that will tell you where, when and how long to go.
Now, we should give them a run round again, shouldn't we? We'll give them another lap to get some heat into those brakes and tyres.
Well, hopefully they get themselves... But they're going 2 by 2.
They are, aren't they?
Are they just restarting the whole thing?
They are.
Or are they restarting it with 4.5 minutes, or are they going to restart it from scratch?
We will see when they go green. At the moment, I haven't got that information in front of me, Nick. So we are in the dark as much as anyone. That is the number 70, is it, on the pole?
Yeah.
That's Harry Hadley.
What's going on there?
Yeah, we'll see. And we are going racing. We've gotten that underway. Very cool tyres there. It's the 93, is it? Or the 193?
Really don't know what's going on there at all. I'm confused as anything.
So we've got a little bit of a glitch there, haven't we, Nick? Yeah. As we get through there onto the hanger straight. And we've got certainly the two carts out front breaking away slightly. We'll get an idea of who is where when they come underneath the start gantry and across the line. What I can tell you is we've got no incidents to report.
Well, that's a good start.
Yeah, always good. Here they come then, towards the dogleg, into and out of the dogleg. And we've got the first two breaking away, and that first two is Freddie Waylock and Jason Duchess.
Yeah.
Charlie Hume, Lucas Howell are next, then Jay Levitt and Harry Hadley, Sam Mott, Ryan Sayers, Jacob Hobbs, Amy Peacock's the driver rounding off the top 10. So as they continue out of the Valley Hairpin and onto the Hanger Straight, they are heading massively down to Always, the Frank Alway named corner, paying tribute to the founder member of the Dunkeswell Kart Club. And then from there, the left-hander there is Pennant, and then through the sweeps of Rapids Bends and on towards the hairpin at the very far end, 400 metres away from where we are, out of the Hanger Hairpin and then back down towards the dogleg. And these two are together, aren't they?
Yes, sticking in his wheel tracks is Dukas. He's not taking anything. Love the simultaneous look over the shoulders. Dukas now goes for the lead. And it got snapped away from him as he came through the pit bin. I think he thought he was 7/8 there, and then suddenly it was gone.
He did. He thought he might have had the momentum, but Freddie Waylock was very, very good on the brakes as they already coming out onto the Hanger Straight and heading towards the second part into Sector 2 on this 3-sector track. Out of Pennant here, the left-hander, through the Rapids Bends and into the third sector, halfway through the bends here. Into Sector 3 now. That's what the time sections on this track are. And already Waylock with, and I think that's Lucas Howell, not Jason Duchess. So Lucas Howell, the TH Corsa driver, has been on massive form this weekend. He is on cracking form. Winner of a heat yesterday. Just seeing where he is. He's ninth in the championship. He had a heat win in round 1, a heat win in round 2. He was 10th in the final at Clay Pigeon, and he was second step of the podium for that orange and white kart. Freddie Waylock, the number 88, is holding him back very well indeed, though.
Right, the problem is he's got a completely different number on the rear of the kart.
Is that where the confusion's gone?
The 19 kart has got a completely different number on the rear of it.
Great. That's a one for TH Corsa to sort out,
different
lads.
Championship, obviously. See if I can work out what numbers in the back of it. It goes underneath me in a second. But they are actually being joined now. The 2 has become a 3.
Yeah, Charlie Hume is the number 53 getting involved there.
This is 193, not 19. He's got 193 on his kart.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was another driver. So it's like Lucas Howell.
So he's
got 193 on all over his car.
Yeah, I just seen that. Yeah.
So who is 193?
Well, it's 19 Lucas Howell apparently. There is no 193.
193 is Dylan Morton.
Where? All right, is he in this heat? Yeah, I think there's an issue around here.
193 is Dylan Morton, who's a lap down.
He doesn't look a lap down to me, so obviously he's been missed. Right, okay, that explains everything. Dylan Morton's been misscored. There's 3 carts covered, and we only have 2 carts in the thing. So Dylan Morton has dropped a lap. So that's the confusion. Dylan Morton actually has been on the same lap.
There's a lead
scored
change.
A lap down. But what's happening? He's now in third, and it is the 19 that's got into the lead of Lucas Howell now. But the 193, who was there the whole time, was being scored a lap down. That'll get sorted out.
So the 19 and the 193 were there just to confuse us.
And they were different cars.
Did a cracking job there.
It's not difficult.
It did
at the best of times.
Well, they're both red and white as well. That's the thing.
Well, I think, but the 193 will get scored in third or second, or wherever he finishes. I think.
Yeah. So it's Dylan, isn't it? Dylan Morton, who is showing on the timing screens to be out of position. He's showing down in 27th. He's not. He's actually in third now, is he? Now the leader is Lucas Howell.
Yeah. Lucas has got through.
Hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. And then Freddie should be second.
Yes.
Oh, phew.
Freddie Worlock second.
And then third place is
Dylan Morton. Then Charlie Hume.
Yep.
Who's 1.3 seconds behind. Jay Leverton having a great run here. In fourth place. Leo Basterfield not far behind him, though. And then Jason Duchess, Jacob Hobbs, Sam Mott, and Alfie McBain up there again. Alfie up into the top 10 there on the Carlos Sainz CS55 with Amy Peacock into the top 10 as well for Amy.
Yeah, so they are. Amy's been featuring quite.
She has, yeah.
Unfortunately, she's featuring behind the people we're featuring on the screen, but she's been finishing well, Peacock.
Was it Amy Peacock who was too shy to give us an interview yesterday, Paul? Wasn't it, Amy? Yeah.
Too shy? That's Kajagoogly.
Too shy. Here they come then. Across the line. And look at that. Lucas Howell for TH Corsa has checked out and disappeared. There is coming up to 2 minutes remaining on the clock. And look at that into the Summit hairpin. And then already turning right through Valley and onto the back straight. The back straight being the hanger straight, of course. Running level with the parallel, I should say, with the airfield. Next door at the Dunkeswell airfield. And this is beginning to get a little bit interesting with Freddie Worlock. Now he's got Dylan Morton right there. Freddie Worlock on the blue and white cart. And Dylan Morton, who is third on the road, not showing on the timing screens because of an issue. But Dylan Morton is third and looking like he's challenging for second. Defensive line into the first turn.
Yeah, it's interesting there for the 88 car of Freddie Worlock in the blue. He just decided, I'm going to just make sure it doesn't happen. Make sure we don't get this move for Dylan. But following his wheel tracks, as we know, there's several places you can get past here, but he hasn't tried any of them yet.
Amy Peacock up to 8th place there. She got ahead of Maxim Smith and Alfie McBain. And Alfie McBain there trying to get down the inside of Maxim Smith again, but Amy Peacock up from 10th, I think she was, and now up to 8th. So she's a driver on the move.
Yeah, there's a couple of those who shuffle themselves through. The mixed heats, obviously, the mixed grids gives you a bit of. Oh, look at that! Way out! Wow,
that's getting to be, yeah.
He's increasing the lap length for about 50 metres
right.
all the way left, all the way right. But absolutely, Freddie Worlock is just using kart positioning to try and prevent a move from Morton, who's currently scored nowhere, but he actually is in third. And then behind them, it looks like Leverton may be picking up.
We've got Alfie McBain down the inside of somebody there, and I think that was Peacock with number 17. Maxim Smith ahead of Amy Peacock again. So 8th, 9th and 10th. That's a cracking battle there. Just behind this lot. This is a battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And is that Charlie Hume coming into the play?
Yeah, I think so.
Just on the back of Dylan. Dylan Morton there still can't get past Worlock.
But Worlock's holding him up because the way that Hume has now joined that group is obviously that Worlock, whilst being excellent at kart positioning, is missing a bit of basic ground speed.
Yes, he is. That might be the case. However, he's maybe defensive driving, and that battle for the top 10 positions, that's heating up. Meanwhile, Worlock continues to fend off Dylan Morton, and now Charlie Hume. They're on the final lap of this race. Lucas Howell has checked out. He's got 3.7 seconds ahead of these three carts battling for second, third and fourth. Through the Rapids bends for the last time then. Out of the Hanger hairpin, that was Lucas Howell in the foreground, who will take the checkered flag in fine style. That's a huge gap, but here's Freddie Worlock, who's defended his way to second place. Freddie Worlock will finish second. Dylan Morton will finish third. Charlie Hume finished fourth. Leverton was fifth. Basterfield sixth. Seventh was Sam Mott. Eighth was Maxim Smith. Jason Dukas ninth. Jarek Metters 10th. Melissa Adrian 11th. Max Greatrex 12th. Then there was Ryan Sears, Jacob Hobbs, Connor Tubby. I'm trying to find Amy Peacock and Alfie McBain. Now, Alfie McBain had a problem on that last lap and he's dropped down the order. In fact, he hasn't come through. We've got a broken axle for, is that 70, 71? That's Reese Green. Alfie McBain still hasn't come through, so we've lost Alfie McBain there. And Amy Peacock, who was inside the top 10 up to 8 at one point, she finished 18th. So there was an incident on that final lap. However, that does conclude the fifth heat for Junior Rotax. So moving forward, we've got our third and final heat for Senior TKMs. And again, this one was very competitive last time out. And just getting the championship up, it's been all about Mitchell Ball the first two rounds. Mitchell with 2 heat wins and a final win at Clay Pigeon, 1 heat win, a second, and a final win at Forest Edge. Jake Humphrey, he was third in a heat and third in the final at Clay Pigeon. He was a third in a heat and a third in the final at Forest Edge. And then Jamie Mead, strong finishes of 2 second place heats in round 1 at Clay. 13th place in the championship. Didn't score him as many points as he'd have liked. He had a 6th, a 4th, a 1st, and then a 2nd in the final for Jamie at Forest Edge. And then we've got Leo Crabtree, Ben Watson, who finished 2nd in the final at Clay Pigeon. He finished 21st, however. I think I remember why at Forest Edge. I think we lost him with an incident or something. Meanwhile, they are lined up in the collecting area for the third and final heat for Senior TKMs. Jake Humphrey, currently 2nd in the championship. He starts on pole. James Workman, the first of the Masters, alongside. We've got Leo Crabtree and Matt Slate on row 2. Chris Whiteside and Joseph Booth on row 3. James King, 2nd of the Masters, are on 4 with Ben Watson. Then we've got Ryan Layton and Joseph Phillips. Alexander Lehman shares row 6 with Molly Nicholas Biles. Harrison Morrow and Samuel King share row 7. Will Crogeen and championship leader Mitchell Ball share row 8. Got James Hull and Matthew Temple Purcell on row 9. And then rounding off the 19 cart field is Jack Crisp. So we have got another 4 heats before we go to a very short break while the timekeepers sort everything out. We've got another coming after this one, another Senior Rotax 162 heat, a Junior Rotax heat, and then the last of the heats will be for the Rotax 177s. We'll then go into a B final for Senior Rotax, a B final for Junior, and a B final for 177. And the programme finishes with Senior TKM, Senior Rotax, Junior Rotax, and then rounding off the weekends. Live stream will be the Rotax 177s. For now, though, we've got Senior TKMs lining up.
12-minute finals?
In what, sorry, Nick?
12-minute finals?
I'll just confirm that. We've got 12 minutes and 1 lap for the A finals, 8 minutes and 1 lap for the B finals.
Thank you, Smokey.
So Nick,
So
Nick, I was just getting the result up from the previous Senior TKM, the second heat. Ben Watson, remember, the winner of that one, and with Jake Humphrey in second place on the number 51, that made it, if my memory serves me rightly, Klassen Motorsport 1-2. Jake Humphrey for Klassen. Now Klassen, That's the Classen clan there.
The Classen clan.
That's the Classen Motorsport clan. Up there on the hill, just overlooking the summit hairpin. That's why that little straight out of Pit Bend and towards the left-hander at Summit. I know it's a very short straight and barely gets a mention, but that's called Overlook.
Is it?
Yes.
Because the Classen clan are overlooking everyone.
Well, it could be called the Classen Overlook at the moment, because that's all the Classen clan who shared our hotel.
Yes, with many other people. There's a cricket team there, wasn't there?
There was a cricket team there. Yeah, they're not here.
I think it was the Worcestershire Bears, judging by their Warwickshire Bears. One of them
pay much attention.
What I was thinking there is I was watching the guys as they're walking down. Thinking, it must be the youth team. And I remembered, no, professional sportsmen are in their early 20s. Because we forget how much older we are than now. Oh no, these are the first team. It's just that they are professional cricketers at mid-20s, and I'm very, very, very old. What's this delay caused by? Still got a flag flashing on the far left there.
Yeah, I think we've got everybody recovered, Nick.
Well, there's two ambulance people walking back towards the ambulance. Someone off the track on the far left. Someone's walking back, aren't they? They're walking a driver back.
Yes,
they're walking a driver back.
Yes, so one of our youngsters have had a little bit of medical attention from our two medics.
Have they walked back the cart already, or they just...
I'm not sure if the cart's been recovered already, but the driver is certainly walking back.
He seems okay, yeah.
Yeah, seems okay. Certainly walking, just getting a check-up. Discretion being the better part of valour when they are children after all. You forget they're not professional race drivers.
Racing driver children.
Yes.
They're not really children. They're racing drivers.
I'm not sure who that was. I know you were sort of flitting around there, but Alfie McBain, we lost him on the final lap.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah, and Amy Peacock, she dropped from 8th to 18th. She dropped
Are
from
those
8th
two
to
things...
11th. Yeah, okay, call me a detective.
Well, that's a young man. Do you think that's Alfie McBain who's walking back then?
Yes. No, that's not Alfie. No.
Okay.
No, we've got our TKMs lined up, Nick. What's on the calendar for karting live TV then?
Just want to say that Paul's proven it was the Warwickshire Bears. They're playing Somerset at Taunton.
Okay.
Anyway, back to the story again. Well, we have a massive 1 week break now.
We have.
Where you and I are going to go and do something remotely from Italy. No Italy, but we're remote to Italy. We're doing it.
Yes.
And then we come back with the TKC, the Kart Championship, from Fulbeck. So we're leaving in about 3 days just to get down the entrance road. And I have to pay all the people who come there £100 suspension damage for just going in there. Yeah. So we've got TKC, that's to be on the Saturday and the Sunday. And then we have a massive, 6-day wait to be back for the O-Plate on the Saturday and Sunday the following week. And then we have...
Back where for the O-Plate?
Rara.
For the NKC O-Plate.
I've been back for NKC there. But, and then we have a break of 3 weeks before we go back to here, NKC for Wilton Mill, round 4, at the back end of August.
Middle of August.
And then...
Well, that'll do. You don't need... I'm not going to try your memory for that.
I'm just doing
Basically, next month, in a couple of weeks,
back to back.
Karting Live TV will have the Kart Championship with the Fulbeck round,
the
5th and final round, by the way.
Yep.
And then we're back with the NKC for their O-Plate meeting at Rowra the weekend after that.
Yes, indeed.
So, for now, let's get back to Dunkeswell. And at the Hangar Hairpin, we've got our field of senior TKMs out on their warm-up lap. They will form up on the grid on the run down to the...
That's aggressive.
The chicane, yes, it was. Jake Humphrey, that's why it was aggressive. Jake Humphrey looks very determined, doesn't he? He's got James Workman alongside, but they're all in the tram lines and ready to go in that Paula Blue 2-stroke smoke. And Humphrey leading, and he's optimised the line by moving out a little bit to the left, and he'll get a good run out down that short straight at Overlook and into the Summit hairpin.
And it's the 51 that leads off with Humphrey. Now he's got a fan club on the stream, and he's leading well
into the hairpin then at Always, and out of there and into the left hand, and now at Pennant, and he's got three carts going with him through the Rapids bends and into the Hangar hairpin. It's not over yet, is it? This is all to race for. We've got a 1, 2, 3 cart battle nose to tail, a slight gap to the 4th, 5th cart. But here we go then across the line, and we will confirm who those carts are. A bit too far away for us to see numbers.
Crabtree, then Booth, then Slight, then Watson, but chasing down Phillips and Humphrey. But it's at the back at the moment, it's 2nd and 3rd.
Joseph Phillips getting ahead of Jake Humphrey out of our sight. I've got the 51 leading there.
No, you got 66 leading.
Oh, no, that's leading, 51. Yeah, Jake Humphrey.
Where's
the 66?
That's all very
Joseph
strange.
Phillips.
Oh, he's being miscounted. He's a lap down.
Oh,
so there's another miscount going on there, I'm afraid.
So, right,
forget
right.
first.
Joseph Phillips is not leading this race.
Again, this is from Alpha, not from our interpretation.
Joseph Phillips is not leading this race. The leader of the race is Jake Humphrey from Leo Crabtree. So Jake Humphrey's on the Class and Motorsport, the black and red cart there. Mm-hmm. The blue and yellow cart of Leo Crabtree. He's the number 44. He's down as a privateer. They're breaking away. Joseph Booth is that number 45. Leo Crabtree is 44. My timing screen's all over the place here, Nick.
Yeah, it's.
I'm not really sure who's where. What I can tell you is the 51 leads, the 45 is second, and that's a 44 in third.
Yeah, so that'll do. Anyway, so it is Booth in the second place in the yellow and blue.
Oh, there's a move.
First, so Booth takes the lead. He's gone past Humphrey, and Humphrey sits there and it doesn't necessarily mean Humphrey's had a lot of pace, so there may well be the case that he'll be able to get it back again.
Caught him napping, didn't he?
Absolutely.
He caught him napping absolutely into that second hairpin at Pennon, well, the 4th hairpin actually in that sequence. And here we go, Ken Humphrey. Humphrey's now walking up. He's gone, how have you done that? Here we go. And who's that in 3rd, 4th and 5th there? Because they're not that far behind. As Joseph Booth,
Crabtree, Slight, Watson and Whiteside of the chasing pack.
This is going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Because these 5 are coming together. Meanwhile, from the back end of the grid, Mitchell Ball up to 10th. We'll keep an eye on his progress, the championship leader, as they are already the leaders breaking away. I thought we were going to have 5 carts, but it's not, Nick. It's proved to be not the case. Ben Watson has gotten ahead of Matt Slate and Leo Crabtree and now is behind Jake Humphrey.
So we got 2, and then we got a big run of. Well, we've got 2, 1, and then 2, haven't we? Really?
Yeah, we have.
The 3rd place man scored 4th, obviously. It was Ben Watson, who actually did make a couple of plays that time. Has got himself away from Crabtree and Slade. Now Watson's had a good run there. It's a good chance to be able to break away a little bit further. As you watch now, you're right, there's the 45 from the 51. Now Watson last time round was scored about the 2.5 behind, not 25 seconds behind the leader. The leader's a lap down. Unfortunately, hard to sort out till after the race. And it is Watson very much in 3rd in that 5-1. Just open the camera, you'll see him. There he goes, flying round through Hanger. Now, can he gain on where he was before? Of course, the time now resets itself as the back marker goes across.
Yeah, we'll see. Joseph Booth, though, he's pulled out a cushion, hasn't he? Jake Humphrey. We've just ticked by the half distance there, so tyres very much where you want them to be. It's about 4/10, as you say.
Yeah, and then 1.2, which is the more interesting one, I think.
And then a second to Leo Crabtree, then a further 10th or so, Matt Slate. So Leo Crabtree, Matt Slate, Alexander Lehman, and Chris Whiteside, and now Mitchell Ball, Harrison Morrow, they're all joining in. There's a train of carts behind the 2 leaders. So if we can, let's just drop back off these 2 leaders to these carts here. The battle for 4th and 5th and 6th there. That's the battle we want to pick up there, guys, if we can. This one here, into the dogleg. And that's the battle there of Leo Crabtree, Matt Slate, Alexander Lehman. They stay together. Almost 4-cart train now with Mitchell Ball joining in. That's the battle there for the number 44. That's the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. And we've got in 7th Chris Whiteside, Mitchell Ball catching him as well, just behind this lot.
Yeah, it's a close old race here. Mitchell Ball, where's he got up to 9th? So it's not been the stellar, but 8th actually, of course. Not been the stellar run through the field we normally see from him.
No, he's been he's had his progress stifled somewhat. These three seem to be settled in, just following one another round. I've yet to see anybody challenge Crabtree. Crabtree at the front of that train, behind Lehman. Mitchell Ball up there, 7th now, ahead of Harrison Morrow and Chris Whiteside. And that's Mitchell Ball on the yellow and blue card, just behind this train of three. We've got Mitchell Ball, who is going to chase these down. And there's a move from Lehman.
Yeah, that's quite an easy move, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. He made that look very easy. I'm sure it isn't as easy as that was made to look. The 91 of Alexander Lehman just getting ahead of the number 11 of Matt Slate.
Up to 5th when we take away the erroneous leader. And they're coming. It's a little bit. Again, you get. I don't know whether this is Mansell. This is just weird observation.
Not at Mansell. We're at Dunkeswell.
I don't know if this is Dunkeswell or just a weird observation. Thank you for that. But it does seem quite processional for a bit, and then suddenly it kind of livens up, and someone starts moving through the field. Oh, the 72's broken down. So Chris Whiteside has just had a problem. I've been coming together with the 72 and the 76. So there's been an accident. The 76 is not existing in this race at the moment. Where is he? Can't see him anyway, but may have misread that number. Sorry if I have. But it was certainly the 72 of Chris Whiteside having a problem.
He's dropped down the order, hasn't he? He's dropped out, certainly off the lead lap.
So there's going to be some rescue at the end of this heat.
We're inside the final minute as well, Nick. So time running out. We've still got Joseph Booth in the lead. And I think, if anything, Booth now crosses the line. Half a second to Jake Humphrey and Ben Watson, the two Klassen teamsters chasing down Joseph Booth. If we can, Paul, if we can pick up the Joseph Booth, Jake Humphrey, Ben Watson, which is just ahead of this lot. That's them there. The number 51 is Jake Humphrey in second place. And these two here, the 51 and the 5 there, the black and white and red livery, that's the Klassen Motorsport livery. These two are teammates. And Booth will want to keep his teammate Ben Watson behind him. Meanwhile, Joseph Booth continues in the lead. And it'll be a checkered flag. Or is it the last lap board? No, it's the last lap board. I'm a bit premature there. And now in second place, Jake Humphrey having to defend from Ben Watson. And they're side by side up towards the hairpin there. Now they go right through that hairpin and onto the hanger straight. And Humphrey, he's got Ben Watson and he pulls a lot across the right-hand side of the track there and slams the door in his teammate's face. Through Always, and now through Pennon, and then into the sweeps, the right and left sweeps of Rapids Bend, and then on towards the hanger hairpin. And these two slowing one another down. That's allowed Joseph Booth to consolidate his lead. And look at that, how he's pulled that. And Ben Watson down the inside, or has he? No, he has to slot back in. And that has allowed Joseph Booth to take the flag by a huge margin of 2.2 seconds, with Jake Humphrey holding off his teammate. That'll be an interesting conversation in the Klassen Motorsport awning. With Jake Humphrey second, Ben Watson third, fourth was Crabtree, fifth was Blamon. Mitchell Ball finishes in sixth, Matt Slate seventh, Harrison Morrow eighth, Matthew Temple-Purcell ninth, James Hull 10th, 11th was Will Cregeen. Then we had Ryan Layton, Jack Crisp, Molly Nicholas Biles. James Workman won the Battle of the Masters with James King second in the Masters, 16th and 17th. We lost Chris Whiteside and Samuel King for 18th and 19th. Well, we are getting towards completing our heats. We have got 3 more heats remaining. The next one out is the Senior Rotax heat. It's their 5th and final heat. Heard the shuffle of the papers there. On the pole position for this one then is Arthur Thacker and Ethan Lomax, with Henry Swanson and Tristan Sharp behind them on row 2. Row 3 is Samuel Hawthorne and Gregory Akers. Levi Goodyear and Samuel Christensen are next. We've got Sam Wyatt sharing row 5 with Paulo Nunez Aranda. Birthday boy Jensen Watts is on row 6 with Oliver Atkinson. Theo Frederick who is, let me just confirm, Theo Frederick is our championship leader at the moment, winner of round 1, and he is on row 7 with Finlay Underwood. Ben Ballou shares with Ollie Hughes on row 8. Row 9 is Harry Pearce and Rafi Salentano. Jack Maidman and Elliot Barrow are next. Then we've got Ashton French and Ethan Wyatt. Tommy Lee Davies and Joshua Della Carter on row 12. Then we've got Braden Hill and James Wood. Billy Edgecombe and Mason Perrin. Luke Evans, Kieran Gifford on the O plate. And Rufus Flan rounds off the 31 cart field. We've got a few quick drivers at the back. Rufus Flan, Luke Evans, Kieran Gifford, Billy Edgecombe, Mason Perrin, Braden Hill, James Wood. Tommy, I'm going forward, they're all pretty quick, but keep an eye on James Wood. Has been on fire this weekend. He's, again, another of the Venator Racing Engine crew, and it served him well this weekend as James on the number 12. And with the grid of senior Rotax, they're on the blue number plate with the white numbers. The championship with Theo Frederick taking a 5th, a second, and then the top step of the podium at round 1 in Clare. He really does like Clare, and he proved that. He had a 14th, an 8th, a 2nd, and then a 7th in the final at Forest Edge. Not as great a result as he did at Clare, but that was a pretty strong finish at Clare. He currently leads the championship on 453 points. Bobby Rosier, who is the current champion, he's runner-up so far. He's already won a heat in round 1. He came 5th in the final at Clare. He came 2nd in the 3rd heat, and then 3rd in the final at Forest Edge. Kieran Gifford is 3rd in the championship. He's our O plate holder, and he had a heat win at Clare Pigeon. He came 30th in the final at Clare, but then he had 2 heat wins, a 3rd and a 1st in the final at Forest Edge, and that's put him back into contention. Mason Perrin, the reigning junior champion, Mason Perrin on the number 76 is 4th, and he had a 3rd, a 7th, a 13th and a 9th at Clare, a 5th, a 15th, an 8th and a 5th, and that puts him into contention. Jensen Watts had a nightmare in the final at Clare after 2 heat wins and a 2nd, and then Jensen finishing 2nd at Forest Edge after a 3rd, a 12th and a 5th. That's put Jensen back into contention for the championship. Here we go then, Arthur Thacker and Ethan Lomax there, your front 2 carts on the track at the moment, heading towards the start. And we will see if we can get things going pretty much straight away. Just coming up to 2 o'clock in the afternoon here in the United Kingdom, Dunkeswell in Devon, and we are racing indeed. And it's 3 wide down the middle, and a contact there from the 74 of Henry Swanson, who on the brakes got it all messed up and slid wide and punted a cart off to the outside, and that cart being, I think, Ethan Lomax on the 132. Who was that let through? I might be wrong about Ethan Lomax, because that might be him. That has taken the lead. Let's get a look at the numbers as they come through. That's a Coles Racing cart as well, I think. It's the number 15. The number 15 of Samuel Hawthorne. He's off into the lead. And it is indeed a Coles driver, Samuel Hawthorne. We've seen how well he can go. He's off into the lead already. Here they come. Here's the field. Through the dog leg for the first time. And across the line they come. Coles Racing's Samuel Hawthorne leads from Levi Goodyear. Gregory Akers 3rd. Henry Swanson. Birthday Boy is 5th. Samuel Wyatt 6th. 7th is Arthur Thacker. Theo Frederick in 8th. Ollie Hughes 9th. And rounding off the top 10 is Finlay Underwood. We've got changes of position for 2nd and 3rd as Levi Goodyear got absolutely mugged there and finds himself in 4th place, is it? Almost 5th, I think, as they are already out of Pennant and heading through the Rapids Bends and on towards the Hanger Hairpin. Field streaming through, everybody hugging that curb on the inside. It's the only way to get the optimum out of there. Samuel Hawthorne already pulling a gap to 2nd place. Who's that 2nd place cart now? It's still Goodyear in 2nd. It's Jensen Watts now up to 3rd. Gregory Akers 4th. Samuel Wyatt 5th. Out of Pittsbend, and the leader pulling a gap. The next 2 carts in 2nd and 3rd. They've pulled a gap to what looks like the whole field behind them. So behind Jensen Watts, Gregory Akers, Sam Wyatt, Theo Frederick, Henry Swanson, they're leading a huge train of carts. as they go through first the right-hander at Always, and then Pennant, and then off towards the final stages of this lap through the bends there at Rapids Bend. And Jensen Watts, his 20th birthday today, he is off into second place and ahead of Levi Goodyear. Now then, what is the gap to the leader as Hawthorne crosses the line? The gap is 1.5 to Jensen Watts in second, Levi Goodyear third, Sam Wyatt, great stuff in fourth, Theo Frederick fifth, Akers, Swanson, Hughes, Thacker, Salentano, Rafi Salentano, driver rounding off the top 10. Great drives down the order there, massive train of karts in the midfield from, say, 6th place, 5th place down over. But the man to watch is birthday boy Jensen Watts, who's chasing after our leader Sam Hawthorne. So as Jensen Watts continues to chase him down, Jensen Watts with Racing Perfection Birrell, remember. The team battle is Coles leading, Racing Perfection Birrell, the Birrell team chasing him down. The gap has gone to 1.4, and with 4 minutes and 40 seconds, it's kind of questionable whether or not Hawthorne has, if he certainly keeps the pace, it's going to be nigh on impossible if only a tenth a lap for Jensen Watts to pull that gap. Paul, if we can think about dropping back off that first and second place, these three here, that's what I want to pick up. Well done, cracking stuff. Levi Goodyear, Sam White and Theo Frederick. These three are going to have a bit of a ding-dong. We'll keep an eye on the lead battle, of course, with Samuel Hawthorne about to come out the dogleg chicane, being chased by Jensen Watts. Fastest lap of the race for him last time by not quite, still 1.4 as well. But this is the battle we want to watch through Pitts Bend for 3rd, 4th and 5th place. We know how quick the Wyatt brothers are, Sam and Ethan. Ethan currently 16th at the moment. And we know how quick Levi Goodyear is. We've seen him many, many times in the Junction 6 NKC. And Theo Frederick, of course, our current championship leader. He's the 3rd kart on that number 92. And Theo will be wanting to get by these two, of course, to not just gain championship points, but get himself up the grid order for the start of the all-important day final. Wyatt looking a little bit impatient behind Goodyear and just poking his nose out. Slots back into the slipstream. Wyatt down the inside, though, timed that well, and he's gone through with him as Theo Frederick. Frederick thinks, thank you very much, Sam, I'm coming with you. So up into 3rd has gone Sam Wyatt. Theo Frederick now 4th. Levi Goodyear wondering what happened there, finds himself down in that 5th spot. The gap to the leaders, Sam Hawthorne from Jensen Watts, is still 1.4, just to keep you informed. As Samuel Wyatt now will try and hold off the advances of Theo Frederick. And already we're seeing Levi Goodyear being dropped slightly. Got a bit of a cart's length to Frederick. Here they come then. Frederick could be in a position to have a go at Sam Wyatt, but Sam very late on the brakes on that cosmic cart of his. The hairpin left followed immediately by the hairpin right at Valley. And then out onto the hanger straight, heading towards the hairpin at Always. Frank Alway, the founder member of Dunkeswell, will always get a mention here and pay our respect to them. And Frank, Dunkeswell Kart Club, very healthy, with a great club scene here at this track. This track has certainly gone through a bit of a rejuvenation, and it's got to be getting towards being one of the best facilities in the country. As Sam Wyatt comes out of the dogleg. Sam Wyatt now, he's got 3 karts behind him. Frederick Goodyear and Ollie Hughes now, the number 71, is now slotting back into that, and Wyatt's going to be a cork in the bottle if he's not careful. The number 21 there, the cosmic kart of Sam Wyatt, the purple and blue, has now got massive company. Theo Frederick, the number 92. Theo with Coles Racing. He's in the programme as Coles Connor Hall driver. Coles Connor Hall, not sure what that means, but certainly the Coles livery on that cart as they use all of that curb on the exit of the dogleg. And then here's the move down the inside for the number 92, Theo Frederick, down the inside of Sam Wyatt and into third place. Again, just more points, not just for the championship, but more points to get himself up the grid for that all-important final. And these two already breaking away. We are certainly inside the final half a minute, in fact, 23 seconds on the clock. As we look back up the straight from our position here in the media suite, just overlooking the first turn here at Dunkeswell. And it's Sam Hawthorne leading by 1.1 seconds. Jensen Watts has closed the gap. That's just them in the foreground. It'll be and he's going to get 2 more laps. There was 3 seconds on the clock for the leader. With the gap down to a second, we'll keep an eye on that for 2 more laps as Jensen Watts closes the gap ever so slightly. And it's Theo Frederick through in third, Sam Wyatt, Ollie Hughes, Levi Goodyear, Swanson, Underwood, Thacker, Kieran Gifford, the all-plate holder, up from 30th to 10th. That's a great points haul from your back of the grid position start. So it'll be the 1 lap to go board that you will be seen by Samuel Hawthorne first, the number 19. Number 15, I should say, is Samuel Hawthorne. And he has got a gap of just under 9/10 of a second going into this final lap, holding back Jensen Watts. Frederick still third, Sam Wyatt, Ollie Hughes, Levi Goodyear. No change there then. Henry Swanson, Underwood, Thacker and Gifford. That's your top 10. Behind Gifford, Braden Hill and Billy Edgecombe, with Ashton French just outside the top 10. James Wood has moved up the order from 26th on the grid. James Wood, that's another great points haul for him, up to 14th. As we look towards the top of the track there, and already into and out of the dogleg have come the 2 leaders. Sam Hawthorne will take the checkered flag though. The number 15 of Coles Racing. Sam Hawthorne takes the win. Jensen Watts will take second. Championship leader Frederick will take third. Then we've got Ollie Hughes in fourth. Sam Wyatt on the Cosmic fifth. Levi Goodyear sixth. Henry Swanson seventh. Finley Underwood eighth. Ninth was Arthur Thacker. And then rounding off the top 10, Braden Hill. Just outside that top 10, our all-plate holder, Kieran Gifford, with Billy Edgecombe and Ashton French and James Wood. Ethan Wyatt, 15th. Rufus Flan up from the very back of the grid in 31st, up to 16th. That's another good drive from Rufus. And then the rest of the finishers there on the timing board on your screen. Penultimate heat then, before we start thinking about the finals. It is our Junior Rotax, the final heat for the Junior Rotax class. It'll be the 6th heat that this class has had. Each driver will be completing their 3rd heat, of course, going into this process. And with the prospect of both B finals for both Senior, Junior and Rotax 177s, there's still a lot of racing to bring you here on Karting Live TV.
Yeah, I just had a little wander around the track because I had to go and do something. It's quite exciting, isn't it, when the carts go really close to you?
Yes, yes. Hope you had your orange bib on.
I was very orange bibbed up.
Very safety conscious.
A lot of them, people were very surprised to see me run when I ran back across the track. I go, oh, hello.
Really?
They wanted a slow motion replay.
You need to be careful.
They wanted a slow motion replay, but you can't go much slower than that anyway, so...
yeah, couldn't really do that. Can I leave you to go down the
yeah,
the
of course
grid
you can.
then?
Yeah,
Yes.
which grid are we going for?
Junior Rotax.
Okay, no problems at all.
It's the drivers out there on the grid. It's their 3rd and final one. It's the last Junior Rotax heat. Complete their grid order.
Mm-hmm. So, on pole, it's Jack Theobald. Next to him, it's Jasmine Taylor. Then it's Frank Ward, Daniel Clancy, Jesse Whitmore, Lincoln Bevan. We've got 4th right now. It's Luigi Perlini, Adam Catlin, Jensen Cox, Jaden Sherwood, who won the previous heat he was in, Jack Dimbleby, Freddie Theobald in 12th. In row 7, it's Barnaby Grubb and Jacob Hobbs. Then it's Joshua Withcombe and Nathan Traverse. In row 9, it's Jaden Shearing and Tom Holden. 10 is Will Swells and Sonny Morgan. 11 is Harvey Williams and Harvey Lee Witteridge. And it's Jensen Hookey, Cassie Visicek, Ben Adrian, Harris Roberts, Jamie Setter, Lucy Lovell, and at the back on row 15, and this is nothing to do with pace, it's just to how the balls were drawn out of the sack, it's Archie Hardiman and Izzy Lawton. And this is our penultimate heat. We have one more to come, which is the 177s. Bit of a clear up. A few carts had issues in the last one. Just clear them out the track. And they'll release these juniors to do their worst. And be a short break after the next two heats, and then we'll leap into the finals. Away they go. Green lights are flashing. And the carts, as you can see, stream away on the left-hand side of the screen. And here they are, running around through Pennon. And they're going to kind of run through Summit and Rapids Bends, and then they're going to Hanger. There we are on Hanger. And they will end themselves back up on the main straight. Here we go. They look like reasonably good lines. They're going to get the go on the Junior Rotax Heat 6. And they're away. And down to the Pitts Bend for the first time. It's the 51 from the 42, from the 84. Though I must admit, Jasmine Taylor and Frank Ward were side by side. But certainly. And they're going round again. So that was exciting, wasn't it? They decided it was a full start. I was getting all teed up for that one. And the yellow lights went. And we're having a fun. I'm not quite sure why that was a full start, but it seemed quite good. And normally, when we look up the straight line into the, we look straight down, approaching the main straight. We can see a couple of start line marshals. Normally, when they're going to go around, they give them the waggly finger almost immediately. So long before they've reached the end of the tram lines. This time, not the case. So we thought it's happening, excitement, but it didn't. So they're getting back into line again, a little bit quick, I think. They're going to be given the kind of the wavy hand slowdown in a second. And that's what's happening now. And they ease back into the two lines. This time, no, it's a really early leaving, and they're going to take that one because it seems the same thing before, where from the middle of the field, a couple of carts absolutely leapt out of it, can't see the flag. There's a yellow flag flashing, there's a yellow flag still flashing, no light flashing down at about Marshall Point 5. I'm not sure that means they're going to go around again. I can't see a go around again flag, and they are pushing quite hard, but there's a yellow flag on this corner, which has only just been extinguished. I think perhaps it wasn't supposed to be on. And they go around into Rapids Bends now, and they're going to go round the Hanger hairpin the first time. As you can see, we have a break at the top three, and there's a change of position there just on the inside. Oh, there's some snuffling and a little bit of a kind of a movement across. I'm not sure there's an overreaction movement. It's a 42 of Frank Ward who's taken the lead. And coming underneath us now, blocking off the chasing Jasmine Taylor. Theobald's got the third, then Whitmore Clancy. And then the other Theobalds, we've got Jack Theobald and Freddie Theobald, both at the top six. And there's kind of a look again around for the lead. But the 42, teammates, holds off Jasmine 84. So he's half her number, but he's just ahead. And then with a watching brief, it's the 51 of Theobald. Now Taylor up the inside, going into Always. But no, that's cut off. It's not allowed. And she'll look for the switchback. But at the moment, Frank Ward running some good lines. But interestingly, Theobald not being left by these two scrapping teammates. And behind them, that gap between third and fourth has decreased considerably over the first of this lap. Whitmore now beginning to bridge. I think it's Whitmore. We'll find out in a second. Bridging that gap between third and fourth. But these are your leaders, first and second teammates. And that's Taylor now looks at the inside. She's going to take the lead going into the Pitts Bend. But the over and under might work, and possibly now coming through Summit is going to go back towards Frank. No, Jasmine says, absolutely not, Frank. You're not coming past me. You might have a number exactly half mine, but I'm going to be ahead. But now, a bit of drive there. Ward looking for an inside run there into Always. Didn't happen. But now he's looking for the second switchback. But again, just staying tight enough. Reasonably good cart placement there from Taylor. And what they've done in putting a bit of a spurt on against each other, they've managed to break Theobald down.
It's a great team battle, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
TH Corsa there. There's going to be a busy awning at tea time for these two.
It's been fair. It's been fair so far.
Yeah. All fair in love and war, I suppose, with Frank Ward and Jasmine Taylor. Jasmine Taylor now taking the lead on the timing screen for the first time. We've chatted to Jasmine a couple of times in our paddock show, and she's a little bit shy at first, but then she's good to chat to, good insight, and certainly knows how to pedal a junior road axe.
Absolutely. I think we forget, because we're used to dealing with professional racing drivers the whole time, that some of these are children.
Yeah, I know. And you stick a microphone and expect them to talk to you, and sometimes they just don't want to. And I'll never force a kid to not to talk to us. The parents do.
Yes.
Come on, do your media interview.
It's all part of the media, yes.
If
you don't talk to Joe Bradley, that's your career over.
That's it. They don't have to. They don't have to if they don't want to. And look at this, Jasmine Taylor already pulling a gap, isn't she?
But she's done that a couple of times. We've seen this a couple of times this season, where she's had these really good heats, and she's pulled away.
Third place for Sonny Morgan ahead of Jack Theobald.
That's a good run from Morgan. I think he's come up from a reasonable way down.
Yeah, where did Sonny Morgan start? I'm too busy looking at this battle there. Can we drop back, please, Paul? Because Jasmine seems to have this, this comfortable cushion. That's what we want to watch. Sonny Morgan into third, and already Sonny Morgan pulling away.
So Sonny, of course, who came to us through the now defunct Minimax, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Minimax,
Yeah.
We had last year.
Minimax isn't really a class anymore.
It's kind of gone. In fact, it was a kind of a hangover year, wasn't it, even last year for it? Wasn't it?
Yeah. The MSUK did away with the class and created Intermax for that age group, which is on a smaller chassis and narrower tyres. Basically, the Minimax was really a very fast and grippy kart. They were on these white tyres that juniors are on. It was kind of like an intermediary before kids went from cadets to juniors, but it was a little bit too quick, I think, after it took them about 4 years to realise.
Well, it was low power but lots of grip, a bit like a Formula 3 car.
Yeah.
Those are good damage. Now, Morgan doesn't seem to really have made much of an impression on the two ahead of him. Ward is dropping off Taylor, who's having one of her golden moments, which I've said it's not that rare. It happens I think it's happened twice previously this year. I think Taylor, obviously, is someone who enjoys being out with the fresh air, and perhaps some of the hurly-burly of the midfield, because you don't see her, correct me if I'm wrong here, Joe, you don't see her starting 22nd and finishing 6th. You don't see those big moves to the field, but when she gets to the front, she's got the pace and the speed to work with that.
She's certainly fast, isn't she? With a 47.757, 754 last time by was the fastest lap of the race so far. She's just put in a 47.757 to extend her lead to 1.2 from her teammate Frank Ward. Now, Frank Ward, if my estimation is correct, will very, very soon be coming into contention with Frank Ward for second, will Sonny Morgan. You did what I did. Yes, nice try. You want the junior Rotax, don't you?
Is that the wrong class in tyre?
Yes, there it is.
Well done, me.
Yeah, there's the championship. Jasmine Taylor, she had a heat win at Clay Pigeon. In fact, the very first junior Rotax heat was won by Jasmine Taylor. She had a second place finish, remember, at Clay in the final. And then she didn't have a great Forest Edge, did she? 7th, 15th, 27th and 14th in the final there. But this is good.
You interviewed Forest Edge. She said she didn't like it, didn't she?
She said she didn't
like Forest Edge.
Didn't like Forest Edge.
And her dad said, "No, you can't say that."
Well, she did. Yeah, I mean, you
have to like everywhere.
You can like and dislike the track.
Obviously, of course, you actually do.
She obviously likes Dunkeswell and Clay,
absolutely,
because she with a heat win there, and she's on target. She's got another 1 minute and 40 seconds. Look at this train there, though.
Yeah, the battle's fourth down over, isn't it? Yeah, 1, 2, and 3 are kind of away and gapping.
Lincoln Bevan's about to be overtaken by Jesse Whitmore, and there's the move from Whitmore on the number 111. Whitmore, that's it. I'm really dubious of calling it a Coles cart now after mixing up Coles cart and TH Corsa
and getting told off.
So I'm checking the details there. But yeah, the number 111 ahead of Lincoln Bevan now, Jaden Sherwood, that is. And Sherwood is our championship leader, remember, coming into this third round. Coles Racing coming to the NKC for the first time this year after customer pressure, they told us. Remember, we did an interview with the team managers there, and Coles Racing very prevalent in the top level of British Championship karting here in the junior Rotax and other classes, and to have Coles in this grid just adds to the credibility of the series here as being, the prime IKR, the Independent Kart Championship in the United Kingdom at the moment.
So they've got, once again, we've got the 10 and the 29s. That's down at 6th and 7th, Swells and Withcombe. Going into Always. Make a little move, a little dodge out, a little note. And again,
just keeping an eye on Jasmine Taylor, because it's with 15 seconds on the board, Nick. Jasmine just heading towards the hanger hairpin.
I don't think she's going to get another lap. There's 8 to go.
No, I think she's going to get
back to start the last
in fact,
lap.
The last lap board has been put out, would you believe?
Well, it's right, because it's
3, 2, 1. She's right on the cusp. She's right on the cusp, but it's 1 lap to go.
8:01.8. She missed it by 2, but there's 1 lap to go, which I'm sure she'll be very happy about, because that obviously means that she's only got 1 more lap to claim those 50 big points.
So 1 lap to go for Jasmine Taylor. Meanwhile, the rest of the field stream through, and it has been quite a you know what, I was questioning whether I should say dominant, but she has. She's been the class of the field there. She's extended the lead to Frank Water 2.7 seconds. Jaden Sherwood has just taken the fastest lap of the race from her with a 47.436 on the last lap there, and Jaden Sherwood up into 4th there, just behind Sonny Morgan.
I think Sherwood's on for pole from his previous results so far this weekend, including a heat win. But it'd be interesting to see how near the front Jasmine starts. I think if she starts in the front, she's got a chance. I think if she starts in the midfield, I can't see her battling through.
Yeah, we'll see when those grids are produced. The rest of the field come through then as Jasmine Taylor takes the win from Frank Ward. Sonny Morgan in 3rd, Jaden Sherwood 4th, Lincoln Bevan was 5th, Will Swales in 6th. We then had Joshua Withcombe, Nathan Travers, Tom Holden in 9th, Jess Whitmore was in 10th. Behind them, just outside the top 10, was Jensen Hookey and Harris Roberts. There's the remaining 28 finishers in the Junior Rotax final heat. We'll have their grid formed and ready to peruse. We'll have the B final first, though. But before that, we've got the last heat of the weekend.
Yep.
The last heat of the 3rd and final round of the Southern Cup.
I was about to say Summer Cup.
I was about to say Summer Cup, yeah.
I know.
I nearly said that.
We have the same verbal problems.
Yeah, thermal diarrhea, I think.
Well, we've certainly got those for sure.
We have got the Rotax 177 grid out next. And we'll have a look at that now, because there they are in the collecting area. That marshal in the middle is Sarah Darlow. She's been the NKC marshal for the last few years, certainly in the time that Karting Live TV has been involved with the series. And she does a fantastic job in herding the cats and getting them ready and presenting them to the track when we are ready. Let's have a look at the grid then. Chris Abraham and Josh Constable. It's their turn on the front of the grid. Just had a chat to Stephen Mottram when I went for a little pit stop myself there. And Stephen, who's a driver down from the northeast, he's absolutely loving the chaos, as he called it, of the NKC. He's starting. He's looking forward to starting 3rd on the 2nd row, and he starts alongside Scott Clee, who's the first of the Masters. George Willis and Rob Simpson are on row 3. Then we've got Lawrence Hilton and George Walker. Paul Moran and Joshua Gullin, they're on row 5. Row 6 is Ollie Bailey, another TH Corsa driver. And then we've got Alfie Williams alongside. Neil Hemming and Marcus Basley start on row 7. Max Williamson and Matthew Lee are on row 8. Jack Sweeting and Marcin Kaminski. Archie Elliott and Josh Howard are on row 10. And then row 11, Gary Cox and Alfie Anderson. We've then got Sean Rudge and Nathan Wells, Cameron Marston and Zach Fontenue, Tony Kelsey and Oliver Moss, David Simpson and Lewis Crocker, and Adrian Smith rounds off the 31 kart field for our final heat of the day. The last heat of the weekend, in fact.
But lots more racing, Joe.
Oh, we've
lots
got
more
lot
racing.
more racing.
Lots more racing.
6 more races to go. 6 B finals, which are 8 minutes and 1 lap. And then we've got our A
6
finals,
B finals.
4 A finals. We've got 4
3 B finals.
Sorry, 3. So 7 races, yeah. 3 B finals and 4 A finals. Here they come then, and look at that. That is a beautiful order. Chris Abram, the driver, on the left-hand side of your screen there as you look at it. And then we've got Josh Constable on the Lando Norris kart. In fact, they're both Lando Norris karts on the front row of the grid. The LN livery on those karts. We've got a bit of a breakaway, and we've got that started.
At the back.
And the number 12 spins round and causes consternation.
Oh!
That's Josh Constable, and that's involved a lot of karts there. I'm not sure how that one's...
Well, both the 183 and the 229 have certainly got drop downs. They've smashed into each other's noses. Misses. They both got going again. Whether they pull it at the end of the first lap, I don't know. But a cold tyre spin with the entire field going past you is not a happy experience.
No, let's see, as the field are already through the Rapids Bends and up towards the Hangar Hairpin. I think that's Stephen Mottram in the lead. He was looking forward to starting in third. He'll be delighted if it is him. I can't really see the number from that angle there. It is the 777. The 777
isn't in the race.
He will be in a
second.
moment.
Yeah, get recount there. Yeah. There we go.
Where is he?
Don't know.
That was definitely the 777 in the lead, wasn't it?
It was the 777.
Yeah, not George Willis then.
So again, this is a timing glitch at the circuit. He's scored. It's Mottram. He scored as last. So Mottram must have a transponder issue.
So that is Stephen Mottram on the 777 that leads from 153.
From Willis. He's leading from Willis. And it's the same thing before that. It's dropped a lap for someone in the front. Now they've... Yeah.
Well, it showed him leading across the line, actually. And now it's showing him not completing that first lap. So it's deleted him from that first lap.
So I think it'd be interesting to see whether his transponder's not working or just missed him first time round for some weird reason.
See how he's back yet. His tyres are just not up to temperature yet, quite yet.
So he's just missed him a lap. This is the sort of thing that gets sorted out. I mean, it confuses us and confuses everyone who's watching, but it'll get sorted out immediately. It's not like he's going to lose the win or anything.
No,
if he wins it. But he's leading with the Lando Norris machine. And they're
certainly bottling up behind Steve Mottram.
This is the chaos at the start. Look at that. Bang, crash. What a picture, what a photograph.
So easy to happen, that kart spinning off, and certainly at a corner like Pit Bend here at Dunkeswell, massively open and wide. You try to get around, but sometimes there is just nowhere to go. Mottram's tyres are beginning to come in now. Not so much of an oversteer entry.
He's not braking Willis, though, is he? Willis is sitting with him at that comfortable 1.5 kart lengths. Third and fourth are quite close together, which should be Moran and Klee at the moment. Klee being Moran 77. Oh, yeah, it's not. It's Hilton, Moran. I forgot to remember there's a person ahead of them. And that's the battle now going through Summit.
The bright yellow kart in there is, of course, Paul Moran.
Yeah.
And Paul, he's second of the Masters. Lawrence Hilton, the kart in third place, is the first of the Masters.
Yeah. So Moran's under pressure actually from the 4 of Scott Klee. They are actually, of course, you'll see them on your screen as third and fourth. They're actually fourth and fifth because we have this anomaly with the 777 of Stephen Mott having missed a lap right at the start. But he is leading in the green and blue of Lando Norris. Second and third now looking a little more racy with each other, which is Willis and Hilton.
Now then, what Steve Mottram will want, if he knew what was happening, is for George Willis and Lawrence Hilton to start squabbling. And if anything, second, third, fourth and fifth are coming together. Mottram, in fact, they come together back to the leader, in fact. Very little cushion there. They concertina up into the 2 hairpins at Summit and Valley. They do the same here at Always and Pennon. But if anything, Nick, that's Mottram with about a 2, maybe potentially 3 karts gap there.
Yeah.
Through the Rapids Bends and up towards the Hangar Hairpin.
It's quite, one thing I've been noticing is where we're sitting, we are overlooking the very long into the pit lane that you have here. Basically, you see on the right hand of the picture, that's where you drive in to get into the pit lane, and therefore, if you're going to retire or you've got a problem. A lot of karts have been retiring at this race. A lot of people pulling out. Now, I don't know whether it's the track or it's bad luck or it's the temperature. In fact, we just had another kart pull off to the left-hand side, which is probably probably Neil Hemming, actually, or Marcus Beasley. But also, Zach Fontenot had a big accident as well, which he got away with and carried on going. He's down in 23rd. I'm actually dropping a bit further now. But yeah, there's a lot of attrition. And it's not just this race. Several of the races have had quite a bit of attrition in them.
Adrian Smith slowing as well and going around the outside of the pit bend.
You know how we've got this close quarters, 1, 2, 3, 4 switchback. I think there's more small bings and bangs, which perhaps is just knocking steering out and knocking everything else out.
Definitely very little room there, and when you're changing direction and trying to position the car to maybe squeeze another position, as Paul Moran's done exactly that and gotten ahead of Lawrence Hilton, I think. George Willis in second, Paul Moran now third, Lawrence Hilton fourth, Scott Clee fifth, Ollie Bailey is sixth, seventh Max Williamson, Sean Rojachi Elliott, George Walker's the driver. That rounds off the top 10, but the man at the front is Stephen Mottram. Stephen Mottram down from Sunderland. I believe he lives in Sunderland.
Poor thing.
As do I. Yeah, Steve Mottram heading this field, and he's driven very, very consistently. He pulled a bit of a cushion, and that cushion has been maintained. It's only 3/10, and you know what, Nick? When it is only 3/10, if you start making slight errors, that disappears, and eventually you've got people on your bumper.
3/10 is one minor error in some way, especially if you lose drive. It's not 3/10
and
this
it's
time
gone.
round.
Yeah, it's gone. It's disappeared. It's only just over a tenth now into the final 2 minutes, and it's now that gap has completely disappeared as Paul Moran wants a little bit of this second place. Paul Moran on that bright yellow cart in third. His wife Helen, who sits at home making the Sunday dinner, according to Paul. I'm not sure if it's true. Or if she's got any sense, she'll go to the pub like she did the last time.
And
here we go
all
again.
The other times.
Here we go then. Stephen Mottram, all of that experience that he gained up at Warden Law is going to come into play, and see if he can keep people behind him, because he's going to have to start defending. See him inch his butt out of the cart there to get that thing moving, get that power band to come in. And he's driving really, really well. And here's Paul Moran down the inside for second.
Can he hold it? Yep.
That's going to help. That's going to help Mottram, because Mottram's going to break a bit of a gap again. Paul Moran, he can see a heat win here.
Has Paul Moran literally used all the colours?
He's used all the colours of the rainbow on that one.
Yeah,
Helen surely
did he get a job lot on small tins of paint?
Small tins of felt tips.
Yeah.
I'm sure Helen designed that. He couldn't possibly have designed it to be that bright.
It's easy to see, which is fair enough.
Absolutely, makes our job a lot easier. But Paul Moran's looked very racy, and he's just eased his way to the front of this field. And now, with 45 seconds on the clock, it's going to be two more laps as Mottram out of the dogleg then. Across the line. What's the gap, Nick?
We don't know.
We don't know, because he's not being timed,
I would say that's about quarter of a second to 3/10, that is.
I think so. He's got to hang on to this for 2 more laps, but Moran has got his sights set.
No lead now, so it's now about kart placement. It's about working out where you're vulnerable and making sure a kart is in a position on the track to reduce that vulnerability as much as you can. But in fairness to Moran, he's really got some pace.
Moran
he's
down
done
the
it
inside,
already.
he's done it, he's made the move.
At this point, suddenly what has to happen is Mottram think, hang on, I mustn't lose more than one place. But Moran's gone and got a lead.
I'm not sure how familiar he is with Dunkeswell. He's raced here before, hasn't he, Paul Moran? Stephen Mottram, I believe, here for the first time.
Mottram now able to hang on to his coattails, isn't he? So he's hanging on the coattails now, having lost that position. And third and fourth now having a bit of a ding-dong. Didn't happen anything about it.
No, it settles in though.
53 stays ahead of 21, 121, 153. Don't forget that the leader is Paul Moran, but second place, not currently on that screen, is 777 Stephen Mottram, who has missed a lap early on in the race.
The timing system missed
he's going to think about having a go.
Mottram
really thinking about it.
Coming back at Paul Moran. And if Paul seems to have massive pace here. He's going through the rapids bends now into the hanger hairpin for the final time. And he slides a little bit wide on entry there, but it doesn't cost him anything. Into the dogleg then for the final time. That huge checkered flag has been readied for Paul Moran. His wife Helen watching at home. I think she's not here. And Steve Mottram. Steve, you held a great race there, and you should be delighted with what ended up being second place. Paul Moran, though, that was a great drive from him. He just eased himself to the front of that field in relatively, I'm not saying easy style, because he couldn't allow himself to make even a slight mistake there. Great drive from all of our runners there in the 177s. Paul Moran takes the win. Stephen Mottram in second, George Willis third, Lawrence Hilton fourth, fifth was Scott Clean. Then we had Ollie Bailey, Archie Elliott, Max Williamson, George Walker and Sean Rudge. The rest of the 30 runners there on the timing bar, Nick.
Yeah, it was great. Great performance by Paul Moran. But then it's interesting, we've not, there is still the issue that you've got to beat Ryan Taylor-Truman, isn't it?
Oh,
and
God,
Ryan
yes.
wasn't in this race.
Yes, he wasn't in there.
So
yeah.
The grid's going to be interesting because we've seen some performances by a couple of the other drivers which have looked good, but they're kind of under that caveat. You've got RTT to get past or not let get away.
Yes.
We've got a bit of a breakette now, haven't we? For it's supposed to be only 15 minutes. It was more than that last time. It's supposed to be just a 15-minute break for the pre-finals. Pre-final break, sorry. Not the pre-finals. That'll be a completely different championship. So we will...
The reason for the break, Nick, if I might add, is the fact that we need to form the grid. So the timekeepers, this break is for the timekeepers don't stop working. This is where the timekeepers really do go to town and form the grids for our B finals. We kick things off with the senior Rotax B final, followed by the junior and then the 177. So we are going to go for a break while we form those grids. So the break is scheduled to be for 15 minutes, I'm being told. And so we will do that. We'll keep you updated on the screen as to when we will be resuming. That gives us a little bit of time to just collect our thoughts going forward into the all-important finals. Have we got anything lined up, Nick, or are we going to... No, we're going to go just a break board. There we go. Brief pre-final break. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to Dunkeswell, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
Joe Bradley and Nick Damon bringing you the important part of the weekend, I think. It's
Absolutely, and we're bringing you very important news.
Yeah,
it's 5-5.
Oh, we can't talk about that.
We're not talking about that. I'm just saying. I'm telling everyone it's 5-5. And it's not to do with football.
5-5 of what?
Oh.
Right, we're about to go into the final stages then of our third round of the NKC, the Junction 6 NKC for 2024. It's the third and final round of the Southern Cup, of course, and we will be crowning our Southern Cup champions. And it's also round 3 of our overall 2024 championship. From here, we go to the final 3 stages. Wilton Mill in August, Three Sisters. Sorry, I should say where Wilton Mill is for anybody new to karting. Wilton Mill's near Daventry.
It's near Northampton, which is a bigger town.
North of here. It's certainly north of the first 3 rounds.
Yes,
Clear Pigeon,
as a northern
Forest
venue,
Edge.
it fulfils the concept of being more north than the southern venues.
Yes, they are really south.
It's Midlands, East Midlands officially.
Yes, it is. It is East Midlands. From there, we've got Three Sisters for round 5, 20th to the 22nd of September. Now, Three Sisters near Wigan in the northwest, and then we round off the season, the 2024 season, at Warden Law, the 11th to 13th of October. Warden Law is up on the northeast coast, just south of Sunderland. And it's not just the 6th and final round of the championship, it'll be the 3-round Northern Cup Championship that the 2024 Junction 6 NKC forms. We have got 3 B finals coming up. Senior Rotax is on the cards for next. Yep, we've got Senior Rotax up there and getting ready in the collecting area. I'm going to get the right grid up. So where is Senior Rotax A final? I've yet to get in front of me, Nick. Senior Rotax B final. There we go. We've got it now.
It's juniors first, isn't it? Seniors?
No, seniors.
Oh, it does. I just say, looking out the window, it looked a bit older. You're right.
Seniors, yeah. Would you believe, qualifying for the B finals, 24 karters. 24 karters that will have a chance to qualify into the A final. And the qualifiers into the A final will be the first 4. So everybody, we're going to be focusing on that 4th and 5th place battle because that's where the action is, the final qualifier into the A final, which is coming up later. After this one, we've got the Junior Rotax B final, and then the last of our B finals will be for the Rotax 177 class. The weather is quite perfect, actually. Bit of a breeze, keeping the temperature down. Nice cooling breeze. The cloud has broken up. It's a bit of a Simpson-esque sky, isn't it, with the broken clouds? The wispy white clouds and blue skies. What do you say the ambient temperature is? Because I haven't got...
my feeling about the ambient temperature is about 17.
Yeah, it's not exactly that warm, is it? It's warm enough, though. Warm enough for us to be in shorts and T-shirt, apart from Paul, who's in his Lycra body stocking, as he always is.
Well, obviously, yes. You know why? Because he's left the GIMP outfit in the hotel room.
Well, yeah. So we've got our collecting area. That is very busy. Have we got anybody's camera on the collecting area, Paul?
Not this second,
no,
apparently.
Not this second, no.
If you listen for his answer, and then no one else can hear his answer.
That's right. I was listening for his answer, and I can barely hear because I've got my cans on. So we've talked about the series going forward. We are about to get into the B final. So let's have a look and see who's qualified for the B final. Starting on the pole position is the number 41 of Harry Pearson with Zach Fletcher alongside him on the number 27. On the second row of the B final grid will be Ethan Lomax and Archie Carter. Row 3 is Henry Swanson and Rafi Salentano. They've got Matthew Lambert on the number 7. He's had a bit of a character-building weekend so far, qualifying for the B final. He starts 7th with Paulo Nunes Aranda starting alongside him in 8th. The 5th row of the grid is Joshua Della Carter and Gregory Akers, with Reese Knight and Simon Spagnuolo on the 6th row of the grid. 7th row is Jack Maidman and George Hulme, with then Samuel Christensen and Tristan Sharp on row 8. Row 9, Oliver Atkinson and James Cutting, with James Becker, Martin Bramwell, Kieran Thompson, Henry Stratton, Liam Deedman, and rounding off a 24-kart B final is Michael Thompson. So as ever, we've had a lot of action so far this weekend, and the action will continue as we release our B finalists. And they are out on the track at the moment. Making their way round on their warm-up lap, you'll see these carts weaving about. They're getting some heat and temperature into those dry, slick tyres. We had a very consistent weather day here at Dunkeswell. Dunkeswell looking absolutely splendid out there. It's into new ownership. It was known as the Mansell Raceway for the last few years, owned by the 1992 Formula One World Champion Nigel Mansell. However, it's now into new ownership, and they've reverted back to the old name of Dunkeswell, a name that I was familiar with when I was racing. And it's great to have Dunkeswell back as a kart track and a kart venue. And here we are about to go racing with our B finalists in senior road tax. This is the 162 kilogram category, and already into the lead has gone the number 41 of Harry Pearson, who leads the field along the Overlook Straight and into Summit, and sorting themselves out in great style. And there, the number 7, Matthew Lambert, making his way to the front of the field. He was 7th in the 2023 championship. He's found himself in the B final and getting on with it straight away and getting off down the inside in a very cheeky move. I think he took about 3 karts to take the lead from Harry Pearson on the 41. And already through the Rapids Bends and off towards the Hanger hairpin. Here they come back towards us now. That Woodland Straight is quite long into the chicane at Dogleg. It's quite a sharp right hand and left, followed by a right. And here they come across the line then. Lambert leading, Harry Pearson second, Ethan Lomax third. Fourth and final qualifier for the A final, Zach Fletcher. Gregory Akers just outside that in fifth. Rafi Salentano, Paulo Nunez-Aranda, Archie Carter, George Sherman, Josh Stella Carter. The kart in that 10th spot. We've got a move there on the 41 there. The number 132, Ethan Lomax, up and into second place. These 3 karts there that you watch there, that's second, third and fourth place. That's the vulnerable position now that number 41, Harry Pearson, has now found himself in. And who's that behind him? We'll find out as they come through Hanger out towards us. That's Lambert in the lead. Lomax second. Using all the inside curb there. The kart in third place there as they flash across the line. Zach Fletcher, Harry Pearson, Gregory Akers on the 45. Itching to go by and take that final qualifying position from Harry Pearson. Into the Summit hairpin, the left-hander. They're already onto the Hanger straight towards the Always hairpin. And down the inside and into second. That's gone Zach Fletcher on Ethan Lomax. He's going to come back at him, though. The number 45 still being followed by the 41. That's Harry Pearson, the 41. He's in fourth place. These B finals, 8 minutes and 1 lap. Just the same duration as the heats. With 5 minutes and 30 plus seconds on the clock. Still plenty of time for people to move around. That's first, second, third and fourth there. The number 45 of Gregory Akers into fifth. Rafi Salentano. Where did he come from? He's got by Akers and Harry Pearson there, and he's our fourth and final qualifier as the leader comes under pressure now from Ethan Lomax.
Amazing race so far.
Amazing race from Matthew Lambert, who's gotten off and gotten on with it. Ethan Lomax has gone with him, though, and Lambert's just letting Lomax come back, needing to keep a little bit of energy in the tyres, I think, Nick.
Yeah.
It's going to take an extra heat. It's always going to take a little bit more out of your tyres. So taking these forward into the final race of the day in the A final, there's your 4 through the Hanger hairpin now.
Yeah, so it's third and fourth. So fourth and fifth now is beginning to become a battle. Ash, let's drop back to the fourth and fifth. That's the all white for light. The 46 of Rafi Salentano, who's normally at the front of these grids, so has not had a great day. And behind him, Gregory Akers.
We've got the number 45 of Gregory Akers all over the back of that fourth and final qualifier, Rafi Salentano. We wait for the carts to come through and into the Rapids Bend. They'll be appearing any second now. Here they come. Out of Always. Into the left-hander. That's Lambert. That's second, third, fourth, fifth there. That's the 45. We'll leave this battle there at the front and drop back to the fourth place cart there. That's the 2 carts at the back of this train. They are really battling it out there, and we're coming up to half distance. As the leaders come through, and there's a challenge for the lead of this B final. And that's gone the way of Ethan Lomax down the inside of Matthew Lambert. Lambert now coming back at him. Behind them is where the important bit is. Zach Fletcher, Rafi Salentano, Gregory Akers. Into the right-hander at Always, and we've got a move as Lambert has dropped back, I think, dropped back to 4th place. Lambert's got a problem. The number 7 has a problem, and he's dropped back to the 4th and final qualifying position from leading this race. That blue and white cart, the 4th cart in the train, has now dropped back and is coming under pressure from the 45. The Tony cart there, the green and white cart, just behind that blue and white cart, is where the action is. And I'm not sure what has happened to Matthew Lambert. The number 7 being chased now through that sequence of bends. And the Nib Sport driver having a massive problem there. That's dropped him from lead contention and now under pressure for not qualifying for the year final. There's your top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. And Lambert's found some speed again. He obviously a problem there on track that has dropped him to that 4th place, and now he's under pressure from Akers. Into the dog leg. 2.5 minutes remain. And Akers running out of time there. Lambert just looking and keeping his head looked back at the front end of the number 45. You can see the green and white Tony Kart colours of Gregory Akers. Onto Hanger Straight now, and Lambert pulls a bit of a cushion into Always. That's the right-hand hairpin now, immediately into the left-hander at Pennon. And then off through those very fast sweeps at the Rapids, through the fast right and then the left, the double apex left, that leads into the braking area for this one here. That's Hanger hairpin now. And Lambert still hanging on to that 4th place in that blue and white cart. That's the driver, the Nib Sport driver. That's the Nib Sport colours, the blue, white with black trim. And a change for 5th place as George Hulme comes through. The number 211, George Hulme, he's the privateer runner. And he's now right on the bumper of that number 7 and challenging there, looking down the inside at Valley onto the Hanger Straight. Just over a minute remaining. There's going to be time for perhaps another 2 laps on top of this one. Oh, and there's a challenge round the outside. The number 45's coming back at Hulme. This is going to get very messy indeed, going towards the checkered flag as Lambert has that cart inside him. George Hulme squeezing his nose down the inside. Matthew Lambert's the number 7. There he's in 4th. There's your 5th and 6th. And as they go towards the first bend, the number 27's off.
Whoa.
Zach Fletcher sliding very wide there, and I'm not sure what that resulted from, but that's changed everything now as we've got 5 carts and the 27's coming back. The 27 of Zach Fletcher has fallen back 2, is
he's
it?
back
2,
into
3?
4th, 5th. He's battling the 211 and George Hulme, who also now lost another place because almost around the outside was going Paolo Nunes.
I think the 4 qualifiers, those are the last 2 qualifiers. The 45 of Gregory Akers is the last of the qualifiers. So you've got Ethan Lomax, you've got Rafi Salentano, Matthew Lambert, and now Gregory Akers. Across the line now. Zach Fletcher right behind Akers though.
So it's that battle there.
Yeah, this is the fight. Look at that,
that's
tapping his head.
3rd and 4th. Yes, that's the right thing to do. Tap your head, but it's the ones behind the 45. So the 45's currently got that final bunk up place.
And he's got a cushion.
Gregory Akers, he's got absolutely a little gap over Zach Fletcher off that mistake on the previous lap.
He's got a cushion though. Akers doesn't need to panic. He doesn't need to panic and squabble past Matthew Lambert. Matthew Lambert in 3rd. Gregory Akers on the 45 in 4th. They have got plenty of time. The number 27, Zach Fletcher, I'm not sure what happened at Pit Bend, but he ended up going very wide indeed and losing out massively from 2nd to 5th spot as they cross the flag. The checkered flag flies, I should say. Ethan Lomax will qualify. Pardon me. Rafi Salentano will qualify. Matthew Lambert will qualify. And the final qualifier into the A final will be Gregory Akers. Just unlucky, and their weekend ends here is Zach Fletcher, George Hulme, Paulo Nunez-Aranda, Jack Maidman, Oliver Atkinson, Archie Carter coming through in 10th place there, and the rest of the 21 kart field there on the timing screen.
Well, there you go.
Quite an interesting one, that, Nick, right at the very end there with Zach Fletcher dropping out of second place. Again, what drama that we have that tends to unfold in the Junction 6 NKC. Incredible stuff. Junior Rotax B final out next, and that promises to be just as intense and dramatic.
Yep, they are about to get this rolling in. There's 4 of them are going to be happy, and the others aren't. So they snake their way down towards scrutineering. About an hour before they get out for their main final, we switch our attention immediately to the next heat, which is Junior Rotax. Is it next to it?
Yeah, it is. Junior Rotax B final.
Do you not see me going?
No. I don't pay attention, Nick, because I had a race to call.
Yes.
You do that bit, I do that bit.
And I went,
I know. There they are. There they are.
About 1,000 steps during that last race, by the way.
There they are in the collecting area then, with Jacob Hobbs, our pole position driver, Jaden Shearing alongside him. Row 2 is Jason Duchess and Barnaby Grubb. And then we've got Ryan Sayers and Jamie Salter in row 3. Row 4 is Frank Ward and Charlie Hulme. Joshua Withcombe and Ethan Barrow, they qualify on row 5. Row 6 is Lucy Lovell. What happened to Lucy? Why is she in the B final there? Ronan Moores alongside Charlie Thompson. Alex Colentiano is 14th. Row 8 is Alexander Stefanov and Daniel Cansey. Then we've got Luigi Perlini and Archie Hardiman. Adam Catling and Izzy Lawton are 19th and 20th. Jensen Cox and Reese Green are on row 11. We've got Maxim Smith, Jack Theobald, and then Oliver Gusman and Sam Green Gomez. They're your 26 B finalists. And behind them, Caden Welch, George Theobald, Ari Hadley, Freddie Theobald, and Harvey Williams, Theo Bush. 32 B finalists, Nick.
Wow.
That's how many karts where we are only going to be concentrating on the 4 at the front, because it's only 4 qualifiers into the A final, and we're about to get this B final underway. We are indeed racing. Jacob Hobbs leads on the 25 into and out of Pit Bend.
Yeah, it's a good clean start for everybody. I was watching the back of the field, and they're all chuntering through in order. A little bit of a, as always, the 4 or 5 wide. Oh no, it's all gone horribly wrong. All gone horribly wrong in the Summit Bend. There's about 9 karts not pointed the right way. Went wrong about 15th place, and it's all gone in and out. No one's hurt, thankfully, but there's a few quid's worth of kart damage.
That's Maxim Smith, the number 30, the number 323.
Got the 44 there as well, which is Ethan Barrett. It went wrong about in that area, about 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's where it went wrong.
Right.
No one hurt, thankfully. Quite a lot of karts will be out of contention for this top 4 bump up.
And if we're not, we're going to be under yellow flag or even a Battenberg flag very
Slow down.
quickly.
I think it's Battenberg, I think it is. Yellow.
We've got yellow flags flying into the Summit hairpin. The field will go through under yellow. The field files through Jacob Hobbs, Jason Duchess, Jaden Shearing, Ryan Sayers, Frank Ward, Barnaby Grubb, Joshua Withcombe, Charlie Hulme, Jamie Salter and Lucy Lovell. Lucy rounds off your top 10. They're already out of that area of the track and already towards the Rapids Bends.
Yeah, now putting the hammer down again. And it's a nice little lead there that Jacob Hobbs has got himself with the orange helmet. He'll be able to qualify through the A final, starting at the back, and obviously it's all about how much you can go forward once you make the A final, because it's all about points. But again, it's a gone strong trail of karts. They come now back down towards our commentary position, which is just above and behind the back from the pit bend here. So as they go round there, that's where we're at. And they come sweeping round.
We've got a spinner in the midfield. Spinner in the midfield causing consternation.
That was Barnaby Grubb, I'm afraid, from 6th place. He spun out of contention. So he was obviously someone who could easily have made 4th place. Still, we got nothing but yellows through Summit. And then it goes green just before they turn into Always.
So the area of vulnerability is that number 23 of Ryan Sayers in that 4th place. 4th place kart there. That's the leader just going through the hanger hairpin, and then back towards us. This is your top 4, 5 carts breaking away. So if they're not careful, Frank Ward on the 42, he will have his eyes on that cart.
We've got red flag. I've just seen that one. I think one of the guys who came out, that's not that. It's a little bit injured. So they've got a slight injury to one of the drivers who is involved, and so they've called the red flag so they can get the paramedics over. Now, they're going to have to rerun some of this, or all of it, or none of it, I don't know.
Well, there's 5.5 minutes on the clock when it stopped.
What curfew are they running to here? 6?
I'm not sure. Probably. We know Dunkeswell, being next to an airfield, has its noise issues, as ever, from the residents, nearby residents.
In fact, it's not quite as near as Donington, where you've got massive jets taking off. These are mostly single-engine airplanes that are taking off.
No, well, I was being sarcastic there.
I know. To immediately junk out a load of paragliders.
Yes, I know. Right, we're gonna just wait until we sort out the issue there that's brought this race to a halt. The race order at the red flag was Jacob Hobbs in the lead. Jason Duchess was second. Jaden Shearing was third. The fourth place driver, Ryan Sayers, he was the final qualifier into the A final on that. Frank Ward was fifth. Barnaby Grubb had spun down the order, but he will start. If we restart in position order, Barnaby Grubb will negate that spin.
Get back into sixth again. Man with big bald head in front of camera. This is impressive. That's the second queue. There's actually another queue to the right. So a few of them stopped the other side of the red. The red flag was called not because of the incident, but I think one of the guys who initially hopped up with the adrenaline flowing, when the adrenaline stopped flowing, suddenly realised, actually, I'm not actually all right. I need to get down and get some medical attention.
And plus, these are kids, so we're not going to. Discretion will always be the better part of valour. We will always throw the red flag and get things sorted out. Everybody's health and safety and welfare being the primary objective in a situation like this. Not saying that we're not bothered about you if you're an adult.
We're less bothered.
I don't mean, maybe we are.
Well, because you have your own, you take everything on your own responsibility. That's why when you're under 18, things you do which have a risk that needs to be signed off by a parent and guardian. So
listen to you getting all officious there.
Thank you very much.
Getting all
anything you want to say? You want to say anything more?
No. I don't know how that happened, but that's
at the moment, it's half each, isn't it?
Yeah, mate. It's going into the final stages.
There's no way I'll carry on 0 and packing up. I can tell you.
So we'll see if how we're going to restart this. We've already got the race officials over there looking at the race order.
If they need to take this lad away, then that's going to cause a problem. I think we have got 2 ambulances. If we have got 2 ambulances, they can carry on running. They're obviously looking at getting everyone rolling as from here, aren't they? And then just picking up the time again. They're not taking them back into Park Firm as some of the 2 previous red flags.
Massive crowd there on the banking at Overlook. That's got access from the paddock. That's where, if you're in the paddock wanting to watch the races unfold, that's where people tend to be, on the embankment. That's why that little straight there between the first bend here, Pit Bend, named because it's adjacent to the pits, adjacent to the paddock. We then have a short straight called Overlook, which is where these people are standing next to.
Looking over.
Overlooking.
And we have a man with a big head.
Well, that's our start.
I know, he's an important marshal.
He's a very important marshal. Now, that man there with the grey jumper is Sam Motster.
He knows our secrets.
Yes.
He knows the secrets of Karting Live TV, the musical.
Yes. Karting Live TV, the musical. Yes, more of that later.
No, less of that later. That was private. No, it wasn't private because someone left a fader up.
We thought it was.
By the way, that person was me.
We've got a few carts coming in on trolleys, so they're the damaged carts that I can see, while the interested crowd look on.
I suppose the disinterested crowd don't look on, do they?
Disinterested crowds don't look on, no.
Look at that arty fade. Oh, the arty focus fade there from Ash. They're going up there 16.
Where is he in the order? That's Oliver Guzman on the 39.
Yeah, because the
37 is Jamie Salter.
The leading batch has gone round the corners.
Yes, I saw.
They've stopped him in 2 places.
We're going to talk about the number 39, Oliver Guzman. and then the number 37. So that's Momentum Motorsport. Now, remember who used to race with Momentum colours? I think he used to race with Momentum.
Go for it, because I don't know.
That's how Core comes. Eddie Stewart.
Eddie
Stewart, who's now
Yopa, isn't he?
Who he's doing this all plate.
I think so.
Is he?
They were going to think about it because he's got a Primo class.
Ah, right. Okay. Do you want to explain what Primo is for the All Plate? So, firstly, I'll kick off the All Plate. The All Plate is in the middle of July.
Mm-hmm.
The All Plate date is the 19th to 21st of July. We've got 2 days of live streaming.
Full days, not half an hour here, half an hour there. Full days of coverage, Joe.
Live from the Drivers' Lounge at Rowra, up in Cumbria. And
Malcolm and Marion welcome you to the Drivers' Lounge.
An additional class to that is the Junior Primo class.
Junior Primo is Junior Rotax, which is by far the most popular class, it appears, by numbers in the country, given the amount of people I see every day racing in all sorts of classes of it, is for 12 to 16-year-olds. However, there's a very big difference between a 12-year-old and a 16-year-old, both physically and mentally and, experience-wise of karting. So there is now the Junior Primo class, which is for 12 and 13 and 14-year-olds. It's just
12 to 14.
So if you are on the younger end of Junior Rotax, you can race with people who have a similar level of experience with you, and obviously have a more competitive chance of being near the top. It's interesting. We had who was it? The young lady Bella Fairclough last week at the TKC was winning the Primo class. She was about 2/10 of a second off the winner of the junior Rotax itself. So she was.
It was won by Daniel Hartley.
Yeah, I checked. Well, she's winning the heats anyway. Sorry, but
she won a heat.
When we were looking at time, that was the only time we were looking at the times. Daniel Hartley, I'm sure, did win it. But the time she was only a couple of tenths off. But it gives them a chance to battle, and also it can get a little bit physical with the others. Oh, okay. It's going well. So that podcast may happen. Much like the case. How's the KZ doing?
No.
Yeah. So
there's a KZ2 British Championship round at Warden Law as we speak this afternoon.
How many they got?
I'm not sure. But at the moment we've opened it up to KZ, which is a gearbox class, which will be brand new to the NKC. I'm not sure what tyre they were proposing that the KZs ran on. I'm not sure if they. But again, the O plate is a new set of tyres for the meeting.
Yeah.
And one set of tyres for the 2 days of running, which will be heats and finals, which is pretty much standard practice. It'll be on the Maxxis tyre, I would think. I'm not sure what KZs will be running on, though. We've got the ambulance moving off the track now, so hopefully everyone is fine. We have the body language of the race officials are kind of moving carts around. There's the number 42 of Frank Ward. Behind him, the number 53 of Charlie Hulme. And just in front of Charlie, there is the number, is that 29? It is, Joshua Withcombe. So Joshua Withcombe being lined up now. We're going to release these carts from the second group, which are on the Overlook Straight. So these carts there, they are positioned on the hanger straight towards the right and left hairpins. So we are in a bit of a lull while we sort out this restart for the B final for Junior Rotax. The A final coming up later. It's our penultimate race of the weekend. As we shuffle the carts through, we've got the second group moving off from the Overlook Straight through Summit and the Valley Hairpin, and will rejoin on the back end of that lead group. It's just the way the red flags separated them out. And so we are looking very, very promising to get a restart underway. Cart number 39 there. I'm not surprised Nick and I struggle to see these numbers when we see they're not exactly a regulation sized number plate, are they? They're all shapes and sizes. There's the 71 of Reese Green. Is that the 72 behind him? What on earth is going on behind me? Just a load of clattering and banging. So we've got the field of qualifiers there. They're all lined up. We're just checking their order, their race order, that they will be lined up in the order that they've completed the lap prior to the red flag going out. And then we'll be very shortly getting underway. There's about 5.5 minutes remaining on the clock. We should see this through for the full duration. We might even get a reduction in time to alleviate the hold-up.
Yeah, I'll do that, yeah. I'll leave it until we're ready to go.
That's Gez, one of our race officials there. He's been with the NKC as a competitor for a very long time. And he's now just checking on the positions. The number 54, George Theobald, I had him in 21st place with that's either a 72 or a number 12. You can see as much as me. Behind the 54, I didn't have a 12 or a 72. So I'm not sure what that should be. So it's Jacob Hobbs and Jason Dunkeswell at the front of the field. The number 54 just shuffling things around. That's George Theobald getting out of his cart and pulling his rear bend. We've got the number 51 who's been black flagged, so he will be coming in, I take it. Yeah, he will be coming in. So the number 51, where is that one in the field? I think he's down the order, actually. Jack Theobald. That's the number 51. He's been black flagged because he tried to reposition his front nose. That's a strike. His nose cone. He tried to reposition it. His nose cone had dropped, and you're basically not allowed under red flag conditions, which are parc fermé. You're not allowed to alter anything. And he has indeed attempted to do that, much to the chagrin of the officials. So he will be coming into. He was out of contention, to be honest. He's down in 20th place, so it's not like he's in that fourth or any of the top four places. So we seem to have them lined up now. Gez seems happy. That's his happy face there. So we'll see them be given the wave off. Thumbs up across to the race officials. That's our cameraman Matt Guppy there, looking as delightful as ever. He gives us a wave. Thank you, Matt. Been bringing us some fantastic pictures from that very technical section here.
Camera 2.
Camera 2. He's known as Camera 2 to his friends. He's been bringing us some great pictures there as they move away from Matt there through the Rapids Bends towards the top end of the track there, through the left-hand sweep towards this one. That's Hanger at the very, very top end of the track. And as they come back towards us, and will we get a restart, or are we going to let them get round? It's a single file start, remember. They need to be in order. They need to be in single file. We have got this underway. We've got the clock ticking from 5 minutes and 31 seconds.
Oh, spinner 16's gone in front of us right now, Joe. That's the cart number 16 of Lucy Lovell, unfortunately.
Oh, Lucy. So she's dropped. She was in 10th as well, not that far out of contention. We've got a green flag flying, or a green light flashing, I should say, to let everybody know the track is clear. We're going to sort ourselves out and then get a grip on who I think we've got Joshua Withcombe up in the 5th place now. So we've had a few place changes since the red flag. We're underway and out towards Hanger, away from Hanger now, down the Woodland Straight and into the Dogleg. We are not even at halfway distance, but here we go. Here's a rundown of certainly the top 10. Duchess now in the lead. Jacob Hobbs, Jaden Shearing, Ryan Sayers, Joshua Whitcomb, it was in 5th. Frank Ward 6th. Frank Ward dropping out of that top 4. So as the leaders go through, let's pick up that 4th place battle there. These are 2 carts behind. That's the one there. That's the final qualifier. The number 29 of Joshua Whitcomb has moved from 5th, has he? Looks like he might have done that. I think he has. Joshua Whitcomb up into that 4th place and ahead of Ryan Sayers, I think. We'll confirm that as they come out of Hanger and back down towards us. Here they come then into the dogleg. Everything very, very close. If anything, the top 4 beginning to build a cushion. Let's have it confirmed now. Duchess, Hobbs, Shearing, Whitcomb, Sayers. First 5 through. Frank Ward, Barnaby Grove, Jamie Salter, Charlie Hume, Adam Catling's the top 10. But it's all about the top 4 right now. And there is the top 4. They're squabbling for the final 2 rows of the grid in the year final. And, of course, nobody wants to be 4th, as up into 5th place has gone Frank Ward ahead of Ryan Sayers. Frank Ward on the 42. And Frank Ward with TH Corsa. Ryan Sayers ahead of him, the number 23, with Tyro. Into the dogleg. It's the number 116. Of Jason Duchess, who falls back behind Jacob Hobbs, who now takes the lead. Jaden Shearing, Joshua Whitcomb, Frank Ward. Top 4 into Summit. And then into Valley. That's the right-hander there. As they come out of Valley, head down that very short hanger straight into the right-hander at Always. And then into Pennant. And this is where it starts getting close, isn't it? Look at how they closed up now. That's the top 4. Top 4 qualifying to the year final. We are 2.5 minutes away from that checkered flag. And there's still a lot of time to race and a lot of potential change of position. And side by side for 3rd place then, down the inside, has gone the number 29 of Joshua Whitcomb. The TH Corsa driver going ahead of Jaden Shearing and into 3rd and away from that vulnerable place now. The 51.54 of Jaden Shearing is the cart that is vulnerable for that final position of qualifying to the year final.
Yeah, it's all about the bump up. Still got 29 starters. We've still got 25 runners. They've all got a story to tell about this race, including sitting on the track for 15 minutes while waiting for the red flag to clear. Going round the hairpin. And then up through the straight. There are your 1, 2, 3, 4 qualifiers. And that 5th place man with the white helmet, not getting in at the moment. And that is Frank Ward, who got some pace because Frank was at the front at least one of the heats.
Yeah, it was the red flag that knocked him down. Knocked him down the order and just out of qualifying position. But there's plenty of time, Nick. Just over a minute left. And there's the leader, Jacob Hobbs, in the orange helmet. He's kind of checked out, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. That's the 4th place cart there, though. And that's Jaden Shearing on the number 154. And is that, yeah, it's still Jaden Shearing in 4th place. But look at that. The carts behind him, Frank Ward and Ryan Sayers, right there on his bumper. Right there on his bumper. Drop back a little bit, give him a bit of a cushion as they come out of Hanger and head down towards us at the dogleg. Into and out of that one. It'll be one more lap after this one.
Okay.
And they heavy on the brakes to get the back end to rotate round into the braking area for Pit Bend. The cart in 2nd place, Jason Duchess, pointing at his helmet saying, let's catch the leader. However,
I think 2nd, Jason.
Yeah, Joshua Whitcomb in that 3rd place behind him. Now everybody concertinaing up behind the white cart and white helmet of Duchess. And if they're not careful...
Yeah, Frank Ward in the 42 is under heavy pressure now from Ryan Sayers in the 23. It looks to me like that could be a case of Sayers could get in. He could then start looking to see if he can battle the 4th. But what's happening at the moment is Frank is dropping off the 4th place man. There's that little gap. And the most important part of the entire race. Last lap about to start, Joe.
Yeah, Jaden Shearing is that 4th qualifier as we've got a change for 2nd. As down the inside has gone the number 25 of Whitcomb. The TH Corsa driver changes position, but he's come back at him. He's going to have... Oh, no, he's come back at him. Great driving from Ducis, who says, thank you very much. I'll have that second place. I'm going to start in the penultimate row of the grid for the year final. But I think, Nick, that fourth place kart now looks like he's got a bit of a cushion. He's going to, as I say that, it disappears.
It's gone.
It absolutely disappears. And now he's got...
Are there enough corners to do anything, though, Joe?
Well, that's the thing. He's got 3 karts very close to him. That lose a little bit of ground through those bends. And then out of hangar. It's the last lap here. So it will be checkered flag. And the checkered flag will fly. And the first of our junior qualifiers will be Jacob Hobbs, Jason Douche second, Joshua Whitcomb. And it was Jaden Shearing. A round of applause to Jaden, who held on to that 4th and final place qualifying position. Frank Ward just missed out, Charlie Hulme just missed out, Ryan Sayers just missed out, and then it was Jamie Salter, Reece Green and Barnaby Grubb rounding off the top 10. There are your 4 qualifiers that will go through into the A final for Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax being our penultimate race of the weekend. That comes up a lot later. Right now we've got a B final again, and this time it's for the seniors. This time the 177 Rotax seniors. We've got 21 karts, well 20 karts actually, because we are missing Nick Walker. We wish Nick well. I'm pretty sure you've got nothing better to do but watch this this live stream of the meeting that you missed out on. Nicholas, of course, kart 28 in this 177 class, had a bit of a biggie on Friday, big accident. Put himself in hospital with a few broken ribs and a few other things that he'll soon be back on the mend if he's not on the mend already. I'm pretty sure he'll be uncomfortable, mate, having had broken ribs myself.
I've had broken ribs. It's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare.
I broke rib karting as well.
You hurt your ribs when you raise an eyebrow.
Yeah. Can't get out of bed. That's the worst
Can't do anything.
No. All your core strength goes through your rib cage, and you have no core strength.
I'm sure Nick loves that you're in this.
It'll be great. Don't worry.
He's lying there
going.
Fine. He's sitting there going, I know that, lads.
You're the punctured
Shut
lung.
up, lads. Shut up.
They've reinflated his lungs. That's good news.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll be on the mend. Right then, the grid for this one then. Josh Howard.
Other jolly news. Let's cheer someone else up in hospital.
Yes. Yeah. Anybody else you know in hospital needs cheering up?
Well, you've broken your leg. That's months.
Have you got any good luck Daniel in Junior Rotax B?
That's happened.
Yeah, I know that. Who was Daniel?
It didn't do well.
We need a surname.
Yes. Please send us messages on the YouTube stream, because A, it gives us something to talk about, and B, when we suddenly feel an affinity with the person you're supporting. We're very easily swayed, it has to be said. Right,
I was about to have a look at the grid there, wasn't I, Nick? So let's have a look at the grid.
Give it some grid looking.
177B final. Josh Howard and Ollie Bailey will start on the front row. Marcus Basley and Zach Fontenue, they're in the vulnerable positions of 3rd and 4th. Behind them on the 3rd row is Tyler Fossey and Lawrence Hilton. Then we've got Jack Sweeting and Matthew Lear, Lewis Crocker and Neil Hemming on row 5. Dan Millward and Will Milner start on row 6. Marty Gilfillan and Alfie Anderson on row 7. Steve Gilly is on row 8 with Adrian Smith. Marcin Kaminsky and Josh Constable are next. And then we've got Billy Clark and Chris Abraham rounding off the 20 kart field. So it's Zach Fontenue who's in that vulnerable 4th place as the last qualifier through to the A final. Tyler Fossey, Lawrence Hilton, Jack Sweeting, Matthew Lear, they're starting just behind him, and they will be wanting to take that position off him.
They will. Fontenue's had an interesting day. The first heat was kind of quite heavily featured, wasn't he? And then things kind of went a bit wrong for him. I saw him spinning off. He had a bit of a problem. And you really can't afford even one bad heat in this very condensed three-heat environment.
Can you? Yeah. You know, if you have one bad heat, you're going to be in the B final. That's pretty certain.
One DNF, and that's it, really. No matter how good your other 2 scores are, it seems.
Yeah, I think
so. So this is a very, very slow start. They're danger of oiling everything up if they carry on going this slowly.
Yeah, Josh Howard.
He's got walking pace down to a T, hasn't he? He's going so slow. He's slightly irritating some of the people in the back of the queue.
That's why you do it.
Only because you're sure yours isn't going to oil up.
Very slow pace. Pleasing our starter, I think.
In the tram lines.
And now he goes.
And that was actually a really bad start, but they're letting them go. And it's that Fontenue's going to second, the very distinctive red and green liveried machine. But the leader, I believe, is Josh Howard.
Yeah, I think so. These two will lead out onto the hangar straight and down towards Always for the first time. 8 minutes and 1 lap, remember.
Mm-hmm. Me, Dop Schwartz, is getting hyped to the Formula A 100cc Southwest Championship, so it's obviously here.
Yeah, Formula A.
That's a long time ago, isn't it? That's on
yeah.
sticky tyres with
Like
engines that go ping every 10 minutes.
Like that. Get some track knowledge by watching the live stream here this weekend. Karting Live TV, bringing you all of the NKC Championship for 2024 and the O-Plate. Here they go then, from the start across the line for the first time. Josh Howard, Zach Fontenay, Ollie Bailey, Lawrence Hilton, first of the Masters in that vulnerable fourth place from Matthew Lear. Second of the Masters, Neil Hemming, third of the Masters there, queuing up behind Lawrence Hilton. And they will be wanting that last place for one more race for the weekend. They want one more race here at Dunkeswell. And it's all about beating that cart in fourth place, which is that one there. Is it Orlando Norris? No, it's not Orlando Norris, not at all. Lawrence Hilton, the number 121. Is a privateer, and he's on quite like a yellow and blue kind of livery, isn't he?
He's probably made it up as he goes along. He just stuck it down. Right, so we've got a break now, haven't we? Already 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's 6 in the break. No, there's 5 in the break. So there's 5 in the break. No, there are. I was right the first time. So don't correct yourself, Nicholas. You're correct. There's 6 in the break, but the 4 of the break are from the 2 Lando Norris carts, the 183 and the 23. So that Hemming and Lear have already dropped off a little bit off the Hilton, Bailey, Fontenay, Howard top 4. Now they're scrapping, and they've scrapped to the point where Fontenay's dropped a place, I think, to Bailey. He's now in third, and now it looks like Hilton's going to get Fontenay as well. We get the inside of Always, but not quite happening. And that's third and fourth. Then behind him, the 2 Lando Norris liveried machines have caught back up again because of the scrappage ahead of them. But good news there for Howard and good news for Ollie Bailey, who've got a little bit of a safety net in front of Fontenay.
You just have to keep your head down, don't you? You just have to keep your head down and not make any mistakes. It's when you start making mistakes, missing your braking points. Oh, like that one there. He hit the curb. I think that was Matthew Lear, the number 29, who was chasing down that fourth place. And Matthew just hitting the curb on the exit of the chicane. And the cart just went sideways, lost him a lot of time. And just look at that. Look at the influence that has had on that gap to fourth place. And that's helping Lawrence Hilton. And as I say that, they concertina up into those hairpins at Always and Pennant.
This is the one time when the head tap makes sense.
The what, sorry? The head tap.
When you tap your head,
yes,
yeah. Stop fighting.
Yeah.
You're both bumping up. Don't care you're second and third or third and fourth. Just get on with it cleanly. Don't muck up each other's races.
Well, that's what Zach Fontenay's saying. Zach Fontenay's saying exactly that to Lawrence Hilton. Let's work together. Because aerodynamically, 2 carts work better than 1. 3 carts work better than 2 as well.
The 7 carts work better than 6?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. It's just one big hole in the air. And you can sort of keep on circulating. Oh, and there's a move down the inside. That's lets Zach Fontenay be very vulnerable for that fourth place because Zach has dropped down to fourth as Lawrence Hilton has gone through.
And lost a lot of time in doing it. So now right on his tail is Matt Lear in the 29. One of the 2 identically liveried by, I assume probably run by different people, just bought the cart off the shelf, didn't they, with a Lando Norris sticker kit.
Yeah. Well, that Lando Norris cart comes with that sticker kit. It's an LN sticker kit that comes with the standard as a car.
Does it come stuck on, or do you stick it on yourself?
I think it comes stuck on. Yeah, it comes like that. Out of the box.
Out of the box.
Here they come then.
First 2 broken away to them.
Just inside the second half of this B final. So we have still got a long way to go, and it's a long way for Zach Fontenay to go. And there's a little nudge, or I was about to say it's a long way for him to hold on to that fourth place, and already the pressure's mounting.
Yeah, I mean, it's this is the problem now. It looks like the top 3 are breaking away, and Fontenay now is the man in danger. You know, he's just coming under constant attack from the 2 Norris carts behind him. He can't get away. He's lost his buddy because, well, I wouldn't say his buddy, it's perhaps his drafting buddy, not anything else though, as Hilton's disappeared. So Howard, Bailey and Hilton are going to have a lovely little chance to be in the top 3 position. Fontenay now has to use all the tricks in the book and a bit of luck not to get overtaken by Lear or Hemming, but that wasn't the way you do it, is it?
No, Matthew Lear got a lot of momentum out of that dog leg, and that's closed the gap ever so slightly to the rear bumper of Fontenay. Fontenay leaves the door. It looks like he leaves the door open, but that's because he's optimising the line through there, through the left and then the right. You've got to take a very late apex to line yourself up for the right-hand hairpin. It's the same here. You know, you need to be across to the right there to fire out of there and carry that speed through the sweeps of the Rapids bends.
Now, is Lear holding a watching brief for the next minute or so before we get to the end of the race, or is he actually unable to get past? Is the question.
Don't know, because there's plenty of time on the clock, isn't it?
I would probably at this point go past, mainly because he's also under pressure from behind, if he can, from Hemming.
He slid wide again on the exit curb, and it's dropped him time, and almost drops the position as Neil Hemming. Neil Hemming challenging. It's the two Lando carts that are piling up behind Zach Fontenot, and for a moment there they began tripping up over one another inside the final 2 minutes then. So the clock continuing to tick, and time for Zach Fontenot to hang on to this and be the final qualifier for the 177A final. Off towards the hangar hairpin, and there's another late apex turn. It might be the optimum line, but he gives us a bit of a surprise, doesn't he? We almost think that the cart behind him, Matthew Lear, is about to go through the gap. Same here, Lear looking down the inside.
Yeah, I mean this is pressure, because Fontenot is on a zero. He can make no mistake. He's also going to start. He's modified his line there. That was and it didn't work.
There it is.
Didn't work. He modified his line, and then he's given a chance for a sprint down to Always. But this time he got away with it. But no, look, the change is going to be from 4th and 5th and 6th, and it is. And Sal, they have a new challenger, and this is great news for Fontenot, because in through came Hemming, but he's cost Lear so much time that it's now just one cart who may be able to take it off Fontenot. But Fontenot got a huge benefit of that fight.
Yeah, it was a great move by Neil Hemming. It all started with a move by Matthew Lear down the inside of Fontenot, didn't it? And that made him vulnerable, and now he's lost that position. However, Fontenot
gained.
It'll be 2 more laps.
He's got half a second for 2 laps.
That's going to close. We know how quick Neil Hemming and Matthew Lear are. Those 2 Lando carts behind this green and red one. They have been on this Zach Fontenot in the green and red carts bumper pretty much this whole B final, and now they close back up, and if anything, Nick, they're going to close back up to the bumper of Fontenot going into this final lap.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight lap for Fontenot. That bit of breather he's given by the scrap by the Lando Norris carts is great, but unfortunately I think they've gained about half of it back. So if he can really, he's got to nail the next 3 corners. He's got to come out of Summit with momentum, and at that point I think he's probably safe if he isn't under pressure at that point. And he's moved away, and what's the gap between them? He didn't lose anything that time round. A few hundredths at most.
Yeah, nothing at all.
So this is the point where he's got to get it right. He's got to come off here and have enough momentum not to be under threat of an over and under going into Always or coming through Pennon. But looks like he's done it, actually. I think this may be enough for Fontenot. Obviously, all things can go wrong.
Famous last words, Nick.
And
he only has to make a few mistakes. He only has to slide wide in a couple of these corners here. Now he's got the bends to go. Rapids bends, 1 hairpin to go, and then the dog leg. So who's going to be the 4th and final qualifier? As the 3 at the front into the dog leg already. Look at that. Zach Fontenot, little bit of a tight entrance to that. He needs to be clean and tidy on the exit, and he will indeed be the final qualifier. He finishes behind Josh Howard in first, Ollie Bailey in second, Lawrence Hilton in third. And there you go, Zach Fontenot, the last of our qualifiers, 4th place for him. It was bad luck for Neil Hemming and Matthew Lear just outside of that, but they did challenge. They had a good race there. Lewis Crocker, Steve Gilly coming up into 8th to finish his weekend. Will Milner, and then Alfie Anderson, Tyler Fossey, Jack Sweeten, Dan Millward, Marcin Kaminsky, Billy Clark, Josh Constable, Adrian Smith, and it was Marty Gilfillan who rounds off the 18-car field. And all carts finished there, Nick.
Yeah, Fontenot worked hard for that, didn't he? It's a bit of hard work to get one through. Well done, Zach. So, next up, we have the first of the actual finals, the first A final of round 3, the final round of the Southern Cup, and it is 100 TKM. So they'll be smoking their way home.
I'm a big fan of TKM, Nick. I love these. Didn't you race TKMs?
Yeah. Were they? Well,
they were 100 cc's.
100 Britons, I wrote.
Oh, didn't you race TKM? I thought you raced Formula TKM.
Actually, it was 100 heavy, so it was I don't know, I had Pirelli engines, I had all sorts of engines. It was like general. It was a bit more loose in those days, wasn't it? You kind of just turned up with something that was vaguely applicable. It wasn't doing nationals or anything.
You were allowed to use more than one manufacturer engine, whereas today it seems the formulas are one manufacturer race together. You've got the Rotax classes, you've got the IAMI classes, you've got the TKM classes. The big difference between the Rotax classes and the TKM classes are that they're all 2 strokes, but the Rotax classes are water cooled, whereas the TKM classes now making their way around for their all important final, where we've got Joseph Booth, the number 45, on the pole position with championship leader alongside him. Joseph Booth, the number 45, is a privateer with Mitchell Ball with the Flex team.
How is Mitchell Ball starting third, or is it just the way he's come off?
He started second.
Okay.
Jake Humphrey and Ben Watson are third and fourth. Alexander Lehman and Leo Crabtree are fifth and sixth. Fourth row of the grid then, Will Cregeen and Harrison Morrow. Then we've got James Hull, Matt Slate. Sixth row is Joseph Phillips and Matthew Temple Purcell. Ryan Layton and Chris Whiteside start in row 7. Then we've got Samuel King, Molly Nicholas Biles, Jack Crisp, James Workman and James King rounding off the 19-cart field for this A final.
So they're smoking their way towards us. Mitchell Ball starting in second, which is strange, but obviously he had a not quite as good third heat as the others.
An extra 4 minutes, remember, on these finals. An extra 4 minutes and another third of the race time.
Get ready to go. My bet is that Mitchell Ball will be in the lead before the end of the first lap, but humping out in there was that Ben Watson, who tried to go early lead and sweeping round. Watson actually going to prove me a lie by almost. Really? Oh no, he got a little switch on. He put the power on tyres, aren't quite warmer, but lovely, great start for Joseph Booth. Ball, as you can see, a few lengths behind, and then we have the black machine, the number 5 of Ben Watson in third.
Yeah, Ben Watson from Klassen Motorsport there, almost had a challenge for that second place of Mitchell Ball. We play a high-speed game of chess now, Nick, for at least another 10 minutes before it gets to the witching hour and that final 2-minute bell warning sounds. Not actually a bell that sounds, it's just we get to 2 minutes.
Bell toll.
And then it starts getting really, really anxious with the leader, Joseph Booth, leading out of the hangar hairpin into the dogleg for the first time. Mitchell Ball now closing onto his rear bumper. Out of the chicane now. Just keep an eye on that number 1. Joseph Booth has been quick all day, but what has Mitchell Ball kept in his toolkit for the final?
Sixth place at the moment is Jake Humphrey, and Gavrinelli 1977 says, good luck, Jake, go for it.
Well, Jake Humphrey, the number 51, is a Klassen Motorsport teammate of Ben Watson, who's currently third. Jake came through there in sixth, but the leaders there definitely no question at the moment. Joseph Booth controlling the pace at the front. Mitchell Ball just coming up to his rear bumper. Ben Watson in third. Leo Crabtree, Harrison Morrow, Jake Humphrey, Matt Slate, Alexander Lehman, Matthew Temple Purcell, and it's Will Cregeen there. The cart in 10th spot.
So Booth definitely keeping watching briefly because he's not even trying anything. And he was right
Booth,
on the
Booth keeping watching.
Ball's keeping watching on Booth. That's the one. Ball and Booth. Ball's keeping on Booth. He didn't really try to gain him at all. I think you're right. I think there's a little bit of kind of just playing with the whole thing. Let the whole carts come in. Let the temperature get up to where they want them to be. Engine, tyres, and everything else. You can tell the engine's up to temperature because they aren't smoking like a 1970s Minor.
When we say they are managing things, they're still driving as fast as they can. It's just they're not giving it that last little bit to try and get by. They're happy to follow in the wheel tracks of one another and just manage themselves until that 2-minute warning board.
Yeah, Watson's third, fourth and fifth, Crabtree and Humphrey. I think Humphrey's trying to move forward apart into from four. So it's probably, let's have a look at the fourth and fifth battles. I think that's the one that may be the most likely to change initially because it's Crabtree. Humphrey's where he got from sixth. He's looking, and obviously currently I think second overall in the championship is Humphreys. He's looking very much the way past.
Here he comes.
Coming up the inside. Will it work as he goes? Just and a little bit assisted. I think that possibly Leo Crabtree realises may end up being inevitable, though end up being inevitable.
He could do nothing, Nick, because who was it? Ben Watson?
No, Humphrey.
It was Jake Humphrey. Sorry, same team. Jake Humphrey was alongside. He was fully alongside, and Crabtree, if anything, if he tried to squabble with him and bang wheels, he would have cost himself time. So there's nothing you can do when somebody positions themselves, especially going into pit bend here at Dunkeswell.
So Humphrey now has a bit of a while to make up that gap of about 1.2 seconds, a bit further now. So let's move back to the top three because they're more likely to be interesting. Again, Booth following in the wheel tracks, and very much Watson following the wheel tracks of Mitchell Ball. So it's all kind of, as you say, I hate to agree with you, a bit chessy.
I tell you what, though, this game of high-speed game of chess is allowing Ben Watson to join in.
Yeah, but it's also going to allow Jake Humphrey to catch up, because Humphrey is pushing 100% to try and bridge that gap. So the gap last time around between Humphrey and Watson was 1.4 seconds. He needs to take 3 or 4 tenths really to get much out of it. We are not yet down to the heat length. There's still 8 minutes 15 to go.
That's right.
So when they come across the line, they'll be back down to a normal heat length of the race. And they'll all be sitting there going, right, where am I? What am I going to do? And as you pointed out often, Joe, the drivers all know how long there is to go. It's on the gantry.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
You'll see the gantry is at just above start finish. You won't see the gantry because Ash is on the gantry. So he's underneath his feet.
We have no idea as well, Nick, what we're like for tyre life as well. They're into their third meeting, these tyres. And I know at Forest Edge in round 2, we had a lot of, I think each class got at least 2 of their heats in the wet, certainly on the Sunday. So the tyre life, not quite, but it depends on how hard you've driven on the tyres. And these tyres are getting, 3 meetings is a lot to ask, even for a set of maxes. It's about tyre life, really. It's not about wearing the tread out so much. It's about tyre life and how many heat cycles you put through them. That governs that. Joseph Booth, though, on the 45,
he's giving it a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah,
isn't he? I'm interested about this.
He's just getting on with it. Have you noticed he never ever looks back? He never looks back. He's dipped his head there behind the steering wheel to cut down the airflow, but he's not looking back. Now he does. Now he does. And he just caught him in his peripheral there, Mitchell Ball.
And I think if you're going to look back, the place you want to do is down the start-finish road, because that's where you like to get dive bombed at very high speed. And that's where you want to make sure no one's going to do it.
That's when he did, yeah.
Round these corners here, it's all about line. It's all about positioning. He can hear the car. He knows where it is behind him. So he knows it's about positioning. He's not running a defensive line because, let's be honest, Mitchell Ball's not attacking. Now, this may backfire on Ball, because right now he's about to get some hassle, I think, from Ben Watson. He's probably decided it's now or never. Because if the other two start to stretch their legs, it's likely Watson won't be able to keep up to the nth degree.
No, he will. I think he will.
Really?
He's good.
He's got the ultimate ground speed, do you think?
He came 5th in the championship last year, Nick. That's why he's carrying the number 5. And I think, Class and Motorsport know all about how to set these carts up and how to get the best out of these motors. And I think you've got the 3 best TKM drivers pulling away at the front there. They're not bad behind them, mind. Jake Humphrey, Leo Crabtree, Harrison Morrow, Alexander Lehman, Matt Slate, Matthew Temple, Purcell, Will Cregeen. It's been pretty similar to how we started here. There's a bit of squabbling going on down the order. Yeah. But right now, this is an intriguing battle for the overall honours here. That's first, second and third.
But Humphrey, unfortunately, is not gaining. He's not bridging the gap. The gap's getting bigger. It's going up to 1.9 seconds. So even though, as you say, these 3 guys are in management mode, effectively, they're still pulling away.
They're in management mode, but they're flat out.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
What they're not doing.
The
first 2, they aren't trying to get past.
That's right. Quite happy.
If there's a mistake, I'll take it.
Yeah, that's it. They're absolutely on. And just look at the way Joseph Booth, very composed at the front. He's barely looked behind him. He knows Mitchell Ball's there, and I fear that when Mitchell Ball does make his move, Joseph Booth won't necessarily see when it's going to come. He's not going to see when it's come. They're already down the Hanger Straight, heading towards the hairpin at Always, into the right-hander. And these 3 circulating together, they are, by staying together, by managing their pace with one another and not squabbling, not trying to challenge, they are eking away from that 4th place Jake Humphrey. And just look at the gap there. Jake having a very lonely TKM race with himself. Inside of 5 minutes now, 4.5 minutes on the clock. We're about 2.5 minutes away before the drama and intensity is just turned up a little bit of a notch. The heat will be turned up from a 7 to a 10 maybe, as they head down towards the left-hander at Summit. And you just get a feeling, looking at a bit of body language, or track language as I call it, we are aware that we're into the final third now.
Yeah.
And the clock is ticking if you are, and look at that, Ben Watson just exploring the line there, exploring a bit of positioning. As you said, Nick, through those switchback hairpins here at Dunkeswell, it's all about positioning.
Yeah. I think what we're going to see any minute, I'm going to be interested to see when Mitchell Ball unleashes it. Because I'm looking at results so far. It's first, fourth, first, seventh, first, second, first, and today he's had a first and a couple of top threes.
Yeah,
he's got the pace. But let's be honest, but Joseph Booth is not slow either.
I know, and neither is Ben Watson. And Ben Watson, if the two carts in front there, the two carts in front of the black cart in third there, if they start tripping over one another, guess who's going to reap the benefits?
Exactly.
And that's at the forefront of his mind there.
Oh, there we go.
Here we start. It begins to start. It started a minute
defensive.
early.
That was defensive.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Because he thought that Watson was going to give it one, so Ball just blocked him coming out of Always into Pennon, and now I think that the pressure of Watson's existence in this triumvirate may push Mitchell to move forward quicker.
Well, we're going to see, because you see Joseph Booth aware now, and there's the move.
No.
And Joseph Booth slams the door. So Mitchell Ball has showed his cards. They've gone 2 minutes and 42 minutes on the clock, and now we begin to start challenging for position. Yeah. We're going to see some pretty good driving here from these TKM runners.
It was the worry that he might accidentally end up third that has spurred Ball on, because he didn't end up third at any point, so therefore he wants to try and get himself into second. Now, as you're right, Watson is all over the back of them, trying to make it force in there, trying to look for a gap, trying to get that tin open. That's prized into the side of Mitchell Ball's cart, but serenely at front still, Joseph Booth has to do one minor blocking manoeuvre coming into pit bend last lap, and let's see what Mitchell has for him this lap.
Here they come then. It'll be another lap completed and no challenges being made into turn one as we continue on with just under 2 minutes remaining now.
Very defensive round summit from Joseph Booth there. He's got away with it. Nice line because he was defensive but didn't lose too much momentum, and it didn't enable Ball to over and under him. I think Ball would actually like Booth to really put the pressure on, and hopefully by doing that they can start slightly gapping away from Ben Watson. That's not happening. Mitchell Ball following the every Pico line that has been put through by Joseph Ball as they go round the hanger hairpin. They're coming off the line, and it's going to be about 2.5, 3 laps, you think now, Joe, when they come to the line?
Yeah, potentially 3 laps. Joseph Booth, remember, first appearance here in 2024 in the Junction 6 NKC. And now the defensive driving starts. Now this is what Ben Watson's been waiting for. If Joseph Booth can cause Mitchell Ball to be held up, Ben Watson will take advantage of that, and already we're beginning to see that little bit of action.
Yeah.
If Mitchell Ball's not careful, by tripping over the cart that is in the lead of this race, Ben Watson will benefit. But Ben Watson also, he's got to be careful. Now the gap to Jake Humphrey in fourth is 2.5 seconds. When these three start to squabble and start battling for position, we are potentially going to see that Jake Humphrey in fourth place close the gap. It depends how clean they are.
It's 2.5 seconds to Humphrey last time around. Now remember, as you say, it's Booth's first run in the championship. He won't have had fresh tyres today because he was forced to run his race tyres all through practice yesterday. That was the proviso they made. There have been some rules changed to the NKC moving forward about people joining after the first round, but it was too late to fully implement them fairly this time. So what they said, well, right, if you're joining for this round, you have to run your race tyres in all the practice, 6 races yesterday, and that would have taken the shine off them.
He's looking left, he's looking right over his shoulder. He's defensive into the Always hairpin. He's defensive into the next one at Pennon. Ben Watson's tripping up over Mitchell Ball in second place. The number one, the current champion, is going to have to look into that toolbox and see what he's got there to get by Joseph Booth. Towards the dogleg then. It's going to be the 1 lap to go board. This is the penultimate lap, Nick, and here they go then. 1 lap to go. Look at, I don't know what Mitchell Ball means by that.
I think Mitchell Ball is kind of concerned. He's basically saying to Watson, stop faffing about with me, because I particularly like to try and get past the leader. And at the inside, Watson tries it going into Summit, but it doesn't happen.
Yeah, he comes back at him, slots back in, and they both go first, second and third, no change.
What's Ball going to do?
Onto the hanger straight. What can Ball do?
I think
time is running out.
I think he needs to throw it.
Time is running out, though, because Joseph Booth is going to defend into this one, the left-hand hairpin, and then we go through the sweeps of the Rapids bends. There's not really anywhere to pass here, and it negates the hanger hairpin to be a passing place
Side
because
by
of the
side.
sweeps. Ben Watson's coming as well. They're side by side, are they? No,
They were.
defensive line into the dog leg. Mitchell Ball slots in. Ben Watson, if he can build a gap and then get momentum. But it's a race down to the flag, and it's going to be Joseph Booth that takes the win. Mitchell Ball is second, Ben Watson third, Jake Humphrey, Leo Crabtree, Alexander Lehman, Matt Slade, Harrison Morrow, Matthew Temple, Purcell, and Will Cregeen. The question has been answered. Who can beat Mitchell Ball? Who is Joseph Booth? Where's he come from?
Well, interesting. You're quite right about Jake Humphrey. He gained 1.5 seconds those final 2 laps to the point where he was nearly on the end as they come across the line here. 3 abreast and covered by 0.26 of a second. So that's as exciting as a race gets when no positions change.
That was a game of patience, wasn't it? That was a game of patience completely.
Yep. But, it's interesting, isn't it? I think you saw a little bit of talent, a bit of skill, and then a lot of tactics, and people sitting there, as you say, travelling at 70 miles an hour, making these decisions around all these corners. But a little bit difficult, but in the end, Booth wins from Ball, Ben Watson third, and Humphrey. Leo Crabtree's in fifth. Alexander Lehman came in sixth. Matt Slight was seventh. Harrison Morrow was eighth. Matthew Temple Purcell was ninth. Will Cregeen was 10th. Molly Nicholas-Biles 11th. Joseph Phillips was 12th. Samuel King was 13th. There was James Hull in 14th, Chris Whiteside in 15th, James Workman in 16th, James King in 17th, Ryan Lake in 18th, and Jack Crisp in 19th. Eddie Stewart Racing. Good luck, Leo Basterfield and Julia Rotax. Hello, Eddie Stewart Racing. I think it's Laura, or do you think it's Eddie?
It'd be Eddie. It's got to be, hasn't it?
Gravinelli said, well done, Jake, for his 4th place. Did the best he could, but the top 3 just kind of gapped him in early on. I think if he'd perhaps been on the back of that fight from the start, he could have stayed with them. But they had the first few laps when he wasn't able to be there.
The Senior Rotax final is next, Nick, and we've got a grid that has been formed from 3 heats. The qualification process to form the grid has worked out like this. The number 15 of Samuel Hawthorne on the pole position. The all-plate holder, Kieran Gifford, alongside James Wood with a fantastic showing this weekend. He will start in 3rd place on the 2nd row of the grid with Braden Hill. We've then got Billy Vogt and Sam Wyatt sharing row 3. Row 4 is Ollie Hughes and Theo Frederick. Theo currently leading the championship. Our current champion from 2023, Bobby Rosier, on the number 1. He will share with Ryan Shepherd. The number 25 and 53, Michael Goodburn and Ashton French, are on row 6. Row 7 is birthday boy Jensen Watts and Ollie Varney. Nathan Jensen and Ethan Wyatt are next. On row 9 is Mason Perrin and John Hobbs. Elliot Barrell and Arthur Thacker share row 10. Row 12, Aidan Pomeroy, Finlay Underwood. Rufus Flan, Louis Rees, Luke Evans and Levi Goodyear. Harry Wright, Billy Edgecombe, Ben Ballou and Tommy Lee Davis are next. And then we have, of course, the 4. Where are our 4 qualifiers from the B final?
Probably not added just yet.
Well, they're not out.
They must be out. I would think. Well, this is a very, very slow run, isn't it?
Yeah, very slow run to the flag. Oh, sorry, the line, the start line. Here we go. We've got Samuel Hawthorne on the number 15, who will head down towards and take the start.
There we go.
We have got a start, haven't we? No, we haven't. No, it's a false start.
Roll round.
Yeah, it's a false start. So the Coles Racing driver, Samuel Hawthorne. That's the Coles Racing, driver. Will lead the field round again with Kieran Gifford alongside. And then James Wood. Sorry, it's not Kieran Gifford alongside, is it? It's yes, it is Kieran Gifford. It's James Wood and Braden Hill, who are on the 2nd row. Look out for them making a burst. Can't rule out Billy Vogt and Samuel Wyatt as well. Theo Frederick, remember, as well, leading the championship. We've seen how quick he can be. Winner of round 1, of course. But here we go again. Another attempt at this start. They're just moving past the dogleg chicane, which we miss out for the starts. And everybody getting into line. Kieran Gifford with Kieran Gifford Racing, of course.
Left.
Yeah, here we go. That looks good. And we are racing. That looks very racing indeed. We've got a cart off on the infield, the number 11.
Yep. That's who's that? That's the 11 of.
That's Finley Underwood.
Finley Underwood.
He's
yeah.
restarted. We've got a slow starter at the back, but our leaders are already
147.
out of the valley hairpin and onto the hanger straight, heading towards Always for the first time. And we'll get a look and see which of the red and white carts it is. I think it is Samuel Hawthorne. Yeah, it is Hawthorne and Gifford. Who was it in third? It's the number 12 of James Wood.
Wow.
So James having a cracking day so far, running third in the final here, behind the all-plate holder, Kieran Gifford. Here they come for the first time, Nick.
Yeah, over the line they go. And it's the very similar livery, but different teams entirely. The 15 from the 0. So it's Hawthorne from the 0, which is giving you a kind of weird transponder number, but actually it's Kieran Gifford in that second place. And then it's James Wood, Braden Hill, Billy Wood, Samuel White, Ollie Hughes, Ryan Shepherd. So the 0.
Beginning to space out slightly into Always for the second time, and they are not making a break, are they? We've got a train of carts with about a cart's length in between everybody from first down to about 15th there by the looks of things. Through the Rapids bends. And again, it's another game of patience, isn't it? Nobody making a break. The leader just having a quick look over his shoulder there to see where everyone is. Using all of the exit curb. James Wood going for all that radiator flap just to stabilise the engine temperature. And as I say that, Nick, we've got a bit of a gap between the third place cart and the fourth place cart. Perhaps the biggest gap we've seen between that first 15. However, that's sure to disappear almost immediately as they head towards the Frank Allway hairpin. Into the left-hander and out towards the Rapids bends they go. Another game of patience. We saw this in the TKM final. It's the nature of the Dunkeswell track here, I think, where you are not necessarily, it's not necessarily the best thing to lead. However, Sam Hawthorne, I think he disagrees with that. He's quite happy there at the front. James Wood closing up onto the back of Kieran Gifford as they go through pit bend. These three maintaining that gap. Field of senior Rotax following them through. The number 11 regaining his composure and joining in after that spin across the grass at the start. They've been helped onto the grass, no doubt.
Yeah, that's what normally happens, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Towards Hanger through the sweeps there of Rapids. And then into Hanger. First three beginning. They've got a bit of a gap, haven't they? It's about half a second. That's how big the gap is. There's a tenth of a second or so between first and second. There's a tenth of a second between second and third. James Wood looking over his shoulder there. 4 tenths between James Wood and Braden Hill. James Wood just losing a bit of contact to Kieran Gifford ahead of him.
Yep.
That's Sam Hawthorne. For Coles, Kieran Gifford Racing's Kieran Gifford, the man with the name above the door. He's second. James Wood on the number 12, third. James delighted to be back home for the NKC All Plate, of course. James from Workington up in the Cumbria. His home track is Rowrah. So currently third behind Kieran Gifford. Begin to drop away though, Nick.
Yeah, Hawthorne from Gifford. That's a 1-2 that's nailed together. The timing's slightly incorrect on the right-hand side. Not quite sure what's going on, but don't worry about it. The 0 is Gifford. So just if you think of TX1134, that's Gifford. Third place is James Wood. And Braden Hill was certainly the distance now between Wood and Braden Hill is growing all the time. So it's 1-2, gap 3, big gap 4-5. But Gifford now looking to get as close as possible to Hawthorne. It's very interesting. As you come round Summit, it really condenses the visible gap. But of course, the time stays the same. The gap at 10 miles an hour is visually less than the gap at 60 miles an hour. I'm just wondering whether there's perhaps a little bit of a push now from James Wood to get back up to them again.
Well, like I say, Nick, they seem to be, they'll be flat out there. They'll be optimising every single braking, every single turn and every single acceleration point. And once again, there he is, James Wood, right onto the bumper again of Kieran Gifford. All three in synchronised use of the exit curb there at the dogleg chicane. Now, James Wood, fastest lap of the race this time by.
There is a shark in the background, and there is the Jaws theme tune, and that's 7th place now, Jensen Watts. Jensen, who I believe got DSQ'd from one of the heats.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
So we're starting a long way down. He's coming up. He's only 2.5 seconds. I'm not saying necessarily he can get into the top 3, but I think 4th place is very, very doable for Jensen.
Yeah. Birthday boy, Jensen Watts, turned 20 today. Still no cake arrived up here in the commentary box.
Well,
got to say, disappointing, Mr. and Mrs. Watts.
And give Braden Hill his due. Sorry, give James Wood his due. He's managed to get back onto the tail of Kieran Gifford.
6.5 minutes remaining. We are still half a minute away from the half distance. These drivers are very fit. They will not have an issue with fitness coming to play. They remain focused and absolutely on it. The Max's tyres getting a little bit tired, like we've mentioned. We mentioned that. We'll continue mentioning that because it is a factor. They're into their 3rd meeting now, and these slick tyres will be getting towards the end of their life here at round 3. This is the 3rd round of the 2024 Junction 6 Championship. It's the 3rd and final round of the Southern Cup part. The next 3 rounds go and be part of the Northern Cup, but overall, 6-round championship is what it's all about this year. Over the exit curb again, Nick, and across the line.
So those are 3 cards with very similar sticker kits, but all from different teams, aren't they? They've all gone blue and red, but all very slightly different.
James Wood, another fastest lap from him. 47.4. He's been absolutely on fire this weekend. And there's a change for 4th. As the number 15.
That's, there isn't a 15.
There isn't a 15. Is it 19? Billy Vogt in the blue and white car. Yeah. Blue and white car at Billy Vogt. He's gone ahead of Braden Hill for 4th. You know why? Because he was aware that Jensen Watts was coming. Jensen in 6th.
Yeah, Watts is going to be. I think Watts. I'm predicting now, and it isn't going to get me any big prize. It's not a 19-1 shot from William Hill. I'm predicting that Watts will end up 3rd. I don't think he'll be able to bridge his gap to these top 3.
You reckon Jensen Watts has got pace to get
4th?
3rd?
Sorry, 4th.
Right.
Can't count now.
No.
It is staying at a roughly similar 2.5, 2.6 seconds. Watts has to get past a couple of other drivers. The bright 0 shining is the easy number to read there of Kieran Gifford.
Well, at the line, they'll be going into the final 3rd of the weekend. Final 3rd of this final, I should say it. The last race of the weekend for these runners. And these 3 have been absolutely together. Samuel Hawthorne, Kieran Gifford, James Wood, 3 different teams. Coles Racing here, coming here because their customers asked them to and be part of the NKC.
A bit of a glance in there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Just, what are you doing? How much speed have you got? What are you looking to do? How much have you got?
We're getting towards the witching hour, aren't we? The 2-minute bell is what I call it, where the drivers know exactly how much time is left. 3 minutes and 40 seconds or so on the clock. And Sam Hawthorne, Kieran Gifford, James Wood, they have been the class of the field. And Billy Vogt's not that far away. He's got plenty of time. A 47.351 is the fastest lap of the race from Billy Vogt. Braden Hill still keeping Jensen Watts at bay. Or is that Jensen Watts ahead of him now? We'll find out when they cross the line underneath us. Here they come. Hawthorne, Gifford, Wood, Vogt in. There's Jensen Watts in 5th. Braden Hill 6th now. Just behind these, Ollie Hughes, Sam Wyatt, Bobby Rosier, Theo Fedrick, Ryan Shepherd, Ollie Varney, Michael Goodburn, Ashton French 14th, Ethan Wyatt 15th. I'm sorry to everybody behind the top 3 here, but this is an intriguing battle for top honours here in round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC. And right now, Sam Hawthorne is leading the field round with these 3 having been there, but these 3 are about to be 4 with 2.5 minutes on the clock. Billy Vogt is closing the gap.
Yeah, he's the one who's doing it. I buy my money on Jensen Watts. I mean, he's in 5th.
Jensen Watts coming as well.
I've lost the prize on that one.
Another fastest lap of the race from Billy Vogt, 47.286. Jensen Watts a personal best with a 47.411. James Wood still putting in personal best, 47.4, but not quicker than Billy Vogt. Billy Vogt is 0.2 quicker or so. Into the final 2 minutes then. There's that bell I was saying. These drivers know that time is running out. If they're going to have a go for and improve their position. And there's your 3 podium steps. First, second and third. Billy Vogt about to challenge James Wood, I think. Or is time going to run out?
Well, that's it. You've got 1 minute 48 as they go past here. That's effectively now they're on 3 laps to go. So 3 laps of this track. And there's Vogt cut up there by Ash. It's like, that's the man who's coming for them. And he is gaining. He's gaining. He's down to 0.8 of a second. The gap between him and James Wood. You've got ahead of them. Obviously, it's the 0 of Kieran Gifford and Sam Hawthorne, but they are scrapping away at every possible movement.
Yeah, they are already out of the always hairpin, then out of pennant. Off they go. Billy Vogt's coming. He's still coming. Another personal best from Jensen Watts, who's wanting to get on terms as well. It's a bit of a damage limitation exercise for Jensen. But the 3 are almost 4, Nick, as we come out of the dogleg and across the line with less than a minute on the clock. Now then, there was 52. We're going to get 2 more laps.
Yeah, the 3 more, you mean?
We're going to get, this 1 and 2 more, I should say.
So they're going to get their money's worth here.
So
those poor tyres have been crying enough for the last 5 minutes. They've got 3 more laps to go, and they're right condensed together as Voigt comes up towards them. And there he goes.
He's still got a bit of a gap to pull. James Wood, these 3, if they start, what's going to happen is we'll start to see a challenge now, possibly from James Wood, who's looking very racy on the back end of Kieran Gifford. Kieran Gifford's, he's got his eye on that top step of the podium as well. So these 3 are going to start now challenging perhaps, and that's going to play right into the hands of not just Billy Vogt, but also of Jensen Watts. This is building up to be a grandstand finish. I know you have to be a certain age to understand what that even means, but it is. And there's the move. There's the move when he comes back. Then he comes back.
Yeah, absolutely.
He came back at him. That was the move. Kieran Gifford's showed his cards. James Wood showing his cards by just nudging into the rear bumper of Kieran Gifford. But Samuel Hawthorne, how cool was he?
Yeah, I'll take
he just
it.
left
I'll have it back.
He just let Gifford go through, and then took it back. But with 2 laps remaining, 1.5 laps remaining now, this is where it's going to happen, if anywhere, and Billy Vogt is coming as well.
So the last lap is about to get underway. They've got to just twice through the dogleg chicane. Vogt's joined them. Looks like Watts' push will end in 5th. And that's too much curve from Wood, and that cost him a lot of time. And now up the inside again. Gifford was blocked actually in doing that. He lost a huge amount of momentum for both of them. Has put Wood back into play again as Voigt going around the outside of Summit.
This could end in tears. This could end in tears because they're all getting impatient now, and James Wood aware that Billy Vogt is with him, so he's going to be defensive as well. Can Kieran Gifford have a go at the leader? Sam Hawthorne into the pen and hairpin for the final time, through the Rapids Bends for the final time, into Hanger for the final time. Time's running out now. Will they have a chance of having to go into the dogleg? It's going to be a drag race out of the dogleg. It's Samuel Hawthorne leading into the dogleg. It hasn't changed since the start of this race, and it's a drag race to the flag now. As the checkered flag flies, it finishes as we started, with some fantastic driving from Samuel Hawthorne, Kieran Gifford, James Wood. That's your 3 that we will see with our trophy presentation coming up after we've completed all of our finals. But I tell you what a drive from Billy Vogt there to come back at them. And Jensen Watts, damage limitation was the mission. And to finish 5th there, if he had another 2 or 3 laps, he might have even been challenging for 4th and even 3rd. Braden Hill was 6th, Ollie Hughes is 7th, Sam Wyatt was 8th, current champion Bobby Rosier was 9th, and current championship leader Theo Fedrick rounded off the top 10.
He's leading now, to be honest.
No, there's a lot of drivers there that finished ahead of him there, so that will change going into the 4th round. How that will finish with regards to the Summer Cup, we'll wait and see how the points are awarded, but that was another intriguing battle for top honours. Now then, if you think the drama, and I again apologise to the drivers behind the top 4-5, but if the lead battle is going to be nose to tail for pretty much the whole of that 12-minute final, then we really have got no other choice but to stay with it.
Absolutely, and why would you not?
Yeah.
I mean, it's, that is what's going on. It's the...
Let's have a quick look at our junior Rotax final. And after 3 heats, everybody competing in 3 heats, this is how they will line up. Look at that front row. Number 19 and 20 share the front row. It's Lucas Howell and Sonny Morgan. Jaden Sherwood and Sam Mott are on row 2. Jasmine Taylor, great effort from Jasmine, on row 3. Tom Holden alongside her. Nathan Traverse and Lincoln Bevan are on row 4. Row 5 is Jarek Metters and Dylan Morton. Charlie Fgrave and Amy Peacock share row 6 with Melissa Adrian and Will Swales on row 7. Row 8 is Harris Roberts and Jensen Hookey. Then we've got Jill Everton and Freddie Waylock. Ben Adrian and Alfie McBain start on row 10. George Kay and Connor Tubby are next, with row 12 looking like Harvey Lee Winteridge and Alex Dole. Jess Whitmore and Leo Basterfield are next. Jack Dimbleby and Charles Green. Max Reitrex, Xauri Viserek, Jacob Hobbs, Jason Douches, Joshua Withcombe and Jaden Sherring, of course, qualifying from the B final.
So they get themselves released.
Right, let's just watch them through. I'm just getting a drink of water there because...
Sorry. Yeah, I'm just doing...
Because yeah. It's okay. I'm sure everybody at home watching this doesn't mind a bit of silence.
Want a drink of water? Yeah,
just
praying for him anyway.
Absolutely. Here we go then. We are about to get round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC underway. And it's Lucas Howell, the number 19, leading the field towards the start. And will we get the goal? The number 19 of TH Corsa on the pole possession. And it's one more round, Nick.
Round they go again.
We get another lap of building the tension.
Tension building.
Not attention seeking, but tension building.
Which is very similar in many ways.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Just attracting attention. 12 minutes is a long time for these youngsters to keep the concentration, keep the focus. We get towards that, as I call it, the last 2 minutes is when time begins to run out, frustrations begin to unfold, and people start making desperate lunges and desperate efforts to improve their positions and the like. But they're already out of that hanger hairpin, that long shot there from Ash's gantry camera, bringing them towards us. The multicoloured kart livery of Sonny Morgan is so easy to spot, and it really is great effort there on that kart. As we head towards the starter, we've got a nicely ordered 2 rows in the tram line. Sonny Morgan jumps up and down to get the engine to pick up, and down into turn 1 we go. And this field of junior Rotax runners off and chasing a trophy for round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC. And it's Lucas Howell and Sonny Morgan. They were the front row of the grid runners, and they are leading out onto the hanger straight for the first time. Into the always hairpin, and then immediately into the left-hander at Pennant, and out through the sweeps and the turns of the Rapids Bend, and into hanger for the first time. It'll be Lucas Howell that will lead this field round, the 2. And the rest of the field, I think, Nick, getting through without any incident.
So it's a good clean start. Sonny Morgan in the unmistakable rainbow-coloured car. So
cart. That's next weekend when you can say cart.
That's right.
But next weekend, you'll say cart.
And an Italian accent as well. Yes. So it's the 19. A good start by Lucas Howell. Sonny Morgan in second. It's Jaden Sherwood in third. This is kind of the top 3 I thought we were going to get. Jasmine Taylor, who is in fourth. What I want to see from Jasmine is getting past people and then getting to the front and going. Because it's really kind of, she's I'm very convinced by her ability to drive in free air. Yet to see her in her battling ability, to be honest.
Well, we did see... who am I talking about?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're talking about Jasmine, aren't we? We're talking about Jasmine, who came second, remember, at Clay Pigeon.
Yep. She's got a bit in her. She prefers to be at the front rather than in the battle, and she's got to give herself a good start with a high grid position. Ian MacArthur, that final curve is tempting by the looks of things, but doesn't seem to pay off much. I agree with you. I don't think it does. And it's interesting a couple who haven't taken that curb. Ella
Yeah,
Haynes, what's the average time for a senior Rotax? This is junior Rotax. It's about 40. I think about 47 for a senior Rotax. 46.
Yeah, it
47.
was. Fastest times were 47s. They're not much different, these juniors. They're lapping in the 48s. You're right about that final curb, Ian, but it's about coming out the left-hand bit. Coming out that left-hand bit and optimising your speed will take you over that exit curb, and you've got to let it breathe from the left-hand apex. That's where your throttle goes in, not the left-hand bit. Because you're flat out from the moment you turn into the left-hand bit, the middle bit, that's when you're flat out, and you've just got to let it breathe over that exit curb.
So, interestingly, it's a break from Lucas Howell, but it's Sonny Morgan who's the cork, certainly the more limited in speed, and he's now forming up to a 4-kart train with the 111 of Jaden Sherwood having a real think about it, as is Jasmine Taylor. Sam Mott, who's been at the front, of course, and also has been enjoying Karting Live TV, the musical, this morning, and he's been inspired by that for his best day ever of racing. Let's get moving.
Brilliant stuff here from Lucas Howell as Sonny Morgan comes under pressure from Jaden Sherwood, and Jasmine Taylor's in there as well. She's about to be joined by Sam Mott, as you've just said, Nick. And as it goes sweep through the Rapids Bends, we've got the field now heading back towards Ash on the gantry.
Yep.
They'll come out of the dogleg, flat out over the curb. Sonny Morgan choosing not to use the curb there.
Well, I think that's actually... Oh, is that a pop out? They touch each other. They touch each other as they went around the bottom of the pit bend.
No, I know exactly what happened there. Sonny Morgan cut back, and he might have just dunched his bumper.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah.
He might have just knocked his nose out.
And that's 5 seconds if he has.
Because that was a big hit. Certainly hit the rear bumper of Jaden Sherwood. It's okay, my ears will heal, Nick.
That's all right then.
We've got...
But that is not on... That's only for us.
All right, I see. Okay, all right.
Comes from there.
Oh, I see, all right. Okay, yeah. My ears will heal.
I will live. I will live.
So we've got the number 19, and that is the Lucas Howell kart of TH Corsa. We've now got Coles Racing's Jaden Sherwood in second. Jasmine Taylor up to third. Sonny Morgan up to fourth.
We're down to fourth. We've been shuffled down to fourth. Then Sam Mott in fifth. As they go sweeping now back through the exit of Summit. All going okay at the moment. And they're continuing down the straight. Right, so now, this is where it gets interesting, because there's been a bit of a break now by Lucas Howell after that coming together between the second and third racers. And coming into the Hanger chicane, Hanger hairpin. Yeah, look at that. Suddenly it's Lucas Howell all the way, and then it's
he's got a
Sherwood
massive
from
lead.
Taylor.
He's got a massive lead of 1.6 seconds. Jasmine Taylor in third place now. They're beginning to space out, aren't they, behind the leader, with Howell, Sherwood, Taylor, Morgan, Mott, Tom Holden in sixth. He's not that far away, but things beginning to space out, and you've got to ask yourself, can these karts concertina back up? Because we're about 50 seconds away from half distance. So still plenty of racing time. As we head through the Rapids Bend and then on towards Hanger. Through the hairpin, the lead is already out of it. And there's Jaden Sherwood, the Coles driver, just keeping Jasmine Taylor at bay, the number 84 with TH Corsa. It's a TH Corsa sandwich with Coles being the meat. The leader, Lucas Howell, the number 19, heads down and across the line. He's already heading towards Summit, and the fastest lap of the race is the second place kart of Jaden Sherwood. The gap's come down to 1.5 seconds. It's coming down by just hundredths of a second, Nick. Not a massive...
Getting closer all the time.
Yeah, not a massive deficit, or not a massive increase or decrease in deficit, I should say.
A little bit of a...
Sonny Morgan dropping away from that third place is a bit of a surprise.
Perhaps it's just tyres, isn't it? You kind of think about it. The whole race actually has spread out much more than I thought it would. I thought we'd have a battle royale. We've got a bit of a kind of a coming together on second and third, but the rest are... You drop back to fourth, do you think?
I'm just trying to see the nose cone on that.
I'll watch it as it goes round. Let me watch it as it go round. No, he's okay. That nose is fine, yep. Okay. No problem with it. With
the take a bash.
Yeah, but he's got away with it. He's got strong magnets on his one. Triple one. There he goes. In second place, that's Jaden Sherwood. He's looking behind himself to see Jasmine Taylor, but they are kind of equidistant. They've been that far apart. The major movement so far in this race was that coming together between Morgan and Sherwood about 3 laps ago, which let Lucas Howell get away and take the pressure away from him, and then also kind of scuffed everyone around. Yeah,
here they go then, out of they hang a hairpin on down towards the dogleg for another time. It's TH Courses Lucas Howell, Coles Racing's Jaden Sherwood, TH Jasmine Taylor, TH Courses Jasmine Taylor, the number 20 Sonny Morgan, he's a privateer as they come through pit bend once again. Behind Sonny Morgan, it's Tom Holden, Dylan Morton, Harris Roberts, Nathan Traverse, Lincoln Bevan rounds off your top 10. Amy Peacock's the driver just outside the top 10 with Will Swills, Freddie Worlock and Leo Basterfield just behind her. Now, second place in the championship, Charles Green has made a bit of an improvement from starting near the back of the grid, and he's up to 18th now, damage limitation for Cheesy Green. As the leader continues, doesn't seem to be any impression being made by Jasmine Taylor.
No.
So Lucas Howell's in a solid 1.5 second gap to Jaden Sherwood, who's got a solid 0.6 of a second to Jasmine Taylor, who's got 1.6 seconds to Sam Mott. So it's all a little bit settled. I'm pretty sure it's not settled behind the wheel because we take for granted. Let's drop back to Sam Mott, Tom Holden and Sonny Morgan. Because Sam Mott,
what are they going for?
They're behind this lot here. This
right,
lot
so
here
it's the
have
next
been
three.
squabbling. Look, Sonny Morgan's back down.
He's dropped
behind
down
him.
2 more places. Yeah. So now the 87 of Tom Holden's picked up that position as they go through the Rapids bends and into the hairpin.
We'll see if he can make any ground on regaining any of that ground he lost, is what I'm trying to say, Nick.
Yeah. It's all kind of happening. Huge curb takeage there by the 38 of Sam Mott in 4th place. But this has turned into be one of the least exciting finals I think I've seen for a long time. Really.
Yeah, it is.
We had a moment of excitement and the whole thing's just disappeared.
I'm pretty sure Lucas Howell disagrees with you. He's very excited.
He's very excited, but he's loving it. It's his perfect final.
Well, he gets to meet me on the trophy presentation.
He doesn't know how lucky he's about to be. He literally doesn't know how his life's about to change the better.
I think I've met him before.
Meeting Joe.
Lucas Howell, who is currently in 9th place, and we did meet him last time. He was 2nd, of course, at Forest Edge. So this is going to put him right up there in contention for the Summer Cup and going forward into the last 3 rounds of the overall championship.
Yeah. Still, these 3 are the only ones who are really battling with 2.5 minutes to go of this Junior Road Tax A final. The top 3 have sort of stretched out a little bit. It's 1.6, then 0.8. Jasmine Taylor a little bit close to that time round, Jaden Shepherd, but not enough really to set the pulses of your commentators racing. It looks like Morgan, though, is trying to make up for his drift down the field, and now he's pushing hard to move back up from 6th. He's got the 87 and the 33 in front of him. 38, sorry, that's Mott and the gang, and they're trying really, really hard now to move forward.
Trying all he can to get back on terms, and I'm not quite sure because it was just off our camera what happened to Sonny Morgan when he lost those 2 places. But Sam Mott was behind was behind Tom Holden and Sonny Morgan, and now he's ahead of both of them and in 4th place. He hasn't really made any impression on Jasmine Taylor. He's still 2.3 seconds back. And with the going into the last 90 seconds, the lead is beginning to be even more spaced out. Lucas Howell 1.8 seconds to Sherwood, 7/10 to Jasmine Taylor. Jasmine not exactly coming back to Sherwood, and then we've got 2.5 seconds to Sam Mott, Tom Holden.
Oh, up the inside there, and the 87 has got a play, so Holden there gets Mott. So 4th and 5th changes round, and I'm not having that, says Mott, and he just gets back up again through Always, and then it's gone back again. That's a 4 change again. Mott has been in 4th, 5th, 4th, 5th, and now he's in 5th again, and he's actually under threat from Sonny Morgan as they just go through the rapids and then into the Hanger hairpin.
Well, that was a great move from Tom Holden. He's with Mason Perrin Racing. You can tell by the red and black livery on that cart, and he's pulling away, isn't he? We are inside the final minute, Nick, so I think we should pick up Lucas Howell at the front of the field and leave these
hang on a second. Morgan's just tried to get in and out there. Sorry, but just came off him. But I don't think he got the position. He was actually ahead for a very picosecond. No, Morgan has got ahead. Morgan's got ahead of Sam Mott.
And that's for 5th place.
For 5th place, yeah. I know we should go to the leader. We've got a lap and a half, mate. We're not on the last lap yet. So it could even be 2 more laps, actually, if they can get across the line in 23 seconds.
Well, Lucas Howell just going into...
Yeah, he's going to get 2 more laps.
He's going to get... I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure, Nick.
15?
I'm not sure because he's just
so.
coming onto the he's just coming onto the Woodland Straight. Here he comes.
8,
7,
6,
by seconds,
5,
literally.
4.
3 seconds on the clock as he crossed.
There we go. So 55. So 2 more laps. And in fairness, Jasmine Taylor, she's begun to get a little bit closer in the second and third battles. Let's try and move forward to Jasmine Taylor.
She's brought it down by 3/10.
So just go forward one lump, but that's it. So there's Taylor now, still not quite within striking distance, and looking over the shoulder, kind of like, can't catch me, with Jaden Sherwood there in the second place. But both of these carts looking for a decent points haul.
Well, Nick, if she can pull another 3/10, that means the gap is going to be 1/10 of a second going into the final lap. And if she can pull another 3/10, that's going to put her 2/10 ahead.
Anything, I think it was just a slightly better lap this time round for Sherwood. As about to start the last lap goes Lucas Howell, who's led from the off, was given a bit of a gift when 2 of the people behind him came together and lost themselves the second half. Both continued. And now we go round for the final. Let's move forward to our leader, if we can. Let's pick him up. Let's show Lucas in all his glory for a few corners. There he is, the 19.
The number 19,
looking good.
The TH Corsa driver, now onto his final lap, out onto the Hanger Straight for the final time this weekend. His weekend at Dunkeswell for round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC coming to an end. He's got 1 or 2 or even 3 or 4 corners left. Here he goes through the bends there at Rapids, through the left-hander, and then into the Hanger hairpin for the final time. And he really has been a class of this junior Rotax field, hasn't he?
Mm.
He is on his way. Lucas Howell will spring forward in the championship.
Number 1.
Takes the checkered flag.
He says he is.
Jaden Sherwood for Coles is second. His teammate Jasmine Taylor will join him on the podium for third. And then just off the podium is Tom Holden, Sonny Morgan, Sam Mott, Dylan Morton, Harris Roberts. And then we've got Amy Peacock. And Amy Peacock finishing in 9th place, just ahead of Lincoln Bevan in 10th. Nathan Traverse 11th. Freddie Waylock finishes in 12th. Alfie McBain, what a weekend young Alfie has.
Yeah.
He's here on the Carlos Sainz chassis, and he's moved up the order to 13th spot there and moves ahead of Leo Basterfield there. I think that happened on the last lap. Just outside of that top 14, Will Swills, Jarrett Metters rounds off the top 16, and there are your 34 cart. There is your 34 cart field and how they finished there on the side bar, on the timing sidebar.
Yeah, good stuff.
Can you believe it, Nick?
No.
That we are. I know you can't. We are.
What am I believing? Sorry, first of all.
Can you believe it? We are into our final race of the weekend.
I only have to go out the window one more time, you mean?
We only got what?
I only have to go out the window one more time.
Only out the window one more time. I wish people could see that.
No, it's very exciting.
Yeah, I know. It really is. We've got the grid formed, and would you believe, with the championship looking like this for the 177s, Ryan Taylor-Truman. He was the winner at round 1, and he was the winner at round 2. He's looking likely to be the winner at round 3 if the stats from the heats are anything to go by, because it's Ryan Taylor-Truman on the pole position. And guess who it is alongside him? It's the man in second place. He's finished second to him at round 1 and second to him at round 2. Harrison Crook, about to go head-to-head. 6th in the championship last year, and it's Harrison Crook alongside Ryan Taylor-Truman. Let's see if Harrison can spoil Ryan Taylor-Truman's party here and maybe even take the win. Second row of the grid is Archie Elliott and Cole Edwards. Third row is Jake Davis and Nathan Schaefer. Fourth row is Ben Hitch and Reece Llewellyn. George Walker and Paul Moran, after that fabulous heat win for Paul Moran, puts him on the 5th row of the grid. We've got Sean Rudge and Scott Clay on row 6. Steve Thompson, and a great effort from Stephen Mottram, who will be delighted with starting at this end of the grid on the 7th row. 8th row is Tom Kelsey and Cameron Marston. Joshua Gollin and Joshua Pickford are on row 9. Row 10 is David Simpson and George Willis. And then we've got Richard Evans, Rob Simpson, Scott Smith and Daniel Hammett, Gary Cox and Alfie Williams, Alex Thomas and Nathan Wells, Oliver Moss and Max Williamson, and then Josh Howard, Ollie Bailey, Lawrence Hilton and Zach Fontenay were the 4 qualifiers from the B final. The field are already out of the Hanger hairpin and already forming up nicely to head towards the start. We've got the rear of the grid there just forming onto the back as well. We're in two lovely lines of grid formation to go into the final 12 minutes of the Junction 6 NKC Round 3 here at Dunkeswell Raceway. And off they go, and it will be the pole position driver, Ryan Taylor-Truman, who will lead into and out of Pit Bend, and it's Harrison Crook, I think, who's hung on to second place. That might be confirmed or denied.
Yeah, it is.
Who
Crook.
is it? It is the number 6.
Yeah, it's 3 from 6. Now, will Taylor-Truman, whilst being followed by the man closest to him in the championship, be able to do what he's done when he's got into the lead beforehand and just streak away? This time not looking so likely because he's just got a little bit of a gap. But now it's 1-2. It's Taylor-Truman from Crook. Now, interesting, there's a couple of fast drivers at the back as well. Can they come through and cause problems? And one of those is third place, which is that Cole Edwards has gone into third?
Yes, it is.
So
Cole Edwards on the number 10.
So Cole Edwards, who of course won that final heat in which Ryan Taylor-Truman was not in.
No, that was Paul Moran.
That's not Moran.
That's
10.
Cole Edwards.
10. Where's Moran then?
There's Moran, the 77.
Oh, he's obviously had a right. So Moran, who got through. So I was looking at colourful carts, to be honest.
You were looking at a yellow cart, and your mind just went off.
Oh, colourful.
Thinking the yellow cart that won the last heat was Paul Moran.
But it wasn't.
That wasn't Paul Moran. That's Cole Edwards.
Right.
Now, Cole, the number 10, Cole Edwards, is with Howarth Racing. He's got that bright yellow and pink cart. And easy for us to pick out, so commendable there. The two carts at the front, though, the Saudi cart of our current race leader, Ryan Taylor-Truman, with the Venator Racing engine on the side of that cart there. Harrison Crook, who is the number 6, and he's with TH Corsa. If my memory serves me rightly, I'm not sure what engine Harrison does run. But it's no change for first, second, third and fourth. There's Nathan Chafer. He's the dark horse in this one.
Right, the 99.
He's on the CRG, remember. He's with his own team.
Yep.
But he's no slouches, Nathan. And remember that it was Nathan Chafer and Philip Howard that went literally toe-to-toe here at the NKC in 2023.
Yeah, I mean, Chafer has joined the back of that triumvirate for second, third and fourth, but actually now beginning to eke out a little bit of a lead is Ryan Taylor-Truman. He's got a few kart lengths. He's got them in this last lap. Possibly as Harrison Crook now is concentrating more on what's behind than ahead. As Edwards in the bright coloured purple and yellow machine has his own worries, which is the orange and black of Nathan Chafer to come now down to the pit bend and no one making a move yet. A little bit of a think about it, possibly from the 10 of Cole Edwards. But apart from that, there they go into Summit again.
I was talking rubbish. It was 2022 when Nathan Chafer was hassling.
They
all blend into one now.
Well, we were hearing that. We were hearing.
We were. This is our third year. Of course we were.
Is it?
Yeah, 2022 was when Philip Howard was in the 177 class. Was in this class.
Second time.
Yes, last year he was in the 162s.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Time flies.
Third season of NKC on Karting Live TV.
I'm not sure. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. If you can't remember, just stay quiet. You'll only spoil it.
That's true.
Here we go then. Battle for second as Harrison Crook.
Way too much curb there from Ryan Taylor-Truman, I think.
Really, the leader? I wouldn't question him. He knows exactly what he's
doing.
doing.
Mistakes.
Well, he's got still out to 0.6 of a second, and we're inside. We're almost a quarter of this race completed, and this battle here is where it's at. Harrison Crook now coming under pressure. Or is he? Because Cole Edwards is doing what we've seen people do pretty much all day in these finals.
Yeah.
And just quite happy to sit in the wheel tracks and let that clock tick down.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because they've almost kind of given up on Taylor-Truman because realistically, if you wanted to chase Truman and you think you've got the pace, you need to go past now and start heading that chase. But no, Edwards is sitting behind Harrison Crook. He thinks, I might have the pace on Crook. I haven't got the pace on Taylor-Truman. Now, what about Nathan Chafer? Can he get past both of them? Well, the answer at the moment is no. And it's not even like they're really shaping to do anything.
No, I know. They're just happy to sit there. Chafer, he's been in this situation before with Cole Edwards. And Cole having a great race here. He's had a great race all weekend. He finished 10th in the championship, hence the number 10. In fact, look at that. The number 3, the number 6 and the number 10.
But do you think that these three, I mean, do these guys probably think, actually, Taylor-Truman is just too good for us at the moment and we can't catch him?
You never think that. You always think that there's a
sometimes
chance that
you know it, don't
catch.
you?
Well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, he's been hard to beat, hasn't he, in the first two rounds?
I'm not seeing enough ambition from those behind.
Well, it's just about pace.
Yeah.
And Taylor-Truman has got massive pace. He's on the
But
sorting
wouldn't you,
cart.
therefore, if you were Colt, at least try and get past Crook and see if you could catch?
He is trying to see if he can get past, but he
He's
knows.
not even shaping for a
Well,
move.
well, no, but
There he goes. Now he's shaping
pointless.
for a move. There
yeah,
we are.
now he is. There.
Yeah,
He's listening to you.
he's heard my criticism and said, right, all right,
Yes,
I will
all right.
shape. Look, it doesn't work. See, I try to get past Nick, but it doesn't work.
And side by side into
through
the
Summit. Oh, that's
the
nice one.
Summit
4
hairpin,
corners.
and then side by side almost into the second of the hairpins.
Crook's gonna
And here
take
they
him.
come. They're side by side on
Always.
the hanger straight into Always now, and Cole Edwards chops across the front of that Harrison Crook cart. And Edwards will lead, will he? I'm
Yes,
sorry,
got it,
second
finally.
will come out in front in second place. He has indeed. So it's Cole Edwards now second, Harrison Crook third, and Nathan Chafer, he just watched all that unfold,
He
didn't
did, but obviously the net result of that is well done, Cole Edwards. Extra point of the championship. It's cost them time in their pursuit of Ryan Taylor Truman. It was 0.995 of a second last time. My guess is it's going to be at least half a second longer this time, because that was a lot of time being lost in the actual go. Yeah, 1.6, so it's gone up 0.6. But well done, Colt. He's pushed himself forward. Now, the interesting is whether Harrison Crook actually has that kind of the following pace. It's easy to follow and to lead, and that following pace will enable him to get past.
Remember, Nick, that Harrison Crook finished second at round 1, second at round 2 in the wheel tracks of Ryan Taylor Truman. We've had a different. Nathan Chafer finished third at round 1, remember, in the final at Clay Pigeon. So Chafer will want Harrison Crook's position. Cole Edwards finished 5th at round 1 and 7th at round 2. So this is a great result for him so far, pulling away from Harrison Crook slightly and giving himself a bit of a cushion. So the gap is 1.7. So Ryan Taylor Truman truly is the driver to beat in this 177 class. And we are just 5 and a bit minutes away from the final checkered flag of the afternoon, indeed the weekend. As Cole Edwards, Nick, has answered your question there and pulled away from Harrison Crook.
Yeah, it's a good move by Cole. He's got 5 minutes to go. Coming through Rapids Bends and now through the hairpin for the 10th time. And they'll come back onto the main straight now.
He's come back onto his tail, has he? Cole Edwards did have a cushion.
7
That
seconds.
cushion's
I'm not
looking
sure that lead,
less.
I don't think that lead's gone out much more this time.
No.
Ryan may well be doing a huge amount of managing.
Well, it was 1.7 last time by. What is it this time? We just wait for
Waiting for the timing to update, which
time
it's not
to
doing.
update, which it's not doing, which is always great.
1.8. So
he's pulled a 10th every lap, Nick.
Yeah. So it's a very efficient and proficient driving, that is.
He's 58 ones for these heavier carts. Cole Edwards second, Harrison Crook third, Nathan Chafer. Behind these four that we are, and there's a change for third. Nathan Chafer matches his Clay Pigeon final position with a third place now. Can he hang on to it for this final third of this race? 4 minutes remaining on the clock as they come back towards us through the dogleg. And behind them, I was about to say, Jake Davis and Rhys Llewellyn, they are absolutely nose to tail. The carts in what is 4th, 5th, and then 6th place. Ben Hitch isn't that far away.
Yeah, good move by Chafer.
Jake Davis has lost out there last time by. Jake Davis now in 7th, Rhys Llewellyn through in 5th. And it's Ben Hitch, Jake Davis, Archie Elliott, Scott Clay, George Walker, Paul Moran just outside the top 10 there. Where are the other drivers that we watched through the order of the day?
Yeah, Scott Cleese managed to he had that bad run when he was going well and got eliminated down to the back of the pack. So he's managed to get some decent points now with the 9th after a mechanical earlier on. Now, interesting, the Porter now. Sorry, Edwards. Cole Porter. Edwards. I don't know where that came from. A 1940s songwriter. Cole Edwards is now trying to give a little bit of speed on to try and see if he can move past Nathan James. I'm laughing. My brain's very frazzled by a number of other things that are going on in the background at the moment, I can tell you. I've lost him. I've lost him entirely. So they're coming now around Always. So the multicoloured car of Edwards. Now, actually, Chafer's not really been able to break.
No, he hasn't.
Harrison Cook. And
the other thing that I thought Nathan Chafer might be able to do once he got by Harrison Crook was maybe catch Cole Edwards, but he hasn't. Cole's been really good today. He's had a cracking day. I'm not sure what his knowledge is of Dunkeswell, but Dunkeswell suits Cole Edwards.
Yeah,
he's had a cracking day.
There's a couple of the drivers have lifted themselves up, and whilst we're talking about the Southern Cup and that's all over from today, this is all points towards the overall championship as well.
I think we can safely say at the moment Ryan Taylor Truman's our Southern Cup winner.
I kind of feel he may well have done that one. Yeah,
I think he's done enough.
You're not going to win any Mystic Mega Awards for that one.
No. He's off and out. 2.4 seconds is the lead. That's him there, just going off in the foreground. This is where, if any potential is there, it's these three. But just look at Cole Edwards.
Yeah.
Just look at the way he's pulled away there.
Yeah, but Cook is still not giving up on Schaefer for the final spot on the podium and a chance to shake your hand.
They don't shake my hand.
Don't they?
I just read their names out.
And then what happens? They sort of
cry.
Cry and thank their families.
Gez on Matt to hand them the trophies. Yeah, no, it's not the Oscars, mate.
Well, it's better than the Oscars.
Nobody does
it's better than the Oscars, the NKC, mate. Honestly.
Yeah, that's true. Here we go then. We're into the final stages, no question, with just over a minute remaining. And Cole Edwards has got a very, very solid second place. He's all right. He's 2.7 seconds behind Ryan Taylor Truman. And the Saudi kart with the Venator Racing Engines power unit on the side of it has been unbeatable here in the 177 class. It really has. A first place at Clay Pigeon, a first place at Forest Edge, and he's on sight now. He's got that checkered flag in sight with just a few seconds on the clock there, 44 seconds. It's on the cusp, Nick.
Yep.
It could well be the one lap to go board next time by.
Yeah, we'll be the last lap. You're not going to do a lap in 44, are you? You're doing it in 48. So
no,
I think he's going to go across in about
Yeah, I think so.
03. So they're down to a lap and a half to go for Ryan Taylor Truman to complete a truly dominant day, really, here at Dunkeswell. Second, third, and fourth looks decided. I think Harrison Cook might still have a little bit of an idea about doing Nathan Schaefer the dirty, but it's not going to happen so far.
He might have a nibble, mightn't he?
We all like a nibble.
Yeah. Harrison Crook on the number 6 there, just behind. That's the blue, that's the white with the blue shoulders on his overalls. He's a TH Corsa driver, remember.
So just down to the last lap now. Crossing the line is Ryan Taylor Truman. He pings across the line. He does it at 12.03, so he's got one lap to go. Second, third, and fourth sweep round at the bend. Let's pick up our leader now as he comes through Summit for the last time. There he is. That is Ryan Taylor Truman. He's been out in front from the moment. Well, the flag didn't drop, but from the moment they got the go-ahead, really.
From the green light, really, hasn't he? And he's been the class of the field, not just here at Dunkeswell, though. He was the class of the field at Clay Pigeon. He was the class of the field at Forest Edge. And he's been the class of this field here at Dunkeswell for round 3. He will head off towards Wilton Mill, Three Sisters and Warden Law. And as he flicks it into the dogleg for the final time, it'll be that huge checkered flag that will fly for Ryan Taylor Truman, and he takes a very fine win indeed. Yeah,
second, third, and fourth is Edwards, Schaefer, and Crook. They tried, they battled with each other, but really not with Ryan Taylor Truman. Ben Hitch takes fifth. It's Rhys Llewellyn, Archie Elliott, Scott Clee, Joshua Pickford, George Walker, Jake Davids, David Simpson, Tony Kelsey, Scott Smith, Daniel Hammett, and then Paul Morgan, and you can see
Paul Moran.
I need to learn to read, don't I, really?
You need your glasses.
Yeah, I haven't got them. Yeah. Anyway, that is us for this round 3 of the NKC. Thank you for being with us all day. We've enjoyed it very much, your company here at Dunkeswell. We've had all sorts of action and all sorts of incidents, all sorts of things happening in the background. But despite that, it's been good fun. I'd like to thank Joe Bradley.
My pleasure.
I get a thumb up.
My pleasure.
I'd like to thank the man who's turned himself on and off more often than anyone else. That's Matt Guppy. And I'd like to thank Ash Leontine as well. Of course, behind me, none of this would be possible without me waving my hands at Paul Bateman really aggressively on several occasions. We're finished, have we then? Is that we finished? They take it. That's it. We're not. Yes, it takes. Yes, it's live. We'll just click it there. Anyway, so apparently we've stopped now because Paul's decided he's had enough.
I think so.
And I think in fairness, Paul's probably right. So thank you all so much. We are back in 2 weeks' time with the Kart Championship at Fullbeck, and then the week after that it's the O-Plate on Saturday and Sunday, which we can't wait to do for the NKC, and we will see you there. Thank you all for being with us. Much appreciated. Bye from me. My name's Nick Damon. We're Karting Live TV.